morning. Good morning, everybody. Hello, my chatters, my replay crew, my lurkers. Good morning. My name is Debbie. Welcome to my channel. We are watching the Alex Murdaugh Trial. Watching for the first time for some, replay for others. But we are watching it because he will be getting a new trial. And I wanted to rewatch the old trial before the new trial. Marty, I was 28 seconds early. No, maybe not 28, but I was seconds early. Good morning, Marty. In July 2023, a judge approved a $15 million settlement between the Beach family and Greg Parker, owner of Parker's convenience store. Oh, I didn't know that happened. It resolved claims from the boat passengers and the family. This settlement covered the majority of the damages, but it did not include the claims against Alex Murdaugh. The claim should have been against Paul. I mean, I get why Alec's responsible for his son, but still. In October 2024, a separate wrongful death lawsuit against Murdaugh was filed. His insurer agreed to pay $500,000 to the Beach family on the condition that Murdaugh be dropped from the case. Boy, he loves to bribe people, doesn't he? Judge Hall signed an order on October 10, 2024, ending the civil case against him. Good morning, Judy. See, that's what having a known name. I'm trying to think of another word for it. Another adjective. Respected name in the community, in a small town community with the good old boy network. That's what happens. Like, he was able to go down to, I guess, to where the boat was, and the girl that died, her family wasn't allowed to go down there, but they just moved the crime scene tape so Alex could go down there. It sucks. I'm a victim of it as well because of my road being closed off. I have to drive through a field, y'all, to get out of my house because the road that I'm supposed to be taking isn't maintained by the county anymore because my neighbor had the other road closed, but he told them, oh, there's another way to get out. No, my car gets stuck. So I have to go through a field. So that guy, his wife worked for the school board. So I went to the county. They don't care. Sometimes I like living in a small town, but sometimes it sucks because there's a lot of politics. Oh, wow. So people got hurt too. I didn't know people got hurt. I thought she just died and everybody else was fine. Don't drink and drive. Don't drink and boat. Don't. Whatever. Don't. Okay, so we left off. They were about to go to lunch. Is the sound off? I thought they were about. Did I pass the lunch break? Maybe I went past the lunch break already. No, I didn't.
So just bring you all up to date on that issue. It's his limit. So he's brought that as his limit. As counsel may recall from during jury selection, juror 957 expressed a concern about being here if the trial goes too long, and he mentioned 3 weeks as his limit. So he's brought that to my attention, and he's 729, juror 729. So he's brought that to my attention, and
Wait.
And he's pondering the issue. So it's his limit.
What?
As counsel may recall from during jury selection, juror 957 expressed a concern about being here if the trial goes too long, and he mentioned 3 weeks as his limit. So he's brought that to my attention, and
why'd they let him on the jury then?
Juror 729. So he's brought that to my attention, and he's pondering the issue. So just bring you all up to date on that issue. Ready for the jury?
Since when can you just be like, I'm done? I don't want to be on a jury anymore.
It doesn't relate to this witness, but the next group of witnesses the state intends to call relate to this blue rain jacket, and that it was seized as a result of a search at Ms. Libby Randolph's Murdaugh's house, and it was found in the closet. Based on what this witness had previously shared with law enforcement,
He shouldn't even been allowed on the jury.
there's no evidence that we've been provided in discovery that connects the defendant with this blue rain jacket. And so we'd move to exclude any evidence of the blue rain jacket unless they can represent to the court that they have any witness who connects the blue rain jacket with this defendant, Alex Murdaugh. Thank you.
All right. From the state?
Your Honor, she has identified a vinyl blue in that closet, which she says was consistent with what she saw Alex Murdaugh coming into her house with. She said, yeah, that looks like it. There's some questions that were asked by the defense, which I'm going to ask her about now. When she is asked about a shirt or something else, but she, I believe, has testified, yeah, that is consistent with the color in the vinyl that I saw that's in the closet.
All right. Well, let's bring the jury.
That didn't work.
All right, thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Meadows.
Your Honor. Smith, do you remember being interviewed by Patrick McDavid and Robert Purcell that worked with Mr. Harpootlian and Mr. Griffin in October, on October 20th of 2022?
Yes,
And I believe Mr. Griffin had asked you about some shoes in response to our questions. Do you remember telling them that he had, these investigators, he had on some cloth-like shoes?
yes,
Volume won't go all the way down.
And I believe Mr. Griffin asked you about the length of time you were there. Do you remember these investigators asking you about the length of time that Mr. Murdaugh was at Alameda the night of June 7th?
yes,
Your Honor, he's offering a prior consistent statement, and no one's in, I don't know why, not impeaching her with it. You can't bolster her testimony with prior consistent statement.
Mr. Metters?
I believe he had questioned the 30 or 40 minutes and was questioning whether or not Alex asked her to say that. Through their investigators, it's clarified for me their conversations that directly contradict what she said early on direct that I have through their questioning and interviews, which I just got a little while ago.
All right, Ms. Griffin?
That girl's not going to get parole either,
Again, he's
unless she straightens herself
offering a
up.
prior consistent statement, and it's not admissible unless it's being offered to rebut a claim of recent fabrication, and that's not the situation we have here.
The entire statement right now.
The objection to the statement being entered into evidence.
Yes, Your Honor, it's not a statement. There's a whole 30-minute audio recording. Yes.
All right. Rule 613B addresses this issue, and you may proceed. The objection is overruled.
Mr. Griffin asked you the length of time that Mr. Murdaugh was there when these investigators questioned you in October of 2022. Do you remember them asking you about how long he was in the kitchen and in the room with Miss Murdaugh?
yes,
And do you remember them asking you about, and he asked you on cross, whether it was unusual, whether Mr. Murdaugh had visited that time of night? Do you remember that?
yes,
And do you remember telling the investigators that he would not come on your shift after 8 o'clock? Do you remember that?
yes,
And that was unusual?
yes,
Oh my God, is that a record?
And do you remember one of them questioning you? You
Actually, it's not
registered in your mind that something that this is unusual for him to be here that time of night? Do you remember that?
yes,
Was your answer yeah? Because I was like, yeah, to be honest, I was like, oh, why are you here this time of night? Why are you here this time of night, you know? Because we all going to bed?
it's my mind. Yes,
And as far as the length of time, do you remember them asking you how long? And you said it was about 20 minutes?
yes,
You know, and I'm trying to speed this up. Maybe for some indulgence. Do you remember, when Mr. Griffin asked you about your recollection as to what Mr. Murdaugh said asked you about the 30 to 40 minute period? Do you remember that? Remember
Yes.
just a little while ago when he was asking you about that? I'm not trying to be, just a little while ago.
Yes.
Okay. About whether if anybody ever asked you if I was here or not?
Yes.
And do you remember that his investigators asked you if SLED had put that in your mind?
No.
Is that the recollection or something they put in your mind?
He's leading the witness. He's publishing a document that is not a certified transcript of anything. Object.
Mr.
It's their statement they took.
I sustain the objection.
Did Alex Murdaugh ask you to tell somebody how long he'd been there?
He said, someone asks you, I've been 30 to 40 minutes. That's what he said.
He said if somebody asked you.
Yes.
Just repeating her answer.
So,
Mr. Metters?
Is that the answer you gave his investigators
Yes.
back in October of 2022?
Yes.
it's hard to understand. She mumbles.
Now, Mr. Griffin asked you about this blue tarp. Did his or Mr. Harpen's investigators ask you about that when they met with you?
Yes.
Did they bring something with them? Do you remember them showing you something?
No, a picture.
Okay. Did they also show you a tarp?
Yes.
Did they tell you they just got it from Kmart?
Yes.
Just bought it from Kmart? And I can't hear you.
Who does? I mean, I've never been a witness in a trial, but who would want to?
Their investigators brought this with you to the interview
Yes.
and showed you this, correct?
Yes.
She quit crying.
And had you already described well, who'd you first tell that there was something that the defendant may have been holding in his hand? Who'd you tell first? When he came in that morning after the funeral, who did you tell that first to in law enforcement? That the defendant may have been holding something or was holding something when he came in?
Dango, Officer Dango.
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 Okay. And as a result of that, SLED came and interviewed you.
Yes.
Okay. And then you told them what your testimony's been.
Yes.
Correct? Okay. So in October of 22nd, when their investigators came, they were asking you about what you talked about to Dango, right?
Yes.
Okay. And they showed you this, right?
Yes.
And did they also ask you about if you'd seen a shirt? Do you remember when they asked you if you'd seen a blue shirt?
Yes.
What was a blue shirt?
It's a blue,
Well, I don't know. What was it? Just like a dress shirt or a shirt? What was it?
like a rain jacket or something, like a pullover.
Okay.
Something.
But they described it as a shirt?
No. Not as I can recall.
Do you remember them asking you, you're positive it wasn't a shirt?
Yes.
They
Yes.
asked you that.
Yes.
And your answer was it's vinyl. It was a vinyl, right?
Yes. Yes.
Don't leave the witness.
And Mr. Griffin was asking you about the vinyl, whatever. Do you remember them asking you if there could have been a gun in it, his investigators?
I can't recall, I can't remember.
Last question, Judge. Can I have that picture? States 411.
There's
Miss
more
Shelley?
text.
You've
No
identified this
way.
previously. Does that look like the blue vinyl garment he was carrying in?
Yes,
Say that again.
yes,
There you go. Ask her to repeat it.
Was it all crumbled up in his arms?
it was balled up, yes.
Was it folded out?
No, it wasn't.
Was he wearing it?
No, he wasn't.
That's all, thank you.
By the defense.
Ms. Smith, it's clear when you left the next morning, you saw the blue tarp laid out on Ms. Libby's retirement rocking chair, correct?
Yes,
And it was not a rain jacket, was it?
no, it wasn't.
It was a blue tarp, like what's in here as in evidence 86, right?
Yes,
No doubt in your mind.
no doubt.
Now, our investigators, let me ask you, Mark, for identification exhibit 87, did they show you a picture of this rain jacket?
Yes,
Had you ever, and you told them you never seen that rain jacket, right?
correct.
You know, I would introduce exhibit 87 into evidence.
Objection.
Can I put it up here? Well, while they're working on that, Ms. Smith, did anyone speak to you over lunch about your testimony?
No,
Did you talk to any SLED agents or anybody at the AG's office?
no,
I can't imagine it being worse. He is truly a horrible person.
Trying to get that going.
Oh, by the way, I'm talking about Proctor. Talking about Proctor's newest text, not Alec, but he's an awful person too. Let me be clear on which awful person I'm talking about.
Is that full size? Yeah, let's see if we get the whole picture in there. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Doug. You ever seen this rain jacket before?
no,
Did Alex Murdaugh have that rain jacket with him when he came in to the Ms. Libby's home on the morning, I believe, a few days after the funeral?
no,
And if this photo, exhibit 41, states exhibit 41, can you see this blue thing wadded up?
yes,
If that is, in fact, the photo of the rain jacket that we just looked at, would your testimony be you've never seen that garment folded up in that closet before?
no, only thing I seen was blue velvet. I didn't know it was a raincoat or not. It was balled up.
So well, had you ever been in this closet before?
No, I haven't.
So you don't know what that is folded up there, do you?
Correct.
And so if it's this rain jacket, if that's what's in that closet, you've never seen Alex Murdaugh with this garment before, have you?
No, I haven't.
All right.
Garment? Is it a garment or is it a tar? Make up your mind.
Now, just very briefly, I know you've been really good here. I know it's been a hard day, and we appreciate you being here. That day when you came to work, Mr. Randolph Murdaugh had been put back in the hospital. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was unusual because he'd just gotten out of the hospital like a day before, right?
Yes.
And so it was, although it wasn't usual for Alex Murdaugh to come over that night, but this was an unusual day because Mr. Randolph had been put back in the hospital. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. That's all the questions I have, John.
Thank you, ma'am. You may step down. You may call your next witness.
State calls Kristen Moore.
Raise your right hand and say, "You are going to testimony about you the court in which trial shall be the truth, so help you God."
I do.
If you see any witness stand, state your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
Kristen Moore. Moore.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you tell the jurors where you work?
I work for the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division.
And Agent Moore, you might need to pull that microphone a little, speak up so we can hear you, make sure to hear you out here. Thank you. And what do you do with SLED?
I'm a special agent assigned to the crime scene unit.
And did you have an occasion to become involved in the investigation of the murders of Paul and Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Were you involved in the execution of a search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And where was that search warrant executed?
At 2175 Yemassee Highway in Barnville, South Carolina.
And do you know what that residence was or is?
It was the residence of Alexander Murdaugh's mother.
And who was there when you executed the search warrant?
Several SLED agents were on scene as well as family members.
What were you looking for when you searched the residence?
We were advised that we were looking for a blue and colored tarp-like material.
And what areas of the residence did you search?
We searched the entire interior of the residence.
Let's talk about the north bedroom of that residence. Do you recall what you located in that bedroom?
We located a blue tarp inside the closet in the north bedroom on the second floor.
Agent Moore, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 224. Do you recognize what's in that picture?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of what you found in the north bedroom closet?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state would move States 224 into evidence.
Admitted.
Permission to publish? Agent Moore, could you describe for the jurors what you found in that picture?
That is the blue tarp that we located inside the bedroom in the inside the closet inside the bedroom.
And what was that tarp located in?
A storage container.
Were there any items in the storage container?
There were miscellaneous dishes underneath the tarp.
After you found the tarp, did you continue searching the residence?
Yes, ma'am, we did.
And what else did you find?
We located a blue raincoat in the coat closet on the second floor.
I'm going to show you what's previously been entered as State's Exhibit 223. Do you recognize that photo?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
They put that on the screen so the jury can see. Could you point out that closet for us?
It is at the top of the photo on the right-hand side. So the door immediately above the stairs leads to an attic area, and the door to the right of it is the coat closet.
So not this door right here at the very top of the stairs. The next door is the closet we're talking about.
That's correct.
And I'm going to show you tapes 414. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay. And what are we looking at there?
That is a picture of the interior of the coat closet.
Your Honor, this time I move tapes 414 into evidence.
No objection.
Is that admitted?
Now, Agent Moore, if you could you point out the blue raincoat or tarp-like material that you found in this picture?
It's in the back of that photo behind the white box, towards the bottom.
And if you don't mind, would you mind stepping down and pointing that out to the jurors? Okay. Would you come down to the big TV? Thank you.
It's right here.
Okay. So, and that's how you found the raincoat?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Down in that closet.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you look at this picture, it appears there are other items of clothing that are hanging up,
Yes, ma'am, there was.
but the raincoat is balled up down there.
That is correct.
And what did you do when you located that raincoat?
We documented it with photographs, and then we collected it in a brown paper bag, which was dated, sealed, and initialed.
I'm going to show you tapes 225, which I believe the defense has an objection to.
Your Honor, if it's the raincoat, it's already in evidence. And the photo of the raincoat is in evidence. I don't know why we need another photo, but we do object to any testimony about seizing the blue raincoat, anything beyond that, based upon my earlier statements to the court.
Response?
Your Honor, this agent's testifying to what she retrieved from the closet, and I believe this is a picture of her retrieving that item.
Objections overruled.
So, Agent Moore, do you recognize what's in this picture?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
And this is a true and accurate depiction of what you recovered from that closet?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Your Honor, at this time I would move tapes 225 into evidence.
Objection.
Same objection.
Submitted over objection.
All right, Agent Moore, if you could tell us what is in this picture, State's Exhibit 225.
That is a photo of the blue raincoat that I collected.
And this will be State's Exhibit 226. Without opening this, can you tell us what is in this item, State's Exhibit 226?
Based off of the item number and lab number and my initials, this would be the blue raincoat.
Your Honor, the state removed State's 226 into evidence.
Objection, relevant.
No response.
Your Honor, this is the purported raincoat that was recovered from the closet.
Submitted.
All right. And when you recovered that raincoat, what did you do anything with it besides photograph and collect it?
Not on that day. We transported it back to the SLED Forensic Services Laboratory.
And now in the closet where you found that raincoat, were there any guns?
No, ma'am.
Were you involved in any of the processing of the raincoat?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
And what part were you involved in?
On October 7th, 2021, at the SLED Forensic Services Laboratory, I met with SLED serology personnel to document and do additional processing on the raincoat.
Okay. And what processing did you take part in?
It was documented with photographs. The stains on the raincoat were then documented with scale tape and labeled, photographed again. SLED serology department then tested the stains with phenolphthalein, which is a presumptive test for the presence of suspected blood. All testing with phenolphthalein was negative. We then used an alternate light source to look for any latent stains on the raincoat. We observed an additional stain and documented it with photographs as well as scaled it. Then it was tested with phenolphthalein as well, and it was negative. We then used leucocrystal violet, or LCV, which is also a presumptive test for the presence of suspected blood, and it was negative also.
All right, as far as your involvement in the raincoat, does that pretty much sum it up for us?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay. All right, thank you, Agent Moore. Please answer any questions from the defense.
Good afternoon, Agent Moore.
Good afternoon.
So I understand you went to Almeda, Ms. Libby Murdaugh's home, to execute a search warrant. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And what was the day? September
September 16th, 2021.
September 16th, 2021. And you were looking for a blue tarp.
We were advised that we were searching for a blue tarp-like material.
Okay. And you found a blue tarp. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And in that blue tarp, there were dishes wrapped up in that blue tarp, right?
No, sir, no dishes were wrapped in the blue tarp. It was folded on top of the dishes.
Okay. So you seized the blue tarp, right?
Yes, sir.
And did you do any testing of the blue tarp to see if there was blood?
No, sir, I did not do any testing on the blue tarp.
Do you know anyone who did any blue testing on the blue tarp?
I am unaware of any testing done on the blue tarp.
You seized this rain jacket in here, in this box. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
And back in the lab, you did some presumptive testing. We sprayed it with phenol first.
Phenolphthalein was first utilized, yes, sir.
And phenolphthalein is a presumptive test for blood, meaning, you know, it could test positive, but it not necessarily means it's blood, right?
That is correct.
And in order to determine whether something that has tested positive with phenolphthalein, you do another type test to confirm human blood, right?
That is correct.
But the blue rain jacket never tested positive for the presumptive test using phenolphthalein, right?
That is correct.
So it was negative.
Yes, sir.
So after getting negative with phenol, then you used another product called LCV. Is that right?
We did. We used an alternate light source first to make sure that we had all stains documented.
Now, an alternate light source is what?
It is a specific wavelength of a flashlight, and you use a colored filter, and then you can see any latent things that you wouldn't be able to see with your naked eye.
And the alternative light source doesn't tell you whether that's possibly blood or something else, does it?
No, sir, it does not.
So you use that alternative light source and you identified some area, and is that the area you tested with LCV?
We tested the entire raincoat with LCV.
The entire raincoat? Okay.
Yes, sir.
And again, that's a presumptive test like phenolphthalein,
Yes, sir.
and that tested negative.
That is correct.
Okay. And so there's no more blood testing done of the rain jacket, right?
I was not involved in any further processing of the raincoat.
Do you know if that LCV that you sprayed on the entire shirt has turned the rain jacket in that box completely violet?
I have not seen the raincoat since the processing was done on October 7th, 2021.
Okay. What size is this rain jacket?
I could not tell you the exact size of the raincoat.
Well, would you agree with me that the records indicate it's a large?
Yes, sir, it is a larger jacket.
Well, the size being large, do you know if it's large? If that's the size?
I do not recall the size.
Do you mind if she opens it up? Your Honor, do you mind if the witness opens the box up and let's see what size the rain jacket is?
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
I don't have scissors.
You have scissors?
No, I don't have scissors. I have gloves.
Yeah, you probably won't gloves.
Yeah.
Hey, Jen. She's having trouble. Oh, she got it, I think.
Tell us what size it is.
Yes, sir. Um, I don't see a tag. I don't see a tag right here at the front. You may want to put gloves on. It has chemicals on it.
Ooh, I don't want to touch it then. It just did, okay. Well, do you mind standing up in front of the jury and show them how large it is? Is it a poncho style rain jacket?
Just sort of appears that way.
All right, thank you.
There's a white strip all over it.
Thank you.
Smells too good. Do you know if that rain jacket or photos of that rain jacket was shown to any members of the Murdaugh family to see if they recognize it?
I am unsure.
You did not then, did you?
No, sir, I did not.
Did you show that photo or a picture, excuse me, the photograph, the rain jacket? Let me scratch that. Did you show to Shelley Smith the rain jacket or a photo of the rain jacket?
No, sir, I did not.
Do you know of any SLED agent who did?
I do not.
1 second, Your Honor. That's all the question I have.
Further questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. I only brought this up here.
All right, Agent Moore, what happened to that tarp or raincoat? Where is it?
It's in the
Back in
box.
stock.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State's Exhibit 226. This is the raincoat you collected from that closet at Alameda.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Now, when you collected it, did it have like this tape here on the raincoat? Where we can, the white tape with the letters on there?
No, ma'am, I placed that on that.
So that was done during processing?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And we've been talking about a raincoat, but is this what you would normally think a raincoat would look like?
No, ma'am.
This is rather large for a raincoat.
Yes, ma'am.
When we found
It's
it,
like a surgical gown.
it was
The
balled up
doctors
like
wear.
this.
Doctors and nurses wear.
That is
So
correct.
No further questions for this witness, Sean.
Thank you. You may step down. Call your next witness.
William McElveen.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about your shall be the truth, so help you God? Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again. Spell your last name.
My name is William McElveen, McElveen.
Mr. McElveen, how are you doing today?
Well, how are you?
Doing well. If you would tell the jury a little bit about yourself. Where'd you grow up, and where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Columbia, South Carolina. Went to AC Fuller High School. Went to the Citadel after high school. Graduated there in 2017. Went to get my master's at Clemson. Graduated in 2018. Moved back to Charleston, worked for a CPA firm for a while. And now I'm in finance for a home builder.
For where, sorry?
For a home building company.
He looks like a baby. How do
And
you have time to
what
do all
area
that?
generally do you currently live?
Live in Charleston now.
Mr. McElveen, were you friends with Paul Murdaugh?
Was good friends.
All right, well, tell us a little bit about when y'all first met.
So I lived in Edisto Beach every summer with my granddad, and when I was growing up, and he was in Edisto all the time, so we just became close. Edisto's a small town. Not many young people live there, so the young people kind of stick together. We both love fishing, hanging out, so we just became good friends through that.
So you would spend the summers in Edisto?
That's correct. Yeah.
And what kind of things would you do throughout those summers?
Just hang out, work, fish.
What kind of jobs did you get?
Worked multiple jobs there for 5-ish summers. Worked at the marina a good bit, a restaurant there called the Sea Cow. I worked at a realty company as an inspector, and at the Bilo as well.
And I think you just said, but you met Paul about the high school years?
That's correct.
Okay. Tell us a little about your friendship. How did it start, and how did it kind of evolve?
It started just kind of common interest in fishing and
Why do we
hanging out.
care?
And then he was just a really fun guy, so we just hung out more and more.
Yeah.
And I started going to Moselle, hanging out with his whole family. They kind of took me in, and just evolved from there. Yeah.
So did you get to know him pretty well?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to know his family fairly well?
Yes, I did.
Tell us a little bit about Paul.
Paul was just a really fun guy, just like the life of the party kind of guy. Everybody that really knew him loved him. I don't know, just a great guy, very loyal friend. Kind of guy that's always there when you need him.
So if you reached out and needed something, you might want to pull that mic a little closer to your mouth so it picks it up. Just try to speak into the microphone.
Okay.
So was he sort of a responsive friend? Meaning, if you reached out to him, would he respond back?
Yes, he was very responsive.
And how did you primarily communicate with him? What means?
Cell phone normally. Yeah.
Phone calls or texts?
A little bit of both, but mostly phone calls. He was a big phone caller. Yes.
Well, I guess tell us a little bit about Paul's cell phone use. Did he like to use his cell phone?
He did like to use cell phone.
How would you describe it? His use of cell phone?
He used cell phone a lot. Like kind of every time he had a road trip or anything like that, he would use it to call all of his friends and just check in on everybody. And I can speak for almost all of his friends. We get a phone call from him almost every day. And then he used text a lot, Snapchat, that kind of stuff.
Was he on his phone quite a bit?
Yes.
To the point where was it very noticeable to his friends?
Yes.
Did you Ever have a chance, did you have an opportunity to get to know Maggie Murdaugh?
Yes, I did.
All right, well, tell us about her. What was your observations about her, or your, whatever friendship y'all had?
She was just a super sweet lady. She kind of always trusted Paul when he was with me. She would know he's staying out of trouble. I don't know, she just treated all Paul's friends like they were her kids, and just a very nice lady.
And did she approve of you hanging out with Paul?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about that.
About what? Sorry.
Well, did she ever comment to you about how she liked you hanging out with Paul?
Yeah, she did. Like hang out with Paul.
And did you have an opportunity to get to know Alex Murdaugh?
I did.
All right. And what were your perceptions of him?
I know there's only 3 people in here right now, but is anybody else having trouble distinguishing which lawyer is speaking if you can't see them? They all sound alike to me. I guess it's the accent, which I like. Because it's homey to me, because it's like close to the way me and my family talk. I don't talk quite as much, but no, they don't always sound alike. Not to me, but these guys do, and I think it must be the accent. Because I thought that was Creighton until they put the camera on. Oh, that's not Creighton.
Kind of same way with the rest of the family, just took everybody in, all Paul's friends. He was kind of the dad of all of our friend group. Same way with the rest of the family, yeah.
And is he here today?
Yes,
Did you identify him?
yes. It's in the brown jacket.
Thank you. Did you ever get to go out to the family property on Moselle?
Yes, I did.
How often would you have you been out there visiting?
Probably 30 or 40 times.
Okay. And did you spend the night when you went out there?
Yes, normally.
Tell us a little bit about the property. What kind of things would y'all do out there?
Did a lot of hunting. Also, probably more than hunting, just hanging out. Just enjoying each other's company, hanging out.
So you said about what, 30 to 40? Is that what you said?
That's correct.
If you would, please
Yep.
speak up a little bit. It's okay. All right. Now to the property. Was there a main house location?
There was, yes.
All right. And was there a secondary location for kennels in a shed?
Yes, there was.
All right. Did you spend much time out at that secondary location?
A good bit, yeah.
All right. Describe that area for us, if you would. What was out there, and what would you do out there?
So it's like a big shed hangar that side comes up. We'd all hang out over there. And there's the dog kennels. And then a few years back, they built the shed across from the hangar. And it was just a good place to get away from the main house and just hang out and talk.
If you were visiting Moselle, would you spend most of your time hanging around at that shed, the hangar area?
Depends. For large groups, we would have people over there more often. If it was just me and Paul and the family, we just hang out in the house.
You mentioned kennels. Were there a number of dogs on the property?
There were, yes.
Okay. Do you remember them?
Yes.
Okay. Tell us about the dogs you remember then. And well, first of all, were there kind of two different kinds of dogs between family dogs or working dogs?
Yes.
Okay. Did you get to know any of the family dogs?
Yes.
Who were they? Tell us about those dogs.
Bubba is a yellow lab, and then Bourbon, brown lab, and Grady is a black lab. And they were all pretty relaxed, would hang out around the house mostly, but I don't know, they were just good dogs.
Did they, and when you slept over there, did the dogs sleep at the house location, the main house?
Yes, they did. The family
Why?
dogs did.
The family dogs.
Yes.
And then there were some working dogs where would they stay, the working dogs?
They would stay in the kennels by the shed.
Haven't they already laid foundation with the dogs?
Yes, the location. So the Mazzell location, when you started going there, did it have one or two entrances and exits?
2 entrances.
Okay.
and exits.
And describe the two entrances.
So one was the main entrance that was had like brick pillar outside, and that would just kind of go to the house and not really pass anything, go through some trees. The other entrance would be next to the cabin, right behind the shed, and that entrance can kind of go multiple ways when you go in there, but that passes by the cabin and the sheds and then goes to the house as well.
And with that entrance, is that where the mailbox was located?
But I can't remember the mailbox is. I believe it was at the pillars at the main entrance, maybe.
Is that the location near the dog kennels? That second exit?
Yes, yes.
Was there one exit that was used more often than the other?
We probably more often use the one by the sheds.
Did you ever, if there was ever a time where someone was leaving the house and you all were down at the kennels, what was the normal course of action for that person, whether it was Mr. or Mrs. Murdaugh?
Say that again?
If anyone was leaving the house or coming back and you all were down at the shed area, the kennel area, what was the normal course of action for Mr. or Mrs. Murdaugh if they were leaving the house and exiting and you were down there?
Typically, they would come check on us and drive by and just say, hey. But
That was normal?
I would say it's normal, yes.
Did you, with Paul, were you guys close enough where you shared your location with each other?
We did.
Tell us what that means. Is this an iPhone?
Yeah, it's the app on Find My Friends on iPhone.
Mac,
And what does it mean to actually share your location with someone?
Just means at any point in time, you can open your phone and see where all your friends are and pinpoint their exact location.
for every hand.
Did you do that with many people?
Probably 5 or 10.
Do you know if Paul did that with many people?
Don't think Paul did with many people now.
When you spent time down at the hangar in the kennels, was it common for firearms to be stored down there or left down there?
Not common, no.
In those times, you said you've been about there about 30 to 40 times. How would you explain common? Was it something that you frequently see or not frequently?
I can't remember a time I've seen firearms left at the sheds.
When's the last time you saw Paul Murdaugh?
June 5th, I think, 2 days before.
That weekend before
Yes,
Monday, June
yes.
7th? Tell us about that weekend.
I can't remember much. We were hanging out with my friends' houses. I think we went to a bar called the Windjammer in Charleston, but I don't remember much from the weekend.
Did you see him on Sunday?
Do not think I saw him on Sunday, no.
Did he stay at your house that weekend?
I don't think so. My friends and I were talking about that. We can't remember if it was my house or one of my other friends' houses.
Would Paul commonly stay at, when he was visiting Charleston, would he crash at people's houses?
Yes, he normally stayed at our house.
You don't remember if that particular time he did or not?
Don't remember.
How were you kind of told about the murders? How'd you find out?
So I had missed a few calls in the middle of the night that I didn't wake up to. The next morning, my roommate came in my room and told me.
Your roommate is who?
Frank Chapman.
And he told you what happened?
Yes.
Did you make it out to the property at all?
Yes, the next day I went out to the property.
So the 8th of June?
Yes.
And walk us through what happened out there when you made it to the property. Where did you go?
We just went to the main house and just went to see the family and be with everybody.
A lot of friends and family were there.
Good bit of friends and family, yes.
Did you attend the funeral as well?
I did, yes.
Like court's indulgence? No further questions?
That's,
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Mr. McElveen, where are you from?
From Columbia, South Carolina.
And are you friends with Will Chapman and Frank Chapman and Will Loving and
I am, yes.
that crowd? Okay. And so you met with Paul, I take it, down at Edisto with the Columbia group?
Yep,
And you became really good friends with Paul's, correct?
correct,
And I think you described him as a loyal friend, did you not?
correct.
And you became close not only to Paul, but to the entire Murdaugh family, right?
Correct.
You know, there are houses that kids, teenagers, young adults congregate at their parents' house. Was the Murdaugh house at Edisto one of those houses where people would congregate?
It was, yes.
And you spent a lot of time at Edisto there in the summers?
I did, yes.
And you spent time around Alec and Paul and Buster and Maggie, is that correct?
That's correct.
And how would you describe Alec's relationship with Paul?
They had a very good relationship. They were kind of best friends in a way.
They were close.
Very close.
And how, from your observation, how would you describe Alec's relationship with Maggie?
From everything I've seen, it was great too. I mean, nothing, I've never seen anything negative.
Right. And they like for Paul to hang around with you, and right?
That's correct.
I mean, I think you were asked about that. You strike me as someone who's very responsible. Did they like that about you, you think?
They did, I think so.
And you strike me as someone who if you're down at Moselle, would not leave guns laying around. You wouldn't do that, would you?
Probably not, no, sir.
Okay, so when you were with Paul, hunting, you were responsible enough to be sure that guns got put away properly, correct?
Correct.
You were asked about some of their dogs. Actually, Paul had a puppy, did he not?
He did.
You have that puppy now?
I do.
What's his name?
His name's Goose.
How's he doing?
He's doing great.
Glad to hear that.
That's sad.
And you describe 3 labs: Bubba, the yellow lab, Verdon, the brown lab, and Grady, the black lab.
That's correct.
And when you were at Moselle, I mean, these were family dogs, and they stayed up at the residence.
That's right.
No, but the residence, they had a invisible electric fence around the house, correct?
I didn't know about it, but possibly so.
We
Okay.
used to have those.
Well, was Bubba
It broke.
a
Great
handful?
while it lasted.
Just take off sometimes?
Sometimes.
Right. And you don't know, when was the last time you were at Moselle?
I can't remember.
Was it in 2021?
Most likely.
Okay. Were the dogs there?
Can't remember.
When you heard that Paul had been murdered, did Will Loving come down to your house in Charleston, or was it another friend's house?
Will went to another friend's, but I think he came to our house later in the day. But we had a group at our house as well.
And then you went to Moselle?
The next day we went to Moselle.
Has that been on that Wednesday? Murders were Monday night, late.
So yes, I guess that Wednesday we went to Moselle.
So not the Tuesday, but the Wednesday.
I believe that's correct.
And who all went with you?
I think Frank Chapman went with me. And that might be it.
And who was there when you got there? Were any other Paul? Any other friends of Paul there when you got there?
Rogan was there, and Nolan was there.
And what was?
Might have been a couple more, but I'm not sure.
Okay. What was Alex Murdaugh's demeanor when you saw him?
Just sad, crying.
Did y'all hug?
We did hug, yeah.
What?
And did he?
Hey, Nancy. What kind of question is
He
that?
was crying.
Yes.
Why do you need to know if he hugged him? Some of these questions.
And did you go back over to Moselle after the funeral?
Yes, I did.
And were there a bunch of Paul's friends there?
There were, yes.
And can you tell me, was Alex, is he still crying, hugging all the Paul's
He
friends?
was still crying. I mean, there are so many people there that it's kind of a line to see him, but from the little bit I saw him, yes.
One second, Your Honor. Do I have anything further?
Anything further? Thank you. You may step
What's
down.
the point of that testimony? They had dogs. We already knew that.
Break. Addressing the jury, 15 minutes break.
To this charge. And of course, obviously, I was just suggesting to you,
Yes, sir.
we're just suggesting that you obviously have authority.
All right, Mr. Waters.
Your Honor, and I don't know if Your Honor has another instruction that you prefer. I probably would do the language just a little different in that particular one, but I think fundamentally the principles are accurate. I do think that the next to last sentence is superfluous because that's already said, but I think that's fine. And in the end, I don't think that there's too much that we have an issue with that particular charge.
And Your Honor, other matter before we bring the jury in, would you want to hear from me now? The state intends on introducing not this witness. If this witness is another witness, the GSR person, specific GSR person.
That's correct. That'd be the witness after this.
Okay.
Judge
Evidence of
Newman?
GSR gunshot residue on that blue jacket. We would object to any such testimony under a 403 analysis. Prejudice outweighs the probative, and I'm struggling to figure out what the probative is. So I'm in this. I mean, I think it's factually driven. I think the state needs to give you some sense of what it proves. A jacket, I might point out, no one has put in the hands of the defendant. And the tarp that they found, they never tested for GSR,
Didn't
blood,
she say
DNA.
you saw him holding it?
And everyone says tarp. That's a jacket. I don't know how you connect it to the defendant. If the prejudice far outweighs any probative value in that it's not been connected to him, even circumstantially not connected to him, the only witness to it, Shelley, who I've talked to a couple times, indicated that was not what he had in his hands. And she'd never seen it before, never seen it with him. So, Your Honor, we'd oppose it under a 403 analysis.
Yes, Your Honor. I think if you listen to the testimony of Ms. Smith in totality, first of all, she identified a picture where she said, yeah, that looks like what it was. It was balled up. And that picture, of course, was then identified by Ms. Moore as where they recovered the actual raincoat, which, of course, is a very, very large raincoat and very easily could be identified as a tarp. I think any issues that Mr. Harpootlian wants to make, he can certainly argue those to the jury, but the connection has been established between Ms. Smith and that particular raincoat, and looking at the picture and saying, that's looks like what I saw. Additionally, with that other tarp, she also testified that there was no silver on that tarp, and if you look at the picture of that other tarp, it is half blue and half silver, so it's a very...
Which other tarp?
There was, I think, Miss, and I'll have to find the exhibits for me real quick, Your Honor. Today, yes, please. So, Your Honor, and I can put them up on the elbow or hand them up, whichever you prefer, but we have State's Exhibit 224, and this was a tarp you could see with a lot of silver on it, but State's Exhibit 411, Ms. Smith identified as that's what it looked like. You can see that balled up thing right there, and that is ultimately the rain jacket, which, as you saw, particularly on Redirect with Ms. Gowd, this is extremely large, very easily could look like a tarp, and when she balled it up, Ms. Smith said, yeah, that's what it looked like. So I think there's been enough of a nexus established as to the probative value, and what you'll, of course, hear is that from the GSR experts is that very high levels of GSR were found within the inside of that blue rain jacket, which again is this big and very, very long. Again, Mr. Harpootlian can argue to the jury whatever inferences he wants to, but I think the state has established enough of a nexus to not only make it relevant, but to make its probative value not substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice.
Yes, sir.
I think he either misunderstood or is misquoting what Ms. Smith said.
No,
She
you
said,
are.
when she was shown that photo, she said it's the same color or like the same color. She never, ever, ever said that's what I saw him with as he came through the door. And by the way, she found the tarp. That couldn't be the tarp because the tarp was found downstairs across a chair, which is what she said he walked in with. So the tarp in the box obviously isn't it. And I mean, she said the tarp that he came in with was the one that was on the chair when he came down, not the coat. All she ever said was that blue coat, balled up, appears to be the same color. No one has ever said that she saw him or anybody saw him with that jacket. And I would also point out that I hate to say this, but I would suspect there are a number of rain jackets in this area of the state that have GSR on them, in them, around them. So there's no one that
Who
says
goes hunting
he
in
had
the rain, Coot?
all she ever said was, and by the way, it was all balled up. All she said was, it looks like the same color.
Who goes
Saw a
shooting
picture
in
of the rain
rain?
jacket and said, that
Why
is
did
not
they
what
have
he
GSR
was
on a
carrying when
raincoat?
he came in.
All right. The item is in evidence. The witness testified as to the location of the item of evidence and where she believed that it was placed by the defendant. It's in evidence. Obviously, the state contends that it has some inculpatory evidence on it. This is a circumstantial case, and circumstantially, proof may be offered on the issue of whether or not this gunshot residue or whatever it might be can be traced to the defendant. And I overrule the objection. I find the evidence offered is more probative than prejudicial, though I do not believe a probative versus prejudicial analysis is required on this issue. But to the extent that it is, I find that it's more probative than prejudicial, and I deny the motion to prevent the state from offering testimony.
Accept your ruling.
Yes, sir. If you bring the jury.
Why? I hate to say this. Well, then you probably shouldn't. Why would a raincoat have GSR on it? Who goes hunting in the rain? And I'm not talking about like if somebody was murdering somebody while they were wearing a raincoat, because he said, I hate to say it, but there's probably a lot of raincoats in this county that have GSR on it. No, because people don't go hunting in the rain. I think that the tarp or raincoat or whatever it was good evidence that they got totally sloppy with. And well, maybe the state didn't get sloppy with, but certainly the defense has muddied the waters, but that's their job. That's what they're supposed to do. But there was speculation that I can't remember. One speculation was there was a gun in it, and another
Thank you.
was
The next witness.
But I don't know.
State's next witness.
Johnny James for the state calls Natasha Moody.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Take a seat in the witness stand. State your name again for the record. Spell your last name.
You think when Becky was saying the things she was saying,
Her name is Natasha Moody, last name
she
Moodie.
wasn't doing anything wrong?
I spelled it with a Y on my paper. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Miss Moody, where are you from?
Jacksonville, Florida,
And for whom do you work?
Bank of America, NA.
What do you do for Bank of America NA?
I am a consumer resolution associate.
Consumer Resolution Associate. What does a Consumer Resolution Associate do?
I manage a portfolio of litigated matters. I appear on behalf of the bank for trials, depositions, mediations, and I also review our business records on a daily basis.
Your business records. Were you asked to review business records for Bank of America NA in relation to this case?
I did.
I am showing you 3 items labeled for identification as State's Exhibit 415, 416, and 417. Do you recognize these items?
I do.
And how do you recognize them?
I reviewed them and I also initialed them.
And generally speaking, what are these items?
These are documents for this case, opening account documents, monthly statements for various accounts, and copies of checks for this account, for various accounts.
So are they bank records?
Yes. I have some. Thank you.
Our state moves to introduce exhibits 415, 416, and 417 into evidence at this time, my understanding with subject to any objections from your honor's previous ruling off today.
Yes, sir. Ms. Harpooth.
Your Honor, may I confer with Mr. Murdaugh?
Yes.
Prior to the admission of these records, I would ask you to give whatever cautionary charge you're going to do.
All right. Be happy to. Ladies and gentlemen, evidence or testimony is about to be offered that the defendant may have been involved in other criminal activity. And that evidence is not evidence or proof that he committed the offenses charged in the indictments. This testimony has been allowed and is being allowed for the limited purpose of assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider this evidence for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh, nor may you consider this evidence as evidence of his propensity to commit other crimes, or that it is more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently on trial. It is being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motive to commit the crimes for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Very briefly, Ms. Moody, we had 3 discs that are now in evidence. What information is on that first disc? You indicated that it was bank records. Do you have any additional information to describe those bank records?
I do, but I don't have the disc in front of me.
Okay. Showing you state's exhibit labeled 415. What records are on that disc?
They are checking account ending, it involves checking accounts, and I can give you the last 4 digits of those.
If you would, please.
Checking account ending in the last 4 digits is 6779. It has account opening documents for that one. The next one is account ending in 7991, and those are account opening documents for that account. And then checking account ending in 7625, and that's account opening documents for that account, and then also monthly statements and supporting documents for all 3 accounts.
Thank you. Now showing you state's exhibit 416. What's on this disc?
These are credit card ending in 9559. And those are monthly statements in that, and account opening application documents.
State's exhibit 417. What's on that disc?
Also another credit card ending in 8591. And these are application accompanying documents and monthly statements for this account.
Your Honor, I don't
These are in evidence, but we would not have any objection to them except as to our previously made objections.
Yes, sir.
They move to admit these 3 exhibits. No further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Thank you, Ms. Moody.
Moody.
Moody, you may step down and you're excused. Let me call your next witness.
Now call Jamie Hall.
Right hand, raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record. Spell your last name, please.
My name is Jamie Hall, Hall.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Where do you work?
I'm currently employed at the West Columbia Police Department as an evidence custodian
How long have you been there?
since April of 2022.
Will you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of this jury about Jamie Hall? As much of your background, as personal background as you want to, I'll leave that to you, but specifically your education and background that led you to law enforcement, please.
Yes, sir. I grew up in the Midlands area of South Carolina. Upon graduating high school, I attended Clemson University and obtained my bachelor's of science degree in wildlife and fisheries biology. After that, I spent a couple years traveling and working some various jobs. I moved back to the area in 2013 and began looking to start a career and ended up at SLED in 2015 as an administrative assistant in the trace evidence department in the forensic services laboratory. I was an administrative assistant until 2017 when I became an evidence technician, a forensic technician too, in the trace evidence lab.
When did you graduate Clemson?
In 2010.
Okay. So after you traveled some, you started working in SLED in what year?
In 2015.
Okay. What was your job then?
I was an administrative assistant.
And what does that mean?
For the trace evidence department, that involved answering phone calls, filing documents, pretty much
Secretary.
normal administrative duties.
That's what that means, secretary.
Did you further your education or your experiences while you were at SLED in that field?
No, sir. When I became the technician in 2017, that's when I began the in-house training for that career.
Okay. Tell us about the in-house training.
Why you
When you
sound
became the forensic technician.
Yeah, so that training involved oral and practical examinations in-house under the supervision of an analyst, in which I learned how to properly handle the evidence and process the evidence for potential GSR. I also oversaw some testimonies of some analysts to be familiar with courtroom policies as well. And I took some outside training from Hook College in Chicago as well.
Hook College in Chicago?
Hook, yes, sir.
What was that training?
It was training regarding the scanning electron microscope, which is used for GSR analysis. Hello.
That's the acronym is SEM for that?
The SEM, yes, sir.
And when did you leave SLED?
In March of 2022
Okay. And do you mind, you're working where now?
at the West Columbia Police Department.
West Columbia Police Department, and you are there what?
Evidence custodian.
Now, back in June of 2021, you were a forensic technician for SLED.
Yes, sir.
Special agent, forensic technician?
No, sir. I was not considered an agent or considered law enforcement. I was just the forensic technician too.
Okay. So then, in June of 2021, what was your job on a day-to-day basis?
My primary role in the trace evidence department as a forensic technician was to prepare evidence for GSR analysis. That include GSR kits as well as inanimate objects that came in for potential GSR testing.
And we're going to have Ms. Fletcher testify right after you, but what is a GSR kit?
A GSR kit is an envelope that goes out to officers or investigators so that they can collect on scene from a potential suspect's hands. And it involves, it has all the items they need: gloves so that they can make sure they're not contaminating the subject's hand. And then the little vials that can.
I have to vent. I have to vent. That was the pharmacy. I am out of one of my medications. I've been out. And every time I call to get refills for other medications as I run out, I ask them to fill this medication for me. And they keep telling me that there's no refills for it. So I have a doctor's appointment Monday, and I was going to ask for them to fill it. The pharmacy just said they've had it filled and waiting for me for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. And I have suffered symptoms from not having that medication. And I need it very bad. 2 weeks they've had it. And Travis goes and picks up medicine. They call me and they're like, we have one of your medications ready. And then Travis goes, picks it up after he gets off work. 2 weeks they've had this. And every time I've called, I've asked about it. Never had trouble with this pharmacy before, but I'm upset. And that's what I told her. I was like, I've never had a problem with you guys before, but I'm upset now.
Contain the GSR particle lifts with a double-sided adhesive that's used to dab across their hands to pick up any potential GSR.
So those are kind of done in the field, if you will?
Yes, sir.
After a local law enforcement agency uses one of these kits, what happens to it?
When they decide that they need it analyzed, they submit it to the laboratory. And then when it comes into the laboratory, I prepare it for analysis. So that involves me making sure it's been properly sealed and initialed, handled properly, the correct kit. There are a variety of kits out there. Our lab has particular kits that we accept. So I confirm that it is an acceptable kit. And I also confirm that it was collected within the allowed time frame. On a living person, we're touching things all the time and possibly contaminating or removing the GSR. So we do have a 6-hour time limit on kits collected from individuals.
So if a kit comes into SLED or your possession, do you check to see if it was collected during that 6-hour time period?
Yes, sir, I do.
And how do you do that?
We have what we call an information worksheet included in each GSR kit that the officer fills out that includes the time or the estimated time that the shooting occurred, as well as the time that the kit was collected.
I'm going to show you what is marked States 13. Can you tell if you were involved with States 13? And if you can, how can you tell?
Yes, sir. This has the unique SLED lab number and item number, and it also has my initials on the day that I processed it.
6821 JEH.
Yes, sir.
What's the E stand for?
Elizabeth.
Now, court, would you open this, please?
Thank you.
Did you examine States 13?
Yes, sir. Again, it also has my date and initials from the day that I processed it.
Your initials again, JEH?
Yes, sir.
6821?
Yes, sir.
And when you're processing this, tell us again, what are you looking to see, whether it's what's done or not, or just tell us what you
Okay. So for a GSR kit, I start by using what we call an inventory worksheet. And on that worksheet, what I'm doing is confirming the manufacturer of the kit as well as the lot number for the kit. They have lot numbers for quality control purposes to make sure they're not contaminated before they're used for collection. I'm confirming who the kit was collected from, that 6-hour time frame. And during that time, I also label the individual particle lifts inside with the unique lab number, item number, date and initials for control purposes.
And I believe a sheet has been entered where Varnado collected this GSR kit from the defendant. Are you aware of that?
Are you referring to the gunshot residue analysis information sheet?
That's exactly what I'm referring to.
Yes, sir. That's what I would have used to confirm the 6-hour time frame.
And it's in evidence already. I'm not sure exactly what number, but do you have that copy?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay. And this is already, if you'll trust me, this has already been entered into evidence. Did you use this in examining, determining whether this was collected properly?
Yes, sir, I did. It also has my date and initials on it.
So using the form, show these ladies and gentlemen what you did. How you came up and.
There's a section here at the bottom. So we have the subject's name from whom it was collected.
And who is that?
This one says Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
Okay.
As well as the time and date the shooting occurred, 6/7/21, 10 p.m.
And that's information that's gathered at the scene from somebody, right?
Yes, sir. This particular kit says that it was filled out by collecting officer Brian Vandor. Sorry if I messed that up.
Good enough. Okay.
And then at the bottom, the collecting officer has also signed and dated that it was collected at 6/7/21 at 11:15 p.m.
And would that 11:15 fit in the time period where you're saying, okay, well, I can pass this on to be analyzed?
Yes, sir. It's an hour and 15 minutes.
And so, not taking away from what your job at all, but one of your jobs just to make sure that's done correctly?
Yes, sir.
And then do you inspect the vials, if you will, to make
Yes,
sure?
sir. I make sure that there's nothing out of the ordinary with them. Occasionally, you would have a little crack in the vial, but I've never had anything damaged.
So in your opinion, these were collected properly and you passed them on for analysis?
To the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
Now, let me ask you this much. Local agencies that you examine items for potential evidence, in this case, gunshot residue, how do they get to the lab?
Typically, the officers from the local agency submit them through our evidence control department. And once they're submitted that way, that's when they're assigned their unique lab number and item numbers for each piece of evidence. And then based on the type of analysis that agency requested, we would get notice that it needs to be processed. And so I would pick it up from evidence control and bring it upstairs to the trace lab to begin the processing.
And is all that documented from local agency to y'all and where it goes from there?
I can't attest to what the outside agencies do. I believe it probably varies agency to agency. But once it's been logged into our system downstairs, it is tracked throughout the laboratory for every hand that touches it.
That's kind of what we refer to as a chain, correct?
Yes, sir. It's referred to as the chain of custody.
Chain of custody. Now, did you have some other items of potential evidence in this case that you examined?
Yes, sir. I had several other items.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's marked state 418. Ask me if you can just identify this. That's all, and does it relate to your testimony?
Well, I can no longer see my initials, but I did process items that were in container D, and this is marked with container D for this case number. Yes, sir.
And would you open it up then to see if you can
Yes.
further find your mark with the court's permission? Mark 21, excuse me, it's your lab number 21 contained in states 418 at this point for identification. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I recognize it as the lab item number 20.
And what is lab item number 20?
It was a brown paper bag containing one pair of green cargo shorts.
And also contained in 418, lab number 21. Can you tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's lab number or item number for this case 19, which was a brown paper bag containing one white T-shirt.
Now, okay.
I don't have an objection for it.
Your Honor, all 418 without objection.
Without objection.
You're admitted.
I'm going to show you what. Thank you, Your Honor. Sorry. I'm going to ask you, please, man, this is a crazy question. Look at 423, 424, and 425. Do you recognize these, and do they relate to what you're talking about right now?
Yes, sir. These are PGSR collection worksheets from clothing that I generate during my process of collecting from inanimate objects.
Okay. Inanimate objects.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's start with the shirt, 423.
Yes,
What's
sir.
in evidence? Tell these folks what you did with the shirt.
So anytime we're processing clothing or an inanimate object in the lab, we start by making sure everything's been thoroughly cleaned, and we also place down parchment paper to just as an extra check and balance to make sure there's nothing contaminating the evidence. We also place what we call a clothing blank out onto the table where we are processing. That's just another one of those double-sided adhesive stubs, and it's left open and exposed to the environment to make sure there's no contamination in the environment. That's how I start all of my clothing. Then I confirm that everything is adequately sealed and documented, and I open my items and lay them out on the parchment paper. I photograph items, and then I do label those items for identification later if needed. And then I will sample the clothing item closest in the areas that would be closest to the discharge of the firearm. So in this case, we're talking about a T-shirt. So I will sample the right chest and sleeve area together and the left chest and left sleeve together. So if you want to draw a line down your midline for right and left, and then we typically go down to just below the chest area.
And is that what you do with every shirt?
Yes, sir. If it's a long sleeve garment, I would typically use a separate particle lift for the chest area and the arms, just because the adhesive doesn't last quite as long.
And if you said this, I apologize, I'm tired. Why are you doing those areas?
It's closest to the discharge of a firearm.
Potential discharge, so that's where you test.
Yes, sir.
Well, looking at the shirt, look 418, the shirt that's contained in here. Which one's the shirt?
19.
19?
Yes, sir.
Before you get to doing the particle list, what's the first thing you do?
I confirm what the item is and that it's properly sealed and initialed.
Do you open it?
After I clean, I open it. Yes, sir.
And do you make observations of items when you first open it?
Yes, sir. Anything that seems out of the ordinary for any item is documented on the worksheet in the comments section.
And you have a comment section. That's where you put your thoughts, right?
Yes, sir. Anything that may, again, be out of the ordinary or affect the analysis later.
And just to go back, you go down a bit. Yeah, so this is right sleeve, right chest, left sleeve, left chest. Hanes beefy shirt, right?
Introducing 423 into evidence. I don't think it's in evidence yet, but no objection.
We offered it a little while ago without objection. 423, 24, 25.
I have no objection to those three exhibits going in.
I thought I'd said that. If I didn't, I apologize. Is this a Hanes beefy t-shirt?
Yes, sir, it was.
And item 19.1, what are your comments on this?
Small reddish brown stains observed. Shirt had an odor of laundry detergent.
What do you mean by that, an odor of laundry detergent?
It just smelled freshly laundered, which is not typical of the lab. Typically, clothing smells slightly musky when we get it.
And you examined this shirt when?
On June 8th of 2021.
Now, you didn't know, did you have any knowledge about this case whatsoever?
I just knew that we had asked to make it a priority in the lab.
And you attempted to collect particle lists from that shirt?
I did collect particle lists from the shirt. Yes, sir.
Next, states 425. Sorry, we're out of order here. This is also your clothing worksheet?
Can I see the top of that sheet? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, yes, sir.
And what was this that you examined?
This was the worksheet we generated when we collected from a seatbelt that was collected from a 2021 Chevy Suburban, South Carolina, tag CZL420.
I think we have it marked for ID only. Do you recognize this? Strike that, I'm sorry. The seatbelt states 100. Thank you to everybody. Page 100. Can you look at this and see if you haven't examined that before? Does it relate to your testimony?
Yes, sir. This was sled item number 142, and it also has my date and initials on it as well.
All right, what did you do with states 100?
At the direction of the analyst, Megan Fletcher, I collected samples from various areas on the seatbelt.
Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, how did you determine where you were going to collect samples?
Since this was not our typical item, I collected from areas in which Megan instructed me to collect.
Which was where?
We collected from the buckle, 3 different areas of the belt, and the latch plate.
Can you show the jury where you collected?
Yeah. So this, I believe, was what we call the latch plate.
Okay.
Sorry if I'm misspeaking on that, but
And then the buckle was, oh gosh, this area here. And we did the top and bottom of it. And the 3 sections were just, we measured the length for each section, did a section, rolled more out, and did the next section.
And how are you actually doing it with the particle lifts? How are you collecting this?
So as stated before, the particle lifts have a double-sided adhesive on it. And you just repeatedly dab that across the garment or the item that you're collecting until it loses its adhesive abilities.
100, we'd offer, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor. Did it?
Thank you. And looking back on the sheet, this noted here, that's where you went through and did your inventory sheet, correct?
Yes, sir.
And this is to document you did what you did, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also have an occasion to examine the pants in this case? It's already, I believe, in evidence.
I did collect from some cargo shorts.
And those were also included on what I just took down off the MO, but can you tell the folks where you collected or tried to collect lifts off the cargo shorts and why you collected in those areas?
Yes, sir. For any type of pants or shorts, we always collect from the right groin and the left groin area. Again, that's the area that's closest to the discharge of a firearm.
And that's standard. That's what you do.
That is standard practice.
Now, did you
Is that correct, Mr. Griffin?
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that minute?
Would you mind opening up for, first of all, do you know whether or not you examined a pair of shoes in this case?
I did, and these are the shoes sled item number 21.
Okay. Would you please open that for the ladies and gentlemen?
Where you going, Spice?
Yeah, it's gonna be lost. I use gloves.
Sure. Yes, ma'am. Before you cutting that, do you see JEH on here?
Yes, sir, I do. On 6/8/21, I signed my initials.
So what is all that right there?
I believe it's yard debris.
Court permission to dump this right here, or can I get a trash can?
What are they dumping? They're dumping something that was in an evidence box.
These are states 419 in without objection. Can you show these to the jury?
Sir.
Show the jury what you, I'll hold them. Show the jury what you
So with shoes, when we collect from them, we're going to collect again to the area that would be closest to the discharge of the firearm, so the front of the shoe. So in this case, I would do the area where the laces would typically be and the front toe. Depending on how well the adhesive continues, it will depend on how far back I go, but I start with the toe and then work my area down the sides.
Is this the condition they were when you saw them on June 8th, 2021?
There was more grassy type material on them when I had them.
And what I just dumped in the trash can with the court's permission and in here, did you indicate on your comment section
Yes.
whether or not yard debris was present?
Yes, sir. I commented that shoes were wet with yard debris present.
Wet with yard debris.
Yes, sir.
Did you, on June 8th now, go back in your mind,
Mhm.
when you saw these, in addition to wet and yard debris, did you make any other notes in the comment section about those shoes?
I did not.
Do you remember, did you see anything that looked like blood?
I did not make any note of that. No, sir.
With your naked eye?
No, sir.
Top or bottom?
No, sir.
Did you have any other items that you examined that were presented to you for examination either by yourself or with Megan Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
What was that?
It was sled item number 173. And it was, we described it as one blue rain jacket / poncho.
Okay. And was this the same? No. When did you examine the poncho?
I believe we began on October 5th, 2021.
Okay. So is it fair to say that the clothes, the shirt, the pants, and the shoes were on June 8th of 2021?
Let me check my notes. Yes, sir, that's correct. June 8th of 2021.
And I didn't ask you this, and I apologize. When did you examine the belt, the seat belt?
The seatbelt was examined on September 1st, 2021.
And again, the specific date for the raincoat was what?
October 5th, 2021.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen, take us to the lab now. How did you examine that garment, the rain jacket?
This was also not our typical garment, and I believe there was some information provided from investigations. So everything I did in this case was at the direct, or in this, for this particular item, was at the direct supervision of Megan Fletcher. She essentially told me where she would like me to collect, and she documented everything on the note sheet while I physically collected the particle list.
On 420 and 427 without objection.
Is that correct?
That's correct, Your Honor.
They're admitted.
And Your Honor, 421 are the particle list from the rain jacket, and I believe there's no objection except the further the objection they made previously. No additional objection, 421.
They're admitted.
So let me go back in time real quick. Are these the particle lifts you took from the seatbelt? 427?
Yes, sir, my initials are also on each individual stub.
And that's sort of like the officer has in the scene. You're now doing it in the lab, taking particle lifts, correct?
Correct.
And particle lifts from 420 lists from 19, 20, and 21, which I think are the pants, the shirt, and the shoes. Were these the particle lists from 420 that you actually took?
Yes, sir.
Again, in the twos.
Yes, sir.
And your initials is on.
Yes, sir.
Now, 421, you said it was a little different, unusual. How did you take the particle list on this rain jacket?
I believe everything was considered in Megan's custody while I was doing the collection. And then it was transferred directly to my custody when I carbon coated the particle lifts. That's just a process where a thin layer of carbon is added. It allows the analyst to get better images on the instrument. It doesn't do anything to add or remove GFSR. It just simply adds a very thin layer of carbon. So it was in my custody at that time, but prior to that, it was in Megan's custody.
The allergies, I don't know. They get better. They get worse. They get better. They get worse.
I'll show you this. Part is
Start
226.
going back to bed.
Is this the rain jacket that you were describing?
If I can check the bottom cuff. Yes, sir. The date and my initials are here in the bottom cuff.
So you looked at this rain jacket,
Yes, sir, I did.
and Megan Fletcher was with you.
Yes, sir.
And tell the ladies and gentlemen, how did you process? Where did you attempt to get particle lists?
Basically the entire garment. We marked it off in different sections, again, where Megan advised me to collect from, and I repeatedly dabbed the particle lift across each section until it lost adhesive.
These particle lists?
Yes, sir.
You dabbed each one of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what are these little things on here? These tape or the?
I'm not sure what those are.
Now you did the outside of this garment.
Correct.
Did you do anything else to it?
We also sampled the inside of this garment as well.
You actually turned it inside out and took samples from the inside.
That's correct.
Megan Fletcher was with you.
Yes, sir.
What about the hood? Did you test it or take samples from the outside of the hood?
Yes, sir, we did.
Did you take samples from the inside of the hood?
Yes, sir, we did.
Sorry. Had the court's indulgence. I'm not wearing gloves here now, but when you're examining all of these items, do you wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Does Megan Fletcher, did she wear gloves?
Yes, sir.
Why?
To make sure we're not contaminating it, as well as to protect ourselves from anything that may be on the garment.
And as far as the, to not contaminate it, you don't want to put anything of you on that garment.
Correct. It's standard practice for us to wear a lab coat, gloves, and if it's going to be processed for DNA later, we also wear a mask.
And is that in a controlled environment when you attempt to get these particles?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Judge, that's all.
By the defense.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. It's 423.
I'm sorry, yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms. Hall.
Good afternoon.
You said if you're going to do DNA testing, you wear a mask.
Yes, sir.
Did you wear a mask?
Yes, sir, I did.
So, to your knowledge, were some of these items processed for DNA after the GSR processing?
It was my understanding that they had the potential for DNA analysis. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, let's just talk about how you go about sampling for GSR. And you talked about the shirt, and you said you would do the chest and sleeve on either side. How does that work? Do you lay the shirt out on a table?
Yes, sir. So as I stated, the table is thoroughly cleaned, and then we place down parchment paper as well, sterile parchment paper, and lay the garment out on that so that we can access all the areas.
And for the shirt here, I think it's item 19, did you just check on the two areas at the top on the chest side?
Yes, sir. Unless we're given information from the investigative team or from an officer who submitted it that there's potentially a reason to test somewhere else, we only test the chest and sleeve area because that's the area that would be closest to the discharge of a firearm.
And that's what you're looking for is, do you call it gunshot residue? Is that right?
Yes, sir. It's microscopic, so you cannot see it. Therefore, we're testing the areas where we would expect to find it.
And you would expect to find gunshot residue on the shoulders of a person who had recently shot a gun, I would take it.
Yes, sir.
That's what you're looking for.
That's what we're trying to find out, yes.
Right. And then you did some GSR testing of a seatbelt assembly and buckle and whatnot, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you did GSR testing of this rain jacket here, right?
Correct.
And shirt, shorts, shoes, and Officer Varnado, I think is his name, you received a sample from him and you just checked to be sure it was off.
I didn't physically receive it from him, but he was the collecting officer listed on the sheet. Yes, sir.
Okay. And so he would have taken the sample, or whoever did it would have taken it from Mr. Murdaugh. And that would be item number 18, I believe.
Slide item 18. Yes, sir.
And those are the samples taken from Mr. Murdaugh's hands, I take it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you can get gunshot residue on you by just simply picking up a firearm, can you not?
Those questions would be better asked of the analyst. I can only testify to that factually what I did.
Okay. And the analyst here is Ms. Fletcher?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you to take a look at your worksheet, which is in evidence 423. And do you have that up there?
Yes, sir.
You know, I think I'd rather put it on the Elmo so we can. Do you have it in?
I have my copy. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So all right. Yeah, go to the top. Okay, let's stop right there. Agent Hall, it says that this was a brand Hanes beefy T-shirt,
Yes, sir.
and then particle lifts, right sleeve, right chest, left sleeve, left chest, correct?
Correct.
And it says description, paper bag containing one white T-shirt. Is that right?
That's correct.
And Doug, if you'll go down a little bit more, okay, and then there it says, comment, small reddish brown stains observed. Shirt had odor of laundry detergent. That's what it says, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what those small reddish brown stains looked like?
They looked like small reddish brown stains on the shirt.
Were they tested?
I have no knowledge of what was done after I handled the object.
Okay. Now below here it says sealed brown paper bag containing one pair of green shorts. Is that just an entry for another item?
Yes, sir. That's item number 20. The sheet is designed where we can put 2 items on one sheet.
Okay. So when you received the shirt, item 19, was it in its own separate bag?
In this case, it was. Yes, sir. That's why I made the note that that individual item contained its own brown paper bag, while the description says brown paper bag containing.
Okay. And the shorts, those are green cargo shorts. And again, you lifted, it says right groin, left groin.
Correct.
And it's just is it on the inside of the pants leg or?
Well, it's on the outside of the garment, down to, a reasonable distance, depending on the type of fabric, could depend on how much adhesive it has, depending on how large the garment is from the person. A small garment versus a 3XL is completely different. It depends on how far I can go down on the garment.
And to do this, you take a sticky something or another?
It's a double-sided adhesive on an aluminum stub within those little vials. The bottom has a holder for that, and then we grip it by the bottom and repeatedly dab it across the garment.
Until it loses its stickiness.
Correct.
And then, do you do 1 vial per area or multiple vials?
It's 1 vial per area listed. If for some reason I needed to use an extra vial or an additional vial, that would have had its own listing on the worksheet.
Okay. Now I tell you don't know what the results of your lifting were, do you?
No, sir, I do not.
That you would then finish your work and send it up the chain?
Yes, sir. All the items are either given directly to the analyst or they're securely stored in the trace evidence lab until the analyst takes possession of them.
And this blue rain jacket, you said you put carbon on it or something?
Yes, sir. It's a standard practice for anything collected from an inanimate object. We typically get a lot of debris, sand, dirt, or fibers, typically from clothing, and that can cause it to be a little bit more difficult on the instrument for them to get pictures of the particles. So the carbon just allows them to get a better picture of the a better picture of the particles when they do their analysis, but it does not do anything to add or remove GSR.
So you put the carbon down before you use your sticky thing?
No, sir, that process happens after the collection.
Okay.
So it goes into a small device, and there's little rods of carbon that are rubbed against each other inside of the instrument to put the layer of carbon onto it.
I see. But you're not putting carbon on the garment?
No, sir.
Got it. Okay. One second, Your Honor. Ms. Hall, are you involved in any way with DNA processing?
No, sir, I'm not.
Okay. And so you don't know whether any of the items were processed for DNA?
I have no knowledge of where the items went after they left my department.
Okay, thank you so much.
You're welcome.
No, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. You may step down. Unless you have a 2-minute witness, this will be it for today.
We don't, Your Honor, unfortunately.
Ladies and gentlemen, that'll do it for this day. We'll resume at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Please do not discuss the case.
The same color. She said it was the same color. That's it.
Oh, I remember.
And I objected to it because I thought the prejudicial outweighed the probative.
So I also recall Mr. Griffin questioned her as to whether it appeared there was a gun or different things in it.
No, Your Honor. I questioned her as to the tarp. This witness, Ms. Shelley Smith, they never showed her the rain jacket. She's never identified a rain jacket. And when asking court here a photo of that rain jacket, she says, Your Honor, that is not what he had. And what's so prejudicial is they have introduced GSR, and they will introduce an expert tomorrow to say it's covered with GSR. And that is extremely prejudicial. They have no evidence connecting Mr. Murdaugh to that rain jacket. And the only witness they relied upon to get a search warrant, Your Honor, says that he came in with a tarp. I questioned her whether in the tarp, it looked like there was a gun in the tarp. She says no. She says he went upstairs, he came down, he laid the tarp open on his mother's retirement rocking chair. And she leaves that day and she sees the tarp laid out, and it's a tarp that looks like it goes over a car. And now they're coming in, showed her a photo of something in the closet that they seized and says,
that I've heard of.
Does that look like a tarp? And, I mean, does that look like what you saw? She said, well, it's blue. And now they're putting in GSR on an item in a house he doesn't live in, on an item he's never had in his possession, to the best of anybody's knowledge. And that's the basis of our objection, Your Honor.
So, Your Honor, again, if you look at the testimony, excuse me, in its entirety, Ms. Smith described she testified, of course, that Alex Murdaugh had showed up early in the morning, which was highly unusual. He was carrying what appeared to be a blue tarp balled up. And then she was shown the picture in the closet where it's balled up and said, that looks like the item. Now, when it was pulled out and shown by them, she said, that's not what necessarily I saw, but she did recognize the balled up item and the balled up item in the closet, which the investigator said that's how they recovered it. She did identify that picture, and then if you put the two chains of evidence together, that's what the investigator recovered that she identified. Now, certainly they can argue to the jury whether or not that's the right tarp or not, but she did say that that is consistent with what I saw, all balled up, which was the only way she saw it. Again, this is also evidence that was admitted and has been extensively examined before the jury on. So certainly they can argue all these points to the jury, but there's enough of a chain that's been established by the testimony for it to be submitted to the jury.
Your Honor, might I make a suggestion? Yes, we're getting daily transcripts. Perhaps overnight you could, before they, the prejudicial piece is the witness they're going to put up tomorrow, I would suggest. Perhaps you could look at that daily transcript of her testimony alone. And I don't believe, I submit, she said what he said, maybe what he wished she said. I don't believe she said what he said. Your Honor, I think Mr. Waters was arguing this. I don't believe Mr. Metters has a dog in this.
Y'all just did.
Well, good for the goose, good for the gander, but 520, I just thought maybe this was a simple solution. He's going to say this is what she said. We're going to say this is what she said. I think it's clear she never said that what was in the closet.
A very conservative small town. So I've not heard anything about that. But we don't usually do fireworks. They used to do fireworks at the football field, and I would actually go out on my front porch and watch football. I mean, not watch football, watch fireworks from the football field. But I don't think they do that anymore. But Cedar Key, which is like an hour from here, is on the Gulf, and they always have a big fireworks celebration over there. The world's getting scary, y'all. I feel sometimes when I go out, I wonder. Like one time we'd gone out to a fast food restaurant, and we just went through the drive-thru and we parked the car and ate in the car. And something had just happened. It might have been after Charlie Kirk died. And we prayed, like, the blessing over our food before we ate. And afterwards, I thought, it's going to come to the point one day that you can't do that out in public. Like, I could be risking my life if I did that out in public, because the world has gone crazy. And it's getting scary just to go out and do your normal everyday things anymore, because you don't know what's going to happen. Like with the aftermath of the Anthony Carmelo thing, or Carmelo Anthony, whatever his name is. I saw a video of a guy. He went up to a stranger on the street. A black guy went up to a white guy. Never seen him before ever. Didn't know each other. And said, "You were on jury selection, weren't you? You were on jury selection for the Carmelo Anthony trial." And the guy was like, "No, I wasn't." And the guy punched him right in the face. People are so stupid. I don't understand. Violence solves nothing.
Was what he carried in. And of course you have a court reporter that could, I guess not type it tonight, but perhaps give you an audio of it. But it's a very simple question. Boils down to what she said about what she saw in the closet. Because clearly she said that when shown a picture, that's not what he walked in with. He walked in with a tarp, which he left over a chair. And, other than their supposition that he somehow brought that rain jacket in and wadded it up and threw it up in the closet, no evidence that there was a gun, no evidence that anything was balled up in it. They want to make a giant leap of logic. It's not circumstantial evidence of anything. So I would ask the court to perhaps look at the daily transcript. Somebody's got one right there. And just look at her testimony, not all of it, just her, or even a piece of her testimony. What did she see in the closet in response to Mr. Meador's question? Now, Mr. Meadors believes she said something, and Mr. Waters believes she said something different than what we think. The proof is in the pudding, as they say.
Now I'm so confused because I don't know what she said.
I would suggest strongly that maybe overnight look at
I
it.
thought I knew what she said, but now I'm not sure.
Mr. Meadows, you had something? Mr. Waters, yeah.
I think, and I guess on redirect through their investigator's transcript, I think they were asked, and I asked her if they had asked her about whether it could contain a firearm, and she said, well, I don't know. But that was brought out, I think, which would directly from their investigators who asked her about it. So that, I think, made it relevant. They certainly thought it was relevant when they were interviewing her. So that's why we do think it's relevant. And we hope Your Honor will let us keep going tomorrow with the GSR to see if there's anything potentially in the rain jacket that has GSR in it.
All right. Okay, we'll adjourn for this day. Can be drawn from the
with this garment before, have you? And she says, no, I haven't. And she said,
Closet inside the bedroom.
Okay. And what was that tarp located in?
A storage container.
Were there any items in the storage container?
There were miscellaneous
replay
dishes
or is
underneath
that-
the tarp.
thought they were done with her.
Inside the bedroom in the inside the closet, a storage miscellaneous.
Please be seated.
All right. Good morning. Any further comment or argument regarding the witness from yesterday, the last, Ms. Smith? Ms.
Yes, Your
Smith's
Honor.
testimony, yes.
Yes, Your Honor, we did get a transcript, overnight transcript of her testimony. It's very rough, but on recross, if you will, at page 90, I asked her, have you ever seen this rain jacket before? And the rain jacket, I'd put a photograph into evidence, Defense Exhibit 87, and she says, no. Alex Murdaugh had that rain jacket with him when he came to Ms. Libby's home on the morning, I believe, a few days after the funeral. She says, no. And then I asked her, have you ever been in this closet before? Pointing to the State's exhibit, where they showed something folded up. She says, no, I haven't. And then I asked her, what that is folded up there, do you? And she says, correct. And then I asked her if what's in that closet is this rain jacket, you've never seen Alex Murdaugh with this garment before, have you? And she says, no, I haven't. And that's the testimony and that's on page 90 of the transcript that we got last night. Well, this morning we got it, Your Honor.
All right. From the State.
Your Honor, again, it is fairly rough to try to read some of this, but as I would go back and point to page 65, where the witness was asked to describe it. Again, she talked about observing Alec come into the house at an unusual time, a few days after the murders, carrying a bundled up blue vinyl item. And then she was shown a picture with it in that closet where it was recovered. And she said, did you see a blue object in the center? Yes. Does it appear to look like the object you've described? Yes. You're saying yes. Is it the blue vinyl? This appears to be the same thing you saw the defendant holding. It looks so, yes. And of course, then you had subsequent testimony from the crime scene investigator about recovering that very item that proved to be the raincoat, which of course, if you hold it out, is very, very large and very much like a tarp. So I think many of these issues that the defense is raising are issues for jury argument and go to weight, not admissibility.
The witness testified on direct examination that the item in evidence appeared to be what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the house that night. She said he was carrying something, it was in his arms. She said it was blue something, that it looked something like a tarp, a blue something, but she did not know what it was. It wasn't opened up, and she could not clearly identify the item either as a tarp, as was shown by Mr. Griffin, or as a raincoat. She testified that the item presented was consistent in appearance with what Mr. Murdaugh brought into the home that night and what was shown in the photograph that was taken. Certainly, Mr. Griffin did I would say, an effective job in cross-examination in raising questions as to the credibility of the witness. That is the exact job that a jury has to do, that is weigh the credibility of the witness and to determine whether the testimony was consistent on the one hand or inconsistent on the other hand. And this witness's testimony was consistent on the one hand and inconsistent on the other hand, but that does not make the testimony inadmissible. It doesn't render the evidence inadmissible. Whether evidence can be made relevant and admissible through inference. The inferences can be drawn from the evidence. It is circumstantial evidence that is a part of this case, which suggests a fact by implication or inference. It could be the appearance of the scene of a crime, testimony that suggests a link to the crime, and if it can, facts can be proven through inference. The facts and circumstances through which the witness testified on direct and cross-examination and taking the testimony as a whole. The item is in evidence. I find that it is relevant in that it creates, through inference, facts that are in dispute in this case. And I deny the motion to strike her testimony, if that's what the motion is. I deny the motion to declare her testimony as being irrelevant. And the latest motion was that it's prejudicial or the results of an examination of the item is prejudicial. Of course, we haven't had that testimony, but we have an item in evidence. We have many items in evidence. We have, items are being placed in evidence as, what number are we up to now? 400, 500? 400 items of evidence. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether they walked the side of the roadway to see whether anything was along the roadway other than a cell phone. Witnesses have been questioned as to whether or not they looked down the drain pipe or of a tub or shower, or just any number of questions been posed with the witness to the witnesses as it relates to discovery of evidence. This evidence was obtained through a search warrant. It is in evidence and it's there for the jury's consideration. Certainly, once an item is in evidence, and as long as a chain of custody has been established, there can be testimony as to what it is or of what significance is it. And that's the stage we are here in these proceedings. And I deny the motion to strike it, to find it for relevance purposes or because it creates or presents evidence favorable to the state, which automatically means it would be prejudicial to the defendant. Yes, sir.
Your Honor, just to clarify, the motion that the defense made late yesterday afternoon was in advance of Megan Fletcher, SLED agent Megan Fletcher's testimony that there's GSR on the blue rain jacket. And so the motion was to prevent her from testifying as to the GSR, the testing of the rain jacket, under 403. Understand the court's ruling. I don't think they're going to call Ms. Fletcher first, but when she does take the stand.
Let me tell you how smart this dog is. I don't know if y'all can see, but I'm feeding him. We're having a cinnamon roll muffin, a protein cinnamon roll muffin, and he was barking. I still have a headache, and he was barking, and I said, "Stop it. I have a headache. Don't bark." And he still barked. But then when I was on the phone, did not bark the first time. As soon as I hung up the phone, he started barking again. That's a smart dog.
We will, for the record, renew the objection. And
No, that's just the point. You say you object under 403, claiming it's more prejudicial than probative. And that's a fact-finding issue. That's an issue to be weighed not by me, but by the fact finder. I am to determine whether it's more prejudicial than probative. It's relevant. It's apparently important enough that the state seeks to use it. All evidence adverse to the defendant can be considered to be prejudicial, but I do not find where any prejudice is substantially outweighs its probative value. So I deny that motion. I certainly respect your objection. The witness was sort of all over the place with her testimony and appeared to be confused. I'm not sure she obviously was not of the same level of unable to articulate her thoughts through her emotions and through this setting of being examined and cross-examined in this case. But
I think Judy does. I think Judy wears headphones or earbuds or something.
Testimony taken as a whole shows that she identified the item as being consistent with what she thought the defendant brought in. She said he had something in it. It's important enough for her to contact someone about it and to that landed her here on the witness stand, among other things, other reasons. But everything is noted and protected for the record.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. We're ready for the jury.
Safe ready to proceed, Your Honor.
All right. Regarding juror number 729, I spoke with him briefly. So I guess I've now said him. Spoke with that juror briefly this morning, and he's going to stay with us. He's made some arrangements, he thinks, with his job, and he's going to stay with us. We have another juror, however,
Did he say quit his
juror
job?
number 548, who made contact with the court and says that he's at the emergency room this morning. We don't know what his situation is. He's an alternate juror, and we'll need to proceed without him. Juror number 548.
I thought you were talking about you, Marty.
As time passes, attrition kicks in. We've done well thus far. This will be the first juror who will be excused. He's at the emergency room. We don't know how long he'll be there. We're not going to delay the trial.
Uh-oh, we lost the judge. Oh, how long is this cough going to go on? What happened? Oh. Spike, you ready for a close-up? Look at the camera. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here comes trouble. She looked at me. You know you're trouble, don't you? Have you tried the loop earplugs? I'm gonna get a pair of those. I just haven't gotten them yet. They filter out some sound, but not everything.
All right, very good. Thank you. Good morning.
They work well. Well, they have 3 different kinds. One that does all the noise, like for you when you sleep, and then one that does very light noise. Like you can still hear a lot, but it just cuts out a very light amount of background noise. And then there's another pair that it cuts out like all the background noise. So it's like it doesn't count all the background noise. It cuts. I don't know how they work exactly because I haven't bought them yet, but I'm going to. Um, it's like if you're at a concert or a live event, whatever, and a lot of people are talking and sharing and stuff around you, and you want to concentrate on what's going on the stage or the field or whatever, and you get distracted by background noise. So the reason why I'm getting them is because I was in line for a ride at Disney, and there was this one chick behind me. I just could not filter her voice out. She was just talking loud and fast, and it was just... And so I put my earbuds with no music, just my earbuds in my ears to muffle her. And I thought, I think I'm going to buy those earplugs. I don't know. It's called Loop. Look them up, Judy, and see, because I don't remember all the you know me, I don't remember details. I just remember that there's 3 different kinds. I think there is also one, too, that you can dial up how much you want to filter out, too. And they're like $35 a pair because they have what the Loop does. And I thought it was just to make them look pretty because it looks like you've got like a little loop earring in your ear. That would quit growling at her. She's just looking at you. She didn't do anything. The Loop it's an open on the inside. It's like a tube. And so that does something to the sound to make it, I don't know. But the website, I guess it's loop.com. I'm not sure. Or loopearplug.com. And it explains it on the website how it works. Yeah, I want to get some. I just haven't had a chance to get them yet with, finances and stuff. They're expensive for earplugs, but if they work, it's worth it. Because there are times that I just want to shut the background off because it's too loud. And from what I've learned about ADHD is that we don't filter out background noises. It's all one big noise, all like at the same level. And so that's why I think I would benefit from having a pair, like when I go, especially when I go to the parks and everybody's talking around me and everything, because it's hard to concentrate when I'm hearing everybody else talk.
Day number 12. Day number 12. 11. Day number 11. You sure? 12. I said 12. Yeah. Day number 12. State's case. No, 5 days in a week. 5. You may proceed. State's case.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. The state would call Jeannie Seconder.
Every time I hear her name, I just think, Alex told it.
Renew our objection to this witness's question. And
yes, sir.
Thank you.
And you won't have to check in the new trial. Well, I don't know. The new judge might try to let it in. I was going to say you won't have to worry about it in the new trial, but it's going to be a different judge.
You affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God. State your name again for the record. Will you take the seat? Spell your last name, please.
My name is Jeannie Seckinger, Seckinger.
Ms. Seckinger, how are you doing today?
I'm good.
Awesome. Tell the jury a little bit about yourself. If you could, just kind of introduce yourself. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school?
I grew up in Hampton, South Carolina, graduated from Wade Hampton, went to the University of South Carolina, where I got my BS in accounting. After that, I worked a number of years in public accounting. Then I transferred into as a financial analyst with Westinghouse in Hampton. And after the birth of my second child, I stayed home and worked for my husband just a few years. And in 1999, I came to work with the firm on a part-time basis, doing some special projects, and have not left. And that job has grown since that time till I was over all the business aspects and financial aspects of the law firm.
All right, which law firm are you talking about?
Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Elstrop, Diedrich.
Is that PMPED?
That's correct.
Is that what the firm is currently known, or is it known by a different name?
We are now a separate entity that we've reorganized as Parker Law Group LLP.
And do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh, over there?
I do.
Do you see him in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify him, please?
He's in the blue jacket and white shirt sitting between Jim and Dick.
Your Honor, can the record reflect she's identified the defendant?
Yes.
Was he a partner in the law firm you're speaking of?
He was.
Is he a partner anymore?
No,
And we're going to talk about some of those things, the reasons for that here today. Is that correct?
that's correct.
All right, so I'm going to call it PMPED, what we're talking about. Is that fair?
That's fair.
All right, well, tell me, you talked a little bit about your role in PMPED. What would you consider your role, or how would you define your role, particularly as we're moving into June of 2021?
At that point, I would be CFO/COO, basically overall office management and all financial affairs of the office, over hiring and firing, HR, just any, like I said, any business aspect of the firm.
So CFO, that means what?
Chief Financial Officer.
And COO, that means what?
Chief Operating Officer. And so I kind of combine those jobs.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm not.
Are you an accountant?
I am.
Do you have a CPA?
I do.
You said you started working for the firm when?
August of 99.
And then when did, was Alec working there at that time, the defendant?
I think Alec came to work the year after me.
Okay. Did you know him prior to that?
I did. I've known Alec since I was 16 years old in high school.
Y'all went to high school together?
We did. He's a few years behind me, but we were in the same school.
And you worked with Alec at the law firm up until September of 2021?
I did.
Let's talk a little bit, if we could, about the law firm itself. And tell me a little bit about the financial structure of the law firm. How does it work that fees come into the law firm, and how do they get dispersed at the end of the year? Can you explain that to the jury a little bit?
Yes. So every fee that any attorney makes is property of the law firm. It comes into the law firm and goes into the law firm's accounts. And it is sitting in kind of what we call a holding account that we just amass the money. We have another account called the operating account that we use to pay the daily bills of the law firm, wages, insurance, office supplies, et cetera. Each attorney in the law firm is also an employee of the law firm. They receive a paycheck just like most people do, with W-2 taxes taken out and W-2 at the end of the year. When we get to the end of the year, we figure the net profit of the law firm, basically everything brought in and everything paid out to date. And we distribute that money based off a ratio of what that attorney brought in to total. So if an attorney brought in 10%, he's going to get roughly 10% of the net income at the end of the year. And we do that in a form of a bonus one time at the end of the year.
When is that bonus typically paid?
That bonus is typically paid the last week of December every year.
And is that for most cases and most of the partners, as we're going to call them in the law firm, is that the vast majority of their compensation of the year, is getting it all in one lump sum at the end of the year in December?
That's correct. They receive a salary of $125 through the year that they're paid every 2 weeks, but the vast majority of their money comes in that one bonus check.
Okay. Now, you mentioned there was a salary. Looking back at June of 2021, what were the partners in the law firm, what were they getting as a salary?
$125,000 a year.
All right, $125,000, and that was broken up into checks like
26 times a year, yes.
Okay. And then, so that has to be accounted for before the bonuses are paid, correct?
That's correct.
Salaries not only for the partners, but also for all the other employees.
That's correct, all staff.
All right, and is there other overhead that has to be accounted for out of the fees before that bonus can be paid?
Yes, all the other overhead is the basic operating expenditures like I discussed, rent for the building, insurance.
Okay, there's the loop earplugs. So that's like a tube. So the sound goes in there. And there's some that you can change it. And I don't know how. I don't see like a switch or anything on them to change. Oh, maybe that little thingy there might be it. Adjustable. 3 volume modes. That's why those are so expensive. This one, you can't adjust. Whoops. And then the Dream, that blocks out everything, I think, for sleep. I don't know, though, if it knocks out everything. Because, like, like you said, you would want to hear if a door opened or closed. Experience fewer noisy distractions. I guess you can still hear a little bit. It doesn't say like it completely. But anyway, I think so. And you can take a quiz to see which one you need, and like they will walk you through the whole thing. They also have them on Amazon if you want to just get them from Amazon. I don't know that they're like $35. Jeez. Calming duo for day-to-day noise support and sleep, $80. I don't think so. I'm going to get a pair of the $35 ones when I get a chance.
Insurance coverage for the employees, office supplies, case costs that we advance for our clients. We pay things as we go during the case. We pay experts, record fees. All of that is part of overhead. So after everything that's paid, everything brought in, after everything that's paid out is what we call that net income that we distribute.
Is there some sort of 7.5% fund or offset that has to be accounted for as well before the bonus is paid?
There is. We have what we call 7.5% kind of profit sharing. And everybody takes their gross fees less their portion of overhead. We take overhead and divide it by the number of partners. And so you would take, let's just use numbers. If your gross fees were $100,000 and your overhead was $50,000, you have a net of $50,000. And we take 7.5% of that and put it in a pot and divide it back evenly in between everybody. And that purpose is meant to cover when somebody has a high year or a low year. It kind of helps people out and it helps account for differences and expenses between each attorney.
So all of that has to be taken care of before the bonus is paid out to the partners at the end of the year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then whatever money is left over is divided up based on the percentage of the fees that particular partner brought in of the whole for the year. Is that
That's correct?
So if you had a better year, you're going to get a little bit more than somebody who didn't have as good a year.
Absolutely.
Okay. Over time, being the CFO, did Alex Murdaugh have a very lucrative practice?
He did.
Were there times where his bonus was high 6 figures?
Definitely.
Were there times his bonus was 7 figures?
There has been.
And was it typical for the vast majority of his compensation to be in that one-time bonus at the end of the year as opposed to the $125,000 salary?
Yes, his and everybody else's. That
$125,000 salary for these individuals was a fairly small part of the compensation.
Correct.
Now, one of the things that you mentioned is that at the very beginning, as you said, all fees belong to the firm. Is that right?
That is right.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 310 to your testimony real quick and see if you can recognize this particular document.
I do. This is the employment agreement that each of the attorneys in the firm sign.
All right. Take that back real quick. Can I have the envelope, please? $310. I would offer $310 at this time of evidence.
No additional objections, Joe.
It's admitted.
Let me let this envelope do that real quick. Let's try it again. All right. So is this Exhibit 310, is this the first page of that agreement?
Yes,
All right, and on your little screen up there, can you read that all right?
yes.
Okay. If we look at talking about employer and employees, now we've been talking about the law firm partners, but in the agreement, what are they referred to as?
They're actually shareholders, so we refer to them as partners in the fact that they all work together and support each other. But because of the type of tax entity we are, they're shareholders. It's just a legal and accounting determination. But in fact, you'll see them referred to as shareholders.
All right, but in this agreement, they're called employees, correct?
That's correct.
Now, just real quick, you talked about paying out the bonus at the end of the year, and that's where the vast majority of compensation for the partners goes out. Is there a tax reason for that? Do y'all clear the books at the end of the year?
We do clear the books at the end of the year. We function as a C corporation, which means any money that's left in that C corporation would pay a tax to. So to avoid double taxation, we pass that money down to the partners to the best of our ability.
All right, and so do you try to zero out the books?
We do.
All right, and that's to avoid taxing on anything that remained in the firm accounts.
Correct.
So let me ask you this. If the firm essentially zeroes out the books by paying these bonuses to all the partners at the end of the year, how do you operate in the few, in January and February where we're at now before fees start to come in? What money do you use to do that?
So typically, a group of partners will go in and loan money back to the firm to cover our first couple months of operating expenses. And as we recover money through the year, we'll pay them back and pay them off. So we're basically starting at almost a negative by borrowing that money.
All right, and so some of the partners will loan money to the firm to operate until there's enough fees that come in to generate enough money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the partners have to do that, or is that something they can do if they want?
That's something that they can do if they want.
Was Alec one to ever do that?
Alec never did that.
He never did that. Okay. Before we go on back to this agreement, let me ask you a little bit. As far as the firm accounts, you mentioned there's an operating account, correct?
That's correct.
And then there's a client trust account, correct?
That's correct.
Trust account.
Trust account.
Tell me what the client trust account is, please.
So the trust account is a fiduciary account, meaning that we have the responsibility to maintain and safeguard that money. It's where the account, whenever a case settles, that the money that is paid from the insurance company or individual from the defendant is put into that client trust account. And that is also where the money is dispersed out to any clients or any lien holders or anything to do with that disbursement. It's also where we collect our fees and expenses from.
And are there legal obligations and money in the client trust account to ensure that that money only goes to the legitimate places it's supposed to go?
That's correct.
And if the law firm wins a case, whether by settlement or by trial, any recovery they get, does it go in that trust account first before the law firm gets paid?
Everything does, yes.
Now, I'm going to go back to exhibits, the employment agreement, I believe is exhibit 310. And right here in line 3 right there, can you read that to the jury, please?
Services for the benefit of employer. All professional services rendered by the employee shall be rendered as an employee of the employer, and all proceeds and remuneration received therefore shall inure to the employer's benefit.
All right, and this is the agreement signed by all the partners, correct?
Correct.
And back in 2021, it was signed by Alex Murdaugh, correct?
Correct.
And all the years prior, correct?
Correct.
And what does that provision mean? Explain that again to the jury.
That means that any work they do providing legal services and any money earned by them belongs to the law firm, not the partner to the law firm, and should run through the law firm's books.
It has to go through the law firm's books before it can.
Right.
And then they have to wait till the end of the year for it to be accounted for after paying all the overhead and the salary and the 7.5 and all the rest of it.
That's correct.
If a law partner were to divert fees to himself personally and not send them to the law firm, what would that be?
Stealing.
Stealing. Okay. All right.
I wouldn't want to work like that. That's cool.
Tell me a little bit, if you would, about the management structure of the law firm? How does it work? Just very quickly.
So each attorney, apparently, they all, I can't even speak, they all have equal authority and equal choice. But basically, we'll have a little committee each year that we can go to with day-to-day issues and make some basic decisions that are then gone on and voted by the whole firm. I report directly to each and every attorney. So I would handle day-to-day obligations within certain authorities. And if I had an issue, then I would go to this committee or somebody who is present, because a lot of times attorneys are out of the building traveling and hard, and it would kind of go up the rank from there.
Okay. Was Alec very involved in the actual management of the firm?
No.
Were other partners more involved in the management of the firm?
Yes.
Tell me, what was your observation of Alec as a lawyer in the office? What was your observations and characterization?
Alec kept different hours than a lot of the rest of us. He came in and he would work late. Always loud, always busy, always in a rush. He had the gift of gab, but he always seemed last minute and hurried and frenetic.
Okay. Always last minute and frenetic?
Yes.
What about his cell phone use? How was he with the cell phone?
Constantly on the phone.
Constantly on the phone. So what were your observations of him as a lawyer?
I think Alec was successful more, not from his work ethic, but from his ability to establish relationships and to manipulate people into settlements and clients into liking him. So he did it through the art of bullshit, basically.
Oh! That can be an art.
Mm-hmm.
Did he, in your estimation, in your judgment, was he more of a technical type lawyer, or was he one that really understood how to use the emotion of a case?
He would use the emotion of a case and the emotion of his clients.
Did he understand the emotional value that the sympathies of a case could have?
I would.
He's asked her to testify as what he understands, what's in his mind. I object.
Let's sustain the objection.
Yeah, I think that was a big
With
call.
Alex, your observations of Alec as a lawyer, what skills did you see in how he was able to value a case?
I would think that he was able to read the client. And it seemed he always got higher settlements than it looks like they should appear, going back when we've reviewed everything. So I think that he used his personality more than technical skill. I think that, we look back and we see things that were manipulated and set up, and I believe he did that a lot with his clients as well.
You mentioned, did Alec get good results? Did the defendant get good results?
It appeared that they usually did, yes.
Were they very lucrative results?
Yes.
Did you have any observations in working with Alec for 20-some odd years about his memory?
I think that looking back, where I thought he was chaotic and didn't remember things or kind of got bored with details sometimes and wouldn't finish things off, I really think looking back, as we've gone back and pieced together a lot of this, that we saw where he would tell people one thing and another person another. So in my opinion, looking back, I think he had almost a photographic memory, to keep all the balls in the air that we now saw were in the air. It appears that he would have to have a really strong memory.
Turn my phone real quick. You had mentioned before that for the firm to operate at the beginning of the year after it cleared its books, that it would loan from or take loans from partners at their option in order to sort of give some seed money until fees started to roll in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 428 to your testimony and just have you take a look at that and ask if you recognize those documents as it relates to a particular instance involving the defendant.
I do.
All right. And tell me about this instance. What happened here, please?
Okay, so this is in 2017, a check for the payment got mistakenly written to R. Alexander Murdaugh instead of his brother Randolph Murdaugh. So the loan payoff was written to Alec.
All right, let me slow you down. So does his brother work for the law firm?
His brother does work for the law firm.
And what name does he go by?
He goes by Randy Murdaugh. His legal name is Randolph Murdaugh IV.
Had Randy Murdaugh loaned money to the law firm?
He did.
Had Alec Murdaugh loaned money?
No.
All right, and so what happened then?
So as we said, we had the clerical error. And a few days later, Alec came to our staff, and it's not quite clear which staff because our records don't show that, but a voided check, he acted as if he'd lost this original check and had another check written. So a replacement check was then written to Alec again, which was a mistake again.
Did that second check get cashed?
The second check got cashed pretty much immediately within a week or two. And then about a year later, the first check got cashed as well. And that's when I caught in the system that he had cashed both checks. And looking back, I realized that the mistake had been made, that somebody had hit. Their names are right beside each other in the vendor list, and that they had made a clerical mistake, and that he was paid money that he was not owed.
All right. Ultimately, did he get that money twice that he was not supposed to have received?
He did.
And ultimately, was it because he claimed that he had lost the first check?
Correct.
Ultimately, did he cash both checks?
He did.
And cash the original one a year later, is that
Correct.
All right. Was he confronted about this back at that time when it was detected, I guess, in 2017? Is that right?
He was.
And he was confronted at that time?
He was. Not, I don't remember that he was confronted by me. I know that Danny Henderson spoke with him about it, and Alec just claimed that he made a mistake and thought that he had paid the money, that he had loaned the money that year, and Danny chose to kind of let it go and sweep it under the rug.
Did he pay it back at that point?
He did pay it back.
All right, so that happened, and the explanation was given, and then he was allowed to pay it back. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And everybody moved on, right?
That's correct. I have to point out that it was, these attorneys worked as a brotherhood and were very family, and they trusted him and accepted this the explanation.
What was that word you just used? You said it was a brotherhood?
Yes.
And so when the attorneys are dealing with one another, when the attorneys are dealing with you, how are y'all dealing with one another? What's the basis of that?
Trust.
Trust?
Trust.
And so over the years, when Alex Murdaugh would tell you to do a transaction or anything like that, what were you relying on?
His word and trust.
Are you generally familiar with what's been known as the boat case?
Yes.
Right. And do you remember that occurring around in February 2019?
I do.
All right. And again, I'm not without going into the specifics of the boat case. What was your general understanding of the boat case? Well, let me ask you this: was his son Paul charged with driving the boat in the boat case, to your knowledge?
Yes.
And was Alex Murdaugh sued civilly in the boat case because of the death of Mallory Beach?
Yes.
After the boat case, did you notice any changes in Alex's behavior or his demeanor around the office?
I can't say that I really did up until November, December of late 20.
Okay, and what'd you notice then?
Didn't really notice it then, and we can go back and notice it now. That's when he started making some disbursements that he was stealing from that started getting sloppy. So the things that I noticed are more in hindsight.
And I put this exhibit up on the screen. Let me get ahead of myself. This is exhibit 428 without offering evidence.
No additional objection, Chairman.
All right.
Submit it without objection.
428, this is this is the loan check you were talking about, is that right?
That's right.
This is where Alec erroneously received a check meant for his brother Randy,
That's right.
and then ultimately managed to get the same amount twice, is that correct?
That's right.
All right. And how much is that check for? I can bring it to you if you need to see it.
Yeah, you're gonna have to.
Yeah, I'll bring it to you. Screen over here is bigger than that.
It was for $121,358.63.
$121,000, correct?
That's correct.
When you received the check, did Alex say, no, this isn't mine, this isn't my $121,000 check?
No, he didn't.
Now, you mentioned, you started to talk about some things you noticed in late of 2020, and let's just set the table a little bit more before we do that. You mentioned disbursements. Tell the jury, before we see some paperwork, tell the jury how disbursements go about. Is there certain paperwork that's done, and how do the lawyers interface with the finance stuff for that to be accomplished?
Okay, so a disbursement after a case is won, or what we call settled, the money comes into the client trust, just like I talked about. A disbursement will recap how much money was won, how much attorney fees, how much expenses were withheld or earned for our firm in that. And then it will list any loans or liens that need to be paid off. And what I mean by that is like medical liens, medical bills, insurance companies getting their money back for items that they paid, and then it will show the balance that goes to the client.
And so then how do they interface with the finance staff? What does the finance staff do as opposed to when the attorneys prepare those disbursement forms?
It comes over to our finance department. We have the supporting documentation with it, and we will process the checks based off the attorney's signature. Those then go back to the attorneys that handled the case or the paralegals that handled the case. They meet with the client and explain the disbursement to them and give them the funds.
Is the finance staff relying on what the lawyers are sending them to determine what checks should be cut?
Yes. With support.
With support?
Yes.
Ultimately, are they trusting the attorneys to provide them the correct information?
We are.
All right, so you mentioned that something that happened in late 2020 that was the first things that you started to notice in the wake of the Bowden case that was a little different. And tell the jury what you were about to talk about.
As I said, in late 2020, I really didn't notice it at that point. But some of these items that we're going to discuss started happening at that point. My discovery of things started coming to a head in May of 21.
May of 2021.
Yes.
All right. And tell me, what was the first thing that came to your attention?
Because one thing that came to attention was a disbursement that the fees were made out and processed to Forge Consulting. And what that meant is that the fees weren't going into our personal account like they should. They weren't going to the firm. Forge Consulting is a true company that you can do structures of attorney fees, but the way that this was done was not correct. To do a correct structure.
Let me slow you down so we can unpack this a little bit. All right. Let's first talk about what is a structure. What is a structure? What does that mean?
So a structure means that you can set up a fee in the agreement with the insurance company that you can put that money into an annuity that you'll get it out later. You can avoid taxes now and take them out when you're 65 or whatever year you determine. So it's a way that they can defer income for retirement. If they're having a good year, they can do that.
So maybe an explanation would be kind of like the lottery. You can either get your settlement in one lump sum or you can get it paid over time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And so this is what a structure is getting it paid over time.
correct.
And are there tax benefits associated with doing a structure?
They would avoid taxes at the year that they made the fee, and they would pay the taxes when they got it out, similar to your retirement 401k.
And is it sometimes common for plaintiffs' lawyers who get recoveries for clients, to have their clients get the settlement in a structure as opposed to getting it in all one lump sum so that there's some security over time with that money?
It is definitely a vehicle that can be used by plaintiffs' lawyers. We don't do it very often in our firm. And when it is done, it has to be, every partner needs to know about it and needs to be agreed upon. Because obviously that money's not coming into the firm to help with overhead and expenses. So we have to agree on it, and we have to account for it in our allocations at the end of the year to determine bonuses that we're going to pay out.
Sure, but I'm talking about with clients right now. So clients that receive a settlement, they can elect to either get it in one lump sum, or they can get a structured annuity over time where they get it however much a year for the however many years it goes, correct?
Yes, that's true too.
Kind of like the lottery, you can get the whole big thing, but with taxes, or you can get a bigger sum over time, correct?
That's correct.
And so some clients might choose to get it over time so that their money is more secure over a longer time, correct?
Correct. And you generally see that when it's a minor involved or somebody with special needs that has a disability of some sort.
And so what is Forge Consulting, the legitimate business Forge Consulting? What do they do?
They set up structured annuities for clients like we're talking about. They do special needs trusts for people who are injured or going to need life care plans. And they handle that kind of, they have a few other things that they do, but I'm not familiar as much with those services.
Have they provided services over the years? The legitimate company, Forge Consulting, legitimate services to the law firm and its clients over the years and helping them set up structured settlements?
We've used them 250 to 300 times.
And who's kind of like the main guy at Forge Consulting, the legitimate business?
Michael Gunn.
All right. Now, you mentioned that we're not talking now about the client structuring their settlements, but what if a lawyer wins a big case and wants to, so he's going to get a huge fee. Now, let me ask you this first. Generally, what is the legal fees for the firm when they win a case, whether by settlement or by trial?
Generally, they're 33% to 40%, and it depends on what stage the case was in or the work we had to do. So if we settle a case before we have to start doing summons and complaints and depositions or going to trial, we take 33 1/3%. If it goes further, we do 40%, and it can go to 45% if it's on an appeal. But generally speaking, it's between 1/3 and 40%.
So let's say that somebody's a partner and let's say they win a case of $10 million and it was a 40% one. So they're going to get a $4 million fee, correct?
Correct.
All right. Let's say that they decided that instead of taking that fee, that $4 million fee, they want to structure that fee just like a client would. Can they do that?
They can do that, and that's what I was referring to before with the authorization of the other partners and making sure that we have enough money to operate and enough money to account for it. If they do that, it's supposed to be done in the release, and the insurance company will send the money directly to Forge Consulting and not through us.
Okay. Because it can't go through y'all directly or it doesn't work.
Or you would not get the tax benefit of it.
And if an attorney still had to do that, they're going to have to work everything out with y'all to make sure everything's accounted for the end of the year bonuses and everything else.
That's correct.
Is that a common thing that people in the firm were doing?
No.
All right. So kind of setting all that up, what came to your attention as it related to the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
So in May 17, there was a disbursement called Hirschberger that the fees were said I would have to look at the exact disbursement, but it said structured fees Forge, and it had an amount.
Let me get some more real quick.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 429 to your testimony, and have you just flip through that real quick and tell me generally what that is.
Okay, this is the disbursements to do with the money recovered in the Hirschberger case. And this one had multiple disbursements.
All right, but let's just talk about the one you were just referring to. And
Okay.
I'll show it to you.
This
On the third page of this exhibit, is that right?
That's right.
All right, pick up your story. What did you notice that came to your attention?
So it says PMPED attorney fee, and in parentheses, it had Forge. The check had been made out payable to Forge, and I knew this was incorrect. So I went and had a discussion with Alec about this. And the basics of the discussion is we needed to know about if they were going to do a structured annuity, we needed to do it. Also told him that the way he had done it was incorrect, that he would not be saving any tax consequences, that he needed to properly set it up with the insurance company on the front side.
All right, and why wasn't it done right? Why were you telling, at least from what you knew at the time, why did you think it was not being done right?
Basically, because it should have gone from the insurance company directly to Forge. We would not write a check and send it to Forge for a structured fee.
Let me put this up on the screen just real quick.
No other objection to 429.
All right, and this time I move states 429 into evidence, I believe, without additional objection. All right. So is this the disbursement sheet you were talking about?
Yes, sir.
And this is generally the first one the jury's seen, but is this generally how disbursement sheets look that are prepared by the law firm?
Yes, you generally see the caption and then our inside number, which is the matter ID. You'll see the recovery and who's paid out. Then the next section should be your fee and expenses.
All right, so you got the fee right there, correct?
That's correct.
And then you have expenses, and what are expenses?
So the expenses are the case costs that we paid going along, cost to get depositions of paid transcribers, medical records, expert opinions. Sometimes vehicles are involved that we store. So it's anything that we pay on behalf of that case.
All right, and so they'll have to come out of the recovery too, correct?
That's correct.
And that's separate from the attorney's fees, right?
Correct.
All right, so when y'all settle a case, you're going to get your attorney's fees, but you're also going to get paid back any costs and expenses you had to litigate the case.
That's correct.
Two separate amounts.
Correct.
All right, and then we've got a lien. Explain to me what a lien is and how those affect disbursements.
So a lien it could be as simple as paying a doctor's bill that was guaranteed, or it can be paying back subrogation, which means subrogation just means if you had insurance that covered it personally, your Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we recovered money, Blue Cross Blue Shield or Medicare and Medicaid, if you had that, would then be seeking their money back. So that would be a lien.
Sometimes somebody who got injured, like in a car wreck or something, might have medical bills, and there's a lien for that.
Yes.
And sometimes funds might be withheld to satisfy those medical bills.
That's correct too.
Is it common for the law firm to then negotiate with the medical provider, like a hospital or whatever, and see if you can get that medical bill down to a number they'll settle for?
That is correct.
And then if you save any money between what their bill was and what you get them to accept, is that additional money that should go back to the client?
That's right.
And are those very common in these types of cases?
Yes, and generally we will not hold up dispersing the money to the client, waiting on that to happen because it can take a while. So we may have a disbursement that leaves some money in our account, the balance of those bills while we're negotiating them, and then we'll do a second disbursement to pay those clients that money or the provider the money.
All right, so you pay them the big amount first, and then if you're lucky enough to settle for a lesser amount, then whatever's left over, you'll send to them later.
Correct.
All right, so then down here we have then the ultimate disbursement to the beneficiaries, the clients. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right.
And
then
if
you're
there's
supposed to-
multiple as this one, you would see the split between the two.
All right, and just real quick, whose signature is that right there?
That is Alex,
And have you worked with him for how long, or did work with him for?
23 years, 22 years.
All right, and so you got very familiar with his signature?
Yes,
You recognize that as his signature?
yes.
All right, going back here to this disbursement, we had BMP attorney's fee Forge, and then you had that amount And then what is this next page of this exhibit?
That's the canceled check payable to Forge for $83,333.33.
All right, and you recognize that signature on there?
That's Alex.
And so when we last left off, you were telling Alec that it had been done wrong because it had gone straight from the trust account direct to what you believe to be Forge at the time, correct?
Correct.
And it can't go to the law firm or the tax benefits go away.
That's right.
All right. So you raised those issues with Alec. What was his response when you first talked to him about this?
His response was that he was not worried so much about the tax ramifications and saving the taxes, but that he was trying to get money in Maggie's name due to the boat accident that had happened in February of 2019.
All right. Go ahead.
He also brought up the fact that he was friends with Michael Gunn and that was going to try to work with Michael Gunn, putting up some fees during the year as a favor to Michael Gunn and to help him accomplish putting money in Maggie's name.
Did he say anything, and I apologize if you already said this, did he say anything in response to your pointing out that this isn't going to work for the tax benefit?
He said that's fine. He was not worried about the tax benefit so much as getting the money in Maggie's name.
Because of what?
The boat wreck.
Because of the boat wreck. All right. Did that concern you at all?
Yes, it did.
And why did it concern you?
Because that is hiding assets, and we're not going to be part of any hiding assets or any wrongdoing. So we were very concerned that he was trying to do that, and we didn't want to be a part of it.
At that point in time, did you do anything about it, or did you kind of table the matter for the time being?
We kind of tabled the matter for the time being. I had it kind of set aside, trying to figure out how am I going to account for this in my books, and we were going to go back and talk to partners and kind of figure out what we were going to do.
Ultimately, when is the sort of the drop dead deadline that you have to account for everything in the books?
Usually I will do our final closing and balance all the time, but usually we'll do that final accounting in December. So I really start drilling down and looking at everything and balancing out in December. But I knew I had till December to figure this out. And at that point, I was more concerned about how we were going to put it on our books and also letting the partners know what was going on so we could make sure that it was disclosed to his attorneys with the boat wreck stuff.
Just put that aside, but keep it in the back of your mind?
Right.
This is in May of what year did this happen?
21.
Later on that month, did you receive a communication of any sort from Alex Paralegal?
I did on Monday.
Who was that real quick?
That is Annette Griswold.
All right.
And she's one of his paralegals.
And what communication did she have with you?
So I received an email. I was working in our Waldoboro office that day, and I received an email from Annette that said she needed to talk to me in private, and could I please meet with her when I got back in the office. So when I did get back in the office, we met, and she came to me with another concern that in another file that we had.
All right. And tell me what file was that?
So this file we referred to it as the Ferris file. And it was a case with Ferris versus Mack Truck that had a fairly significant settlement. And the concern was that we had only received the expenses. When on this, let me first say, this case was handled by Chris Wilson's firm, and they were handling the disbursement. All the money went through their account, and they drafted the disbursement and met with the client. So if that happens, typically the associate attorney will mail us our fee check and our expense check at the same time.
Let me slow you down. So this particular case, the Ferris case, was Alex Murdaugh the only attorney on that case?
In our firm, I believe he was, but Chris Wilson was the associated.
Is Chris Wilson in PMPED, or is he in a different firm?
No, he's in his own different firm.
And does that happen sometimes that two lawyers, one lawyer from your firm and one lawyer from another firm will share a case?
Yes, we have quite a lot of that.
All right. And then ultimately those fees have to be split whichever way they agree to do that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then sometimes if the settlement money or the trial money comes into that other firm, then they have to disperse the fees and expenses to you.
That's correct.
And tell the jury again, what was Annette's concern? Did she receive part of it but not the other thing?
Annette received only a check for the expenses,
But not the fees?
not the fee, which is unusual. So she had already, unbeknownst to me, contacted my staff to make sure that we had not received that fee prior. And indeed, we checked and it had not been. So the conversation Annette had with me that day was her concern that we were missing the fee check. And she'd had some conversations with Vicki Lyman, who is Chris Wilson's paralegal. And that led Annette to believe that Alec had already had the money paid to him.
And that's the concern that she reported to you?
Yes.
All right, hold on for me, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 312. Give me 1 second. Your Honor, I believe States 312 is offered for admission with no additional objection.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, I'm going to show you this packet of documents. I'm going to go to some emails that are within it. And first of all, I'm going to show you this one right here and just see if you recognize that, please.
I do.
All right, tell me what that is.
This is an email from Vicki Lyman, who's the paralegal for Chris Wilson, to Annette Griswold, who's the paralegal for Alex Murdaugh. And in it, Annette's questioning, why did we get the expenses and no fee? Vicki replied back, dear friend, it's only cost because your boss and mine got their fees once they were signed.
All right, so that's why Annette brought that concern to you.
Yes.
All right. Did you have any conversation with Annette about what to do?
Well, Annette expressed concern about tattling on Alec and perhaps getting in trouble for him or retaliation from him. So I told her.
What's the concern? What's the concern right now?
The concern is.
I just asked her what her concern was, Your Honor.
The concern was that that money had been stolen.
There's an objection. Wait. Yes, sir.
He's asking her what Annette's concern was, and Annette needs to testify about her own concern.
All right, sir. You state the question, please.
I'll restate the question. What was your concern?
My concern was that he had stolen the fees and they were paid to him personally.
All right. Did you, in this conversation with Annette, did you instruct her to do anything? Did you send any email?
I sent an email to Annette asking for Annette to get copies of the complete disbursement from Chris Wilson's office, along with a copy of what we call the general ledger printout, which would show the deposit and the checks, and the supporting document to the disbursement. Oftentimes, we'll just get a copy of the disbursement. So I asked for the full records like we would have in our office.
And what did you tell Annette to do once you sent that email to her?
Annette forwarded that email to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been, was part of Exhibit 312, and it's marked as 2374 at the bottom. And just kind of read that email going up. Is that the email that you sent to Annette?
Yes.
And is that the one that you were asking her to forward on?
Yes.
To request additional information from Chris Wilson's office to try to get to the bottom of it?
Yes.
All right. And if we go to the prior page, Is that where Annette forwarded that document on to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
This is.
Right, and just real quick, what was the date on that email when it was ultimately forwarded to Vicki Lyman at Chris Wilson's office?
That email was sent on May 27th, but Vicki was out of the office on vacation, so Vicki replied to Annette on June 2nd upon her return.
Okay, and what was the reply?
And the reply was just clarifying what documents that they needed. And at that point, Vicki replies back to Annette that she's not privy to that information, but she'll forward it on to Chris Wilson.
To her boss, Chris Wilson.
Yes.
All right, so have y'all gotten an answer at this point?
No.
All right, so what's the next step? What happens after that?
So we're waiting for a while. And on Monday, May 7th, I went to Alex's office searching for him after lunch.
After you sent this email on June 2nd, did Alec ever reach out to you or talk to you about the inquiries that you were making about where these fees were?
Yes, he actually came in the next day. First thing, Chris did not answer me, but Alec came in the first thing and said, that money's in Chris's trust. Why do you need all this information? And I basically said, we just need it for our records. It's what we have in ours and it's required for us to keep. He assured me that the money was over there and that he'd get the records and they'd get everything that we needed.
And that was some point after June 2nd?
I believe it was the next morning.
All right, and did you seek him out or did he seek you out to say, hey, no, that money's there the whole time?
He seeked me out.
All right. And that's what he told you?
Yes.
All right, around this time, did anybody else, did you have any discussions with any of the other partners about what was going on with this?
I did. I'd initially gone to Lee Cope because he's one of the partners that does a lot of the managing, and he happened to be the one that was in the office when this was going on that I could find and talk to. And he also helped me come up with the plan of how we were going to handle it so Alec would not think Annette was questioning. Mark Ball also knew some about it. So.
All right. Was there any discussion about anyone contacting Chris Wilson?
After we didn't get him, that came later.
That came later?
That came later.
Okay. All right. So Alec comes to you and says, all that money's there. What's the next thing that happened that you did?
So the next thing that happened was on Monday, on June 7th, I went looking for Alec.
Let me slow you down. On Monday, June 7th?
Yes.
What year?
21.
June 7th, 2021. What happened?
Went to look for Alec, and when I got upstairs, he was standing outside of his office leaning on a file cabinet. And he looked at me with a pretty dirty look, one I'd not seen before, and said, "What do you need now?" Clearly disgusted with me, which kind of raised my hackles. So I said, well, let's go in your office and talk about it. When we went in his office, I told him, I have reason to believe that you received the Ferris money directly to you, and you need to prove to me that you did not. And he assured me again that the money was in there. I told him I still needed to see the ledgers or proof that it was. Again, he told me the money was in there, that we could get it any time. Said he was trying to leave it in there to decide what to do as far as structuring some more money or putting more money in Maggie's name.
You asked him for proof, is that correct?
Yes.
Proof that he didn't have that money?
Yes.
Were you able to complete that conversation on the morning of June 7th, 2021?
It was actually the afternoon of June 7th.
Afternoon.
But no, we were not able to complete it during the middle of our conversation. He took a phone call, and the call was saying that his father was in the hospital and that there was nothing more to be done and he was terminal. So at that point, I've known Alec since I was 16 years old, known the family forever. It turned into a personal conversation about how's your dad doing? How's everything doing? What's going on? And I basically thought he was leaving to go to the hospital to attend to his father. So I left the office at that time and we did not discuss the money anymore.
You thought he was leaving to go?
I thought he was going to go to see about his father.
He had gotten a phone call about his father June 7th, 2021, correct?
That's right.
Did you have a conversation with Alec later on that day?
We did. Around 4 o'clock, my phone rang, and I remember because I was surprised that he was still there. And Alec was asking me some information about his 401k balance.
And why was he doing that?
He was doing that because he stated he had to get some documents and financials together for a hearing regarding the vote tax later that week.
He needed his own financial information for a hearing for the boat case that week, correct?
That's correct.
Do you know when the boat case was? The boat case hearing was?
I believe it was June 10th,
June 10th?
21, within a few days.
Within a few days. Were you surprised to hear from him in the office?
I was, because I thought he was leaving.
Thought he was leaving because of the call from about his father.
His father.
Did you go home at the end of work that day?
I did,
Went back home and had a normal evening?
yes, until about 10:30.
Tell me what happened at 10:30.
I got a call or started getting texts from friends asking if I'd heard if Maggie and Paul had been shot. I didn't know anything about it. They were hearing things on scanners. So I've sent texts to a couple of the attorneys and did not hear back until probably 2 o'clock in the night. Mark emailed me back or texted me back that they in fact had been shot and killed.
Was that shocking?
It was very shocking,
Was everybody scared?
very scary. You know, nobody knew what was going on, so very scary.
You said this law firm was like a brotherhood, correct?
That's correct.
Did everyone rally to Alex aid?
We did. Nothing happened that week at work. Everybody spent time with Alec, trying to support him, bringing family meals, attending the funerals, so nothing happened all week.
After the murders happened, was anybody at all concerned about getting the proof for those missing fees after those murders happened at that point in time?
We weren't, because we were concerned about Alec. He wasn't working a whole lot. He was erratic. We knew he was taking pills. We were just worried about his sanity, so we weren't going to go in there and harass him about money when we were worried about his mental state and the fact that his family had been killed. It just wasn't even on our mind at that point.
It wouldn't be on your mind, would it?
No.
As a few weeks went on, did you ever receive any communication about those fees that kind of put the matter to bed at least a little bit?
We did. Lee Cope, who is one of the partners, took over. We decided we were not going to press Alec, but Lee made some contact with Chris Wilson during that time, asking Chris for information. And I believe after that, Alec searched me out again and said, hey, I've got that money. But it wasn't until I believe it was July 19th, I received an email that Chris had forwarded to Alec. Alec then forwarded the email to myself and Lee Cope. And in that email, it said, I am holding the fees for the Ferris case, and he named the amounts and said they are available anytime that you should need them. So we're being told by outside counsel that the money is there.
Did you trust what you were being told?
Yes.
When you got that email, did at least for the time being, that looked like the matter was put to bed?
Yes, I mean, these are members of the bar who've taken a sworn oath that we're supposed to trust, and they're telling us the money's there.
I'm still in Exhibit 312. I'm going to put this up on the screen. Do you recognize that?
That is the email that I'm referring to.
And this email comes from who to who?
Comes from Chris Wilson to Alex Murdaugh,
And then it gets sent to who?
myself and Lee Cope,
From who?
from Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And can you read to the jury that paragraph right there? What was forwarded to you to sort of put this matter to bed?
Alex, as discussed, I am confirming that I'm holding in trust $600,000 in the Andrell Ferris case and $192,000 in the Denise Ferris case, which represent attorney fees. I will continue to hold these monies in trust until I'm instructed by you and your firm regarding payment.
Does that leave you to believe that those monies have been there all along?
Yes, with some hesitation on my part, because it still seemed a little shaky to me. But I've decided that I would have to believe what was presented to me.
And this, what's the date on this particular email?
July 19th
So we're just
of
over
2021.
just over a month after murders, is that correct?
Yes, a little over.
I take you forward a little bit. Well, let me ask you this. In that time period in July and August, going into early September, is Alec in the office much?
He's not in the office very much, no.
You had mentioned before the first thing that kind of came to your attention, and what case was that?
Hirschberger and Ferris.
All right. At some point in time, does that Hirschberger matter kind of come back to your attention to take a look at that?
Yes, like I said, I had it sitting there on my desktop right in front of me. But due to work and personal obligations and things that were happening that summer, I didn't start looking again until September. And decided to start combing through his fees for the year and just making sure that we had not missed anything else.
Before you go on with that, around that same time as you're doing that, does Annette Griswold come into your office?
She did. Incidentally, during the day, after I'd found what I'm about to discuss with you, she walks into the office and had found a check on Alex's desk that was made payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, and it was from Chris Wilson's trust account, and the amount, I believe, was $225,000, and it was signed on the memo, Ferris fees.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 313. See if you recognize that.
That's the check I'm just discussing.
All right. Your Honor, this time I would move States 313 into evidence.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
And what is States 313?
That is a check from Chris Wilson's client trust account payable to Richard Alexander Murdaugh Esquire in the amount of $225,000 referencing Ferris fees.
Is it made out to the law firm?
No.
Who's it made out to?
It's made out to him personally, Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
When you see this check, what, if anything, is your realization?
That he stole the money, that he'd been lying.
And what's the date on that check?
March 10th, 2021.
All right. So, and that brings you that check, and you're also looking at the forward. You said, explain what you were doing as well when this is going on.
So simultaneously that day, I decided to print out a listing of forged payments to Forge Consulting. And as I was printing those out, I was printing supporting documents and canceled checks. And as the canceled checks hit the back of my printer, I could see Alex Murdaugh's signature on the back. It would say Alex Murdaugh, and a lot of them were Bank of America. And as everyone come out, I started noticing it more and more, and the sickest feeling you could feel in the world. I knew that he was stealing all this money. At that point, William Barnes just happened to call over to my office and said, "What are you doing? How are you doing today?" And I said, "I'm about to throw up. You need to come over here." And showed him the checks, at which point he verified that he thought that was Alex's signature as well. From there, we called Mark Ball. Mark Ball came and looked over the information. We showed him the proof of the check of the $225,000, and Mark noticed that one of the cases that he definitely knew it could not have been going to forge because it was a workers' comp case.
Which case was that?
That was Thomas Moore.
Keep going.
So he knew that that money couldn't have been sent no matter what. We also discussed this with Lee Cope. We were trying to decide how are we going to handle this? What are we going to do? It was decided that Lee Cope would contact Michael Gunn directly. And we named a few of the cases. We got a few of the names. Lee contacted Michael Gunn, asked him if there'd ever been, to please verify if there'd ever been any structures with that. And also asked Michael Gunn if they'd been banking at Bank of America. Michael's reply to Lee was that they had not banked at Bank of America in a number of years, and that he was unable to verify that those were indeed set structured fees for those clients.
All right, so let me slow you down real quick. You researched what name in there?
Forge Consulting.
So you're researching in your system Forge Consulting, correct?
Yes.
To see any instances where it was an Alex Murdaugh case that went to Forge Consulting, correct?
Correct.
And did you find a number of checks?
We did.
You have access to the firm trust account checks on your system.
Yes.
And when you saw those checks, what did you observe that caused that sickening feeling you just described?
They were made to Forge instead of Forge Consulting, but also the fact that his signature was on the back and the endorsement on the back was Bank of America.
And what did that indicate to you about all those checks when you saw his signature on them?
That they were stolen fees, stolen money.
That's different from this, correct?
That's correct.
What's being stolen? What, if anything, is being stolen with Exhibit 313?
The check is being written directly to Richard Alexander Murdaugh. And in the other scheme, it was written to a Forge account, which we realized was a Forge bank account. We found in the office a few days later bank statements that said Richard Alexander Murdaugh doing business as Forge.
All right, so you say a few days later in Alex's office, you found some bank statements?
That's correct.
Do you remember what bank they were on?
Bank of America.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 335 and see if you recognize that just as an example.
I do.
And what is that?
This is a bank statement from Bank of America with the name Richard A. Murdaugh, sole prop, which means proprietor, doing business as Forge, and it has Alex's home address as the contact on the bank account.
And you found bank statements on this account in his office, correct?
That's right.
Is this the legitimate Forge bank account?
It's the fake Forge bank account.
Your Honor, we don't have any additional objections.
I would offer a 335, Your Honor, at this time. Is that the name that was on the account that you found?
Yes.
And you called it, quote, fake Forge.
Fake Forge.
And why do you call it fake Forge?
Because there is a real Forge Consulting, but this was a fake company that he set up to mimic and look like and designed to look like Forge.
The Real Forge, who's the main guy at the Real Forge?
Michael Gunn.
And does this account right here in Alex Murdaugh's name have anything to do with the Real Forge?
Absolutely none.
Going back to Exhibit 313, this check. The problem is, who should have this check been made out to?
That should have been made out to Peters, Murdoch, Parker, Elsdroth, and Dietrich.
To the law firm, correct?
That's right.
All right, so who is not getting what they're supposed to get in this instance for this check?
The law firm.
When we start talking about the fake forge account, who's generally not getting what they're supposed to get? Is the law firm or someone else?
Generally the client, sometimes the law firm, but generally the client.
Generally the clients. All right. Let me show you what's been marked as States 314. See if you recognize this.
Yes, this is a spreadsheet of all the payments made to the fake forge, referencing each client and the amount that was stolen from each client.
And did you prepare that?
I did.
All right. And is this based on an investigation that you had to do in the wake of all of this?
Yes, we did. We also had forensic auditors come in and look at this. We hired former FBI to come in and look at this, and we've also self-reported to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, which maintains licenses, and we've turned over 10 years of information to them at least and provided them with all this.
All right, let me see it real quick. Your Honor, this time we move into evidence States 314.
Your Honor, we do not have any additional objections provided we understand that it's being offered for the limited purpose for which Your Honor instructed the jury yesterday. It's not character evidence. It's only the motive according to the state's theory.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. All right.
They've gotten a limiting instruction. You don't have to stand up and say that.
We're going to pick up on your story in a little bit, but you were saying that when Annette Griswold, around the time she brought you that Chris Wilson check that had Alex's name on it, you also were bringing up and searching forge in your system, and that's when you saw all these, quote, fake forge checks, correct?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that you went and talked to some partners about it and that sort of thing, correct?
That's correct.
All right, we're going to talk about that in a minute, but just real quick, as we go to Exhibit 314, this is that spreadsheet that you prepared, is that correct?
That's correct.
And we have what's this right here?
That is the date of the check where the funds were stolen from.
All right, and then right here?
That's the client name.
All right, and then right here?
That's what we call the civil action number if it's been filed within the court.
All right, and then the category?
Is what type that he did. Most of them are forged payments, or you see a couple other took insurance. So he had a few methods.
All right, and then over here, is that when y'all had to pay the money back?
Yes. So for each one of these, the money that was stolen, all the partners got together and had to put the money back into client trust. And we went through and corrected and met with every client and distributed money back to them. That's an ongoing basis still going on.
So for all these clients, you had to pay, the law firm had to pay money back.
The partners came up with money and paid all the clients back
And why did y'all have to pay all that money back?
because Alec had stolen it.
We're going to talk about these in a minute, but if we look at the bottom, at least for this category, what was the total that you have, at least for this category?
$2,841,512.55.
And at least in this category, the earliest date we have is roughly what year?
2015.
All right, let's go back to early September. Do you remember what day it was that all this was happening?
September 2nd.
All right, and that brings you this check. You're finding these things. You say you talked to some of the partners about this?
Correct.
And what happens after that? What do y'all do?
We had a partner meeting at Lee Cope's house the morning of Friday, September 3rd.
Is the defendant there?
No,
All right. Is Randy Murdaugh there?
Randy is not there initially. Initially, we showed all the remaining partners what we had found and that he had been stealing. The consensus was, let's get Randy in here and let's show him. So he wasn't blindsided. Randy came in, we presented him the evidence, and he immediately hung his head and said,
Is that
he
Randy?
stole it. We've got to do
Is that
something
why
about
they're
this.
close up on him?
All right. And did anybody then go make contact with the defendant?
So Danny Henderson and Randy Murdaugh went to confront Alec about it.
And what was reported to you after that conversation?
The report was that Alec had admitted that he stole the money and that we were forcing him to resign.
In the wake of all of that, you ultimately had to start doing this review. Is that correct?
Yes,
And this spreadsheet that we're about to go through reflects those various transactions. Is that correct?
that's right.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a break now. If you go to the jury room, please do not discuss the case.
Are they just taking a break or did they need to talk about something? You guys, I am not feeling good. No, they're taking a break.
Please be seated.
If you bring the jury.
My head. I've got a headache. It's all headache. It's all the
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
in my
Sir.
head.
Ms. Seconder, before the break, just to reset the table, you had gone in, did you go into Alex's office on June 7th, 2021 for proof that he had not taken the Chris Wilson fees?
Yes,
And then that conversation got delayed, correct?
yes, got disrupted and delayed.
The murders happened.
Correct.
Did you receive an email in July leading you to believe that the Chris Wilson fees were in the account all along?
We did.
And then we moved to September, when Annette Griswold, Alec's paralegal, did she bring you a check showing that in fact those checks had been written to Alec back in March of 2021?
That's correct.
And at the same time, you were going through the system and looking at payments to Forge, correct?
Correct.
And the real Forge is headed by who? Who's the main guy there?
Michael Gunn.
All right. And then ultimately, though, you determined these were going to what you called what?
Fake Forge.
Fake Forge, which was accounts set up
How many times they can
to
make
look
this
like
fake
Forge, but in the
Forge?
name of who?
Richard Alexander Murdaugh.
The defendant?
Yes.
And then once you uncovered that, that started to pull the thread
Isn't it
into a
crazy?
series of things you're about to testify going back the preceding years. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that's kind of where we left off?
That's right.
All right. We're going to go back and look at States 314, and we're just going to do these in order and move expeditiously as we can. All right, we'll show you what's been marked as States 317. So you're to this trial and see if you recognize that.
I do. This is the disbursement statement for Adriana Hay.
All right, Your Honor, this time the state would offer States 317 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right, and tell the jury what this is very quickly.
So in this one, there's a recovery of $247,500. There's attorney fees of $22,000, expenses of $426.54, and then the settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting for the client's amount of $225,073.46.
Right, and that's the disbursement sheet that was signed by who? Do you recognize the signature on there?
Alex.
All right, and let me put it up on the screen. Was this record, was this found in the files of the law firm?
Yes.
And whose signature is that right there?
Alex,
What's the date on this?
12/20/2018.
And what's the first name of the client here, please?
Adriana.
All right. And we look at this this particular disbursement. It's got the recovery amount. That's how much money came in. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And then we have an attorney's fee.
Yes, and that looks like that's a reduced fee.
All right. It's a reduced fee in as much as not. Why did you say it's a reduced fee?
It's not a third or either 40% of the $247,500.
All right. And then we've got expenses. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then finally, we have this line right here. What does that say again?
Settlement proceeds to Forge Consulting, $225,000, $73.46.
Did that go to the real Forge consultant?
That went to the fake Forge Consulting.
And who controls the fake Forge account?
Alex Murdaugh.
I'll object to writing on the exhibits after they're in evidence.
Is it any in evidence? Not this particular exhibit.
Yes, Your Honor.
No.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and looking at the second page of this exhibit, what is this?
This is the check made payable to Forge for the $225,073.46.
And that went to the fake Forge?
Yes,
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to pay that money back?
we did
And why did you have to pay it back?
because Alex stole it.
Again, looking at these disbursement sheets, these are prepared by the attorneys and their staff, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then they're delivered to the finance staff?
Correct.
And then the finance staff uses that to do what?
To cut the checks and give them back to the attorney to disperse to the clients.
So this first sheet was delivered to your staff, is that correct?
Correct.
And then they did what?
They wrote the checks as per the disbursement.
And why did they do what Alex Murdaugh requested them to do?
They trusted him and he was their boss and that's what they thought they should do.
All right, going to the next one. States 318. All right, I'll show you what's been marked as States 318. See if you recognize this document.
Yes, this is disbursement statement for Barrett Boulware.
All right, Your Honor, at this time I would offer States 318 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right, we'll put it up on the screen. If you have problems seeing, just let me know and I'll bring it back to you, okay? All right, again, this is the disbursement statement for this particular case.
That's correct.
And who's the first name of the client, please?
Barrett.
All right. And looking here on this particular one, we have, again, a recovery, and then we have some expenses, and then ultimately we have this right here. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who is that disbursement? What did it say on the disbursement sheet?
Forge, but that's the fake Forge.
All right. And do you see a signature on there?
I do. It's Alex Murdaugh's.
All right. And going to the next page, you recognize that?
This is the check payable for $279,850 and I believe 85 cents or 65 cents.
All right. And do you recognize that signature right there?
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
And do you recognize this writing right there?
That is his handwriting.
All right. And did this money go into real Forge or did it go to the fake Forge?
It went in his fake Forge account.
All right. And did ultimately the law firm have to refund this money?
Again, we refunded the money. Each partner put up money and refunded the money to the client
And why did the law firm have to refund it?
because he stole it.
Who stole it?
Alex Murdaugh stole it.
All right. And we go to the third page of this exhibit. Do you recognize this particular check right here?
I do.
All right. And what is that?
So this is an insurance proceed payment from, I believe, Southern Fidelity Insurance in the amount of $75,193. That check never even came through our books. He stole it, endorsed it, and put it in his Bank of America account. And we found a copy of it on his desk later as we were investigating.
All right. Did the law firm ultimately have to replace that money?
We replaced that money as well.
Stand by for me real quick. I'm going to show you what's been, I believe, admitted in the evidence of States 429.
Okay, this is disbursement sheet for Hirschberger.
All right, and on that particular one, let me, first of all, I'm gonna put it up on the screen, and again, if you can see it, if you have, if I need to bring it back to me, to you, let me know, okay?
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna go over to the third page of this exhibit. And this is a disbursement sheet in this matter, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right, and we look on this third line, and what does it say right there?
The PMPD attorney fee Forge,
All right, and what's the amount?
$83,333.33. And that's the one we discussed earlier.
That's the one that first came to your attention?
Yes.
All right. Ultimately, go over to this next check. Do you recognize that?
It's the corresponding check for the payment to Forge for $83,333.33.
Do you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and you recognize that writing right there on the endorsement?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and this is a check that you thought had gone to a legitimate structure?
Correct.
Where did it actually go?
It went to his fake Forge account, the one in his personal name.
I'm going to show you the second page of this exhibit. Do you recognize this check?
I do.
All right, and tell me what this check is.
This is another check payable to Forge for $91,867.50. for the settlement proceeds due to the estate of Jacob Hirschberger.
All right. And just going back real quick, the first amount of 83,000 and change, those were actually represented what?
Those were our fees that would be payable to the law firm.
Okay. And then this money right here, though, that represented what?
Client money,
All right,
client
and how-
settlement money.
And did it go, where did it go?
It went to the fake forge account in Alex's name.
All right. And did the law firm ultimately have to repay that
We
money?
repaid that as well.
So we got two transactions in this particular one. We got the 83.3 and then we have the 91,000. Is that
Yes,
correct?
and I had to correct myself on that one. We're still in the process of paying that one.
All right. And what's the date on that particular one?
December 15th, 2020,
And then the date on,
May 12th, 2021.
all right. And that's roughly around the time that came to your attention as you previously testified?
Yes.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 319. Have you take a look at it?
This is the disbursement sheet for Blondale Gary.
All right. I'm going to go put it on the screen again. If you need me to bring it to you, let me know. And at this time, Your Honor, I'd offer 319 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Admitted.
This, we have, what's the first name of the client here?
Angel,
All right. And looking down, we have a recovery amount. And then what's this third line right there?
forge structure in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And going to the next page, what do we see?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $112,500.
All right. And did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to the fake Forge in Alex Murdaugh's name.
All right. And whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh.
Going back to the original page, whose signature is that?
Again, Alex Murdaugh's.
What's the date on that? I don't know if you can see it or not.
It looks like 4/9/19.
Okay. Did y'all have to repay that money?
We also repaid that money
All right. Why did you have to repay that money?
because it was due to the client and Alex Murdaugh stole it.
Let me show you what's been marked as States 320. See if you recognize this document.
This is the disbursement sheet on Christopher Anderson.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 320 into evidence.
Additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
All right. Again, we have the disbursement sheet. Is that correct?
We do.
All right. And then we have a recovery. Is that correct?
Yes, of $750,000.
And then how much on this disbursement sheet was written to Forge?
$750,000.
Every bit of it.
Yes.
And whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Second page.
A check payable to Forge for $750,000.
What's the date on it?
February 20th, 2020.
Did this go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
It went to his fake Forge personal account.
In this particular case, were there multiple recoveries?
There were multiple recoveries in this one.
All right. So did some of the money actually go to the client back when all of this happened?
Some of the money did go to the client. And when meeting with the client to go over this, he told me that he was unaware of the second settlement.
All right. And how much of the second settlement did Alex Murdaugh take?
The 100% of it, the entire $750,000.
What's the date on that?
February 20, 2020.
Do you recognize that signature right there?
That's Alex.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 321. See if you recognize this document.
This is a disbursement statement, to Dion Martin.
All right. Your Honor, this time the state would offer States 321 into evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submit it.
All right. Looking at this particular one, what's the first name of the client here?
Dion.
All right. And a couple things. First thing I want to ask about is we have right here, what's that third line right there? What does that say?
It says structured for annuity directly to Michael Gunn in the amount
Remind the jury who Michael Gunn is?
He is the owner of the Real Forge Consulting that would do structured annuities.
Was for that, was there any actual structured annuity directly to Michael Gunn?
We were able to verify later that there was no structured annuity to Michael Gunn.
And what was the effect of having that line in this disbursement sheet when it was prepared by the defendant and his staff?
You can see a line where the payment says settlement proceeds structured annuity 500 out. So basically what he did here was create a fake fee or a fake recovery that he took a 40% fee on, $200,000. That $200,000 should have been the client's money, but he faked a fee. It's just phantom money.
So by putting this line in here, right here, with that fake annuity, then 40% of that would be?
It was counted in as fees under his column and on our system.
All right. And so just by that paperwork, poof, you have?
Poof, phantom money.
Phantom money. Did y'all ultimately have to account for that?
We did.
With the client?
We did.
All right, down here at the bottom, you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
You see the date?
8/20/2015.
All right, and then moving on to the next page. And you previously testified that there could be multiple disbursements in the case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is this one such case?
Yes.
All right. Right here, I'm looking at the second disbursement, and down at the bottom, can you tell me the date on this?
October 6, 2015.
All right, and down at the bottom, right here, what does that say?
Disbursement to Forge, $338,056.14.
Did that go to the real Forge or the fake Forge?
Went to the fake Forge.
Looking at the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to the fake Forge in the amount of $338,056.14, signed by Alex Murdaugh.
All right. Did y'all ultimately have to pay that back to the client?
We did. We paid that and the $200,000 back
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alec had stolen it.
Going to the next page, we have another disbursement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And what does this line say right there?
Structure to Forge, marked through $45,000.
Where did that $45,000 go?
It went to the fake Forge account in Alex Murdaugh's name.
All right. Going forward, we see this check. You recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge in the amount of $45,000.
All right. You recognize that signature?
It's Alex Murdaugh's.
You recognize that writing right there?
Alex Murdaugh's.
And where did that money go?
to the fake forge account in his Bank of America, Richard Alexander Murdaugh name.
So we had three things here. We had the phantom fee, correct?
Correct.
We had the 338,000 and change.
Correct.
We had the 45,000.
Correct.
And did your law firm have to pay all that back?
We paid every cent of it back. The
Why'd you-
attorneys put it in because Alex stole it.
I'll show you states 315. See if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Elise Mallory.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer states 315 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
All right, who's the client's name on this one? Just the first name, please.
Elise,
All right, in this particular, what's the total recovery amount?
$183,528.
And is there an attorney fee?
There is an attorney fee of $30,000, but again, that's reduced, and I'm able to tell that because it's not a third or either 40%.
But that $30,000 ultimately was cut to the firm?
It ultimately was cut to the PMPD.
And who was it credited to, on whose books?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and then what's there's some fees for about 600 and change, correct?
Yes, expenses.
Excuse me, expenses. And so what's the remainder?
The remainder is $152,866 that was payable to the forge, and that's the fake forge count.
All right, and whose signature is that right there?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Do you recognize the second page?
That is the check that was payable to forge.
Can you see the date on that?
I can't really see that.
I'm going to hand you back States 314, which is the spreadsheet you prepared. Is that correct?
Yes.
Looking down at the bottom, can you remind the jury what the date is of that particular check?
It was November 30th, 2020.
November 30th, 2020. Okay. Did any of the recovery in this case actually go to the client?
And that one, none of it went to the client.
It either went to Alex fees or it went to where?
To his fake forge account that was doing business as Forge, the fake account with Bank of America.
Was there ever any conversation with Alec about this case as it related to those fees?
There was. Later in the summer of 2021, his secretary called over to accounting and said that he wanted to disperse some money to Elise Mallory. And at that point, we informed her that the money had already been dispersed. So then Alex said that he wanted to give a portion of his fee back to the client because she was just a sweet lady that he felt she needed some funds given back to her. We'd like to do her a favor.
Of the $30,000 in fees?
Yes.
Was that after all of that $152,000, the bulk of that recovery for that case has been instead dispersed to the fake forge account?
Yes.
Did y'all have to account for that and pay the client back?
We did.
And why was that?
Because he stole the money.
Going to 322. So you want to mark the states 322. See if you recognize this.
Yes, it's another disbursement that has actually several parts, but it's Jamie and Risher.
Okay. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 322 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submit it. All right, what's the first name on the?
Jamian.
All right. And looking at this particular disbursement sheet, what is this amount right there?
$90,000.
And what's it made payable to on the disbursement sheet?
Forge,
We see a signature right there. It looks a little different. Do you recognize that signature at
I
all?
still believe it's Alex.
Okay. And going to the next page, what is that?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $90,000.
And what's the date on it?
It cleared on 9/1/16. It was written sometime in August of 2016.
Where did that check go?
It went to the fake Forge account with Bank of America that is in his personal name.
Going to this page of the exhibit, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And tell me what this is very quickly.
These were some of those client case expenses that we would collect normally. And what you're seeing here is some costs for employee travel on the first line, but then costs paid to Austin Aviation for some airline services, and then some meals and travel within New York.
We have Austin Aviation. Is that like a private plane?
That is a private plane.
And limousine service?
That's a private limousine. Yeah,
All right. Did y'all ultimately refund this money to the client?
we did.
Why was that?
We discovered that those were after the close of the case, and there was no way that they could have been done.
They had been billed to the client?
They had been billed to the client, deducted from the client's disbursement, so we reimbursed those as well when we were giving our clients the money back.
Show you what's been marked as states 323 to your testimony, see if you recognize that.
This is a disbursement for Johnny Bush.
Okay. Your Honor, this time it offers states 323 in the evidence.
No additional objection, man.
Admit it. All right, very quickly.
Johnny.
Johnny, all right. Down here, we've got, what does that line say?
Forge, $95,000
Where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account that Alec held.
All right. Is that the check?
Corresponding check for the $90,000 with
Record.
Alec's signature.
All right. And did y'all have to pay that money back?
We did,
And why'd you have to pay that money back?
because Alec stole it as well.
Show you states 324, see if you recognize that.
Yes, this is a disbursement to Jordan Jenks.
Your Honor, this time it offers states 324 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Admit it.
All right. Right here, looking at this particular one, who's the first name of the client?
Jordan,
Right here on this disbursement, what do we have right there?
a payment to Forge in the amount of $85,000.
Okay. And whose signature down at the bottom?
Alex Murdaugh's,
What's the date?
August 1st, 2018.
Looking at the second page, what is this right here?
The check to payable to Forge for the $80,000
All right, and where did that money go?
to the fake Forge account.
You recognize that signature?
That's Alex's signature as well.
All right, looking over the next page, what is this?
This is a second disbursement with another check payable to Forge in the amount of $65,000.
All right, you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's,
All right, and what's the next page?
a check payable to Ford in the amount of $65,000 with Alex Murdaugh's signature.
All right, and what date did that clear?
October 4th, 2018.
All right. This $85,000, where did that go?
To the fake forge,
The $65,000, where did that go?
to the fake forge count.
Did your law firm have to account for that money?
We accounted for and reimbursed the client due to the fact that Alec had stolen it.
We'll show you what's been marked as States 325, your testimony, see if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Manuel Cristiani.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 325.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
That's admitted.
All right, first name,
Manuel,
what does this say right here?
forge, $70,000.
Going over to the next page, you recognize that?
That's the check payable to Forge for $70,000 signed by Alex Murdaugh.
What's the date did it clear your trust account?
August 16th, 2016.
Where did this money go?
Went to his fake Forge account.
Did you have to account for this money?
We did.
All right, and why'd you have to account for it?
This money was stolen. This money still has not been paid back. It's under a court order to be paid into the court because there's some dispute about who it belongs to.
But ultimately,
But ultimately, we funded it and it's paid into the court, so it came out of our pockets again.
I'll show you what's been marked as States 326 to your testimony, see if you recognize this.
This is another disbursement for Mary Duncan.
Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 326.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
All right. First name of the client,
Mary,
looking down here, what is that line right there?
settlement proceeds to Forge in the amount of $19,500.
All right. See the date?
October 3rd, 2018.
Do you recognize that at all?
Alex Murdaugh's.
That's the signature, you mean?
Yes.
All right. What's this right here on the second page?
This is the check payable to Forge for $19,500, referencing Mary Duncan settlement proceeds.
And what day did that clear?
October 22nd, 2018.
And how much?
$19,500
All right. Where did this money go?
to its fake Forge account.
Did your law firm have to account for that?
We did, and we reimbursed the client for that
Why'd you have to do that?
because Alex stole it.
Show you what's been marked as stage 327. See if you recognize this.
This is a disbursement sheet for Randy Drawdy.
All right. Your Honor, this time I offer stage 327 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Let's admit it.
All right, disbursement sheet, what line do we have right here?
Forge, $9,569.30.
Do you recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Looking at the next page,
It's the check payable to Forge for the $9,569.30.
and what's the date on it?
It is dated October 3rd, 2017.
You recognize that signature?
Alex Murdaugh's signature.
All right. Did your law firm ultimately have to account for those funds?
We did, and we reimbursed the client that money as well because it was stolen funds again.
And where did these funds actually go to?
They went to the bank forge account that was under his control.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as States 328 and see if you recognize this.
This is a disbursement for Thomas Moore.
Your Honor, at this time I'd offer States 328 in evidence.
No additional objection, yeah.
Submitted.
All right here on the disbursement. What's the name? First name?
Thomas,
All right. And what does the disbursement say?
forge, $125,000.
All right. Down here, do you recognize that signature?
It's Alex Murdaugh's on the left.
Whose handwriting does that look like to you?
It looks like Alex Murdaugh's as well. Tommy Moore confirmed with us that he did not sign that disbursement.
Going to the second page, what is this?
This is the check payable to Forge in the amount of $125,000.
Did that go to the real forge or the fake forge?
Fake Forge.
All right. And whose writing is that right there on the endorsement?
That's Alex Murdaugh's.
Whose signature on the check?
Alex Murdaugh's.
Did y'all have to account for that money with the client?
We did. We reimbursed him as well
And why'd you have to account for that?
because it had been stolen by Alex.
The ones that you've been describing, this was after you started to pull the thread and all of that started to unravel. Is that correct?
That's right.
Was the quote fake forge, as you call it, was that the only thing that you detected as you started to review the activities of Alex Murdaugh while he was a partner in the law firm?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 329 to your testimony, and just quickly tell me if you recognize that and what it is.
I do recognize this. This is a list of payments that were stolen by being paid to Palmetto State Bank.
All right. Hold on for me real quick. All right, going back to States 329. Again, did you prepare the spreadsheet?
I did.
Is this based on your role as the CFO and going back and reviewing various records and trying to figure all of this out?
Yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, the state would offer States 329 into evidence.
No additional objections, Your Honor, and subject to the court's prior limitations on its use.
All right, it's submitted.
All right, putting this up on the screen. Can you see that all right, or I need to bring it to you?
Yes, I can see it.
All right. I see up at the top, there's some writing on it. Can you tell the jury what that is real quick?
That was a mistake when I made up the worksheet that we discovered when I got here. Those checks were written in the period of 2012 instead of the 7/5 that I had down. So we scratched through and I initialed my correction.
So that says 2012 and then your initials, is that right?
Yes.
And then over here, what is this right here?
That's the client's name that the money was stolen from.
All right, and then what's that?
The civil action court number.
All right, and then the category?
The method that he used to get away with this, and in this payment was Palmetto State Bank checks.
And then this line right there?
The date that we put money back into our trust account to be able to refund the clients.
And then finally, the amount.
$2,079,826.54.
Does this include what was in, we've already gone through in States 314, the other spreadsheet, or is this different money?
It's additional money.
States 314. What was the amount, the total amount?
$2,841,512.55.
And then the new one we're about to talk about?
$2,079,826.54.
Now, you mentioned Palmetto State Bank. This is not the fake forge, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Tell me just generally what you uncovered and how funds were allegedly misappropriated through this method by the defendant.
Palmetto State Bank was the PR on some of these funds, and there was lines on these disbursements to be paid to Palmetto State Bank. On the surface, they looked okay. When I called and asked the bank to give me information backing up the checks, what had happened to them once they were written to the bank, we discovered that the money had been used for paying things on Alex's behalf, like loan payments, equipment purchases, paying back loans to people he had borrowed money from, and everything was for his use.
And then looking at that, was there an official at the bank who was assisting Alex Murdaugh with these transactions?
Russell Lafitte was the one helping me convert those funds.
And is Russell Lafitte any relation to you?
Russell Lafitte is my brother-in-law. He's married to my sister's husband.
Sure, what's been marked States 330, home stretch. States 330 to this trial. See if you recognize that document.
This is the Badger disbursement.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 330 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
All right. How much were the attorney's fees on this particular case?
$1,240,000.
That's how much the attorney's fees were.
That's the attorney fees.
All right. And then if we scroll down this disbursement, we have, what's this number right here?
$1,325,000.
And that pursuant to this disbursement was supposed to be made out to who?
Palmetto State Bank.
All right. And that's completely separate from these attorney's fees in this case. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's addition.
Did those attorney's fees actually get paid into the firm account?
Those did, yes.
And those were legitimate, correct?
Those were legitimate.
And they were credited to who?
Alex Murdaugh.
And that's completely separate from this additional $1,325,000 below that. Is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what happened to that $1,325,000?
That $1,325,000 ended up being converted into payments on his behalf through the bank.
All right. Can you tell me the date on that?
November 19th, 2012.
Now, this particular amount right here, well, let me go. I'm going to show you the page 3 of this exhibit. And is this an email that you found in the records of your law firm?
We did.
All right. And who is this email from and who's it to?
The email is from Russell Lafitte to Alex Murdaugh.
All right. And what does it say right there?
It says, Alex, can you get Jeannie to recut check 43162 dated 11/19/12 as follows? And then it lists 4 different amounts. And it says, thanks, Russell.
All right. And then below that, the next page, is this another email that was found in the records of your law firm?
It is.
And what's the date on this email?
February 6, 2013.
All right. And please, who's the email from?
So this email is from Alex Murdaugh to Russell Lafitte.
All right. And tell the jury what it says.
It gives an amount of $388,687.50. Whatever the amount I owe on the Hannah loan, $75K, and whatever the balance would be on the $1,325,000 after these deductions.
And again, remind the jury what the amount that was written to PSB.
$1,325,000.
Is that
In that email, the last line, Alec asked Russell to email me and request that.
right? Did that actually happen?
Yes,
And so had your staff already cut this check based on the disbursement for $1,325,000?
yes,
And based on this email chain, did you ultimately recut checks made out to Palmetto State Bank
yes, sir,
and the amounts requested?
in the amounts requested.
And those funds, what happened to them?
They were used to pay personal loan payments on Alec's behalf. So again, the funds that he stole and paid obligations that he owed.
Did you have to account to the client for this amount right here?
We did.
And you had to do that because they were misappropriated by the defendant?
That's right.
All right, looking through these checks, are these the checks that were recut by your staff after the request by Alec
Yes,
to Russell and from Russell to you?
correct. And incidentally, in this one, we also reimbursed the client the PR fee because the PR had not done their job. So we made sure that we would reimburse the client for that as well.
Who was the PR?
Russell Lafitte.
And I'm just slowly moving through this exhibit. Are these the various checks and how they ultimately were converted?
That's the information that I got back from Palmetto State Bank showing how they were converted.
I'm looking at this check right here, which is the 5th page of the exhibit. Can you see the date on that?
February 8th, 2013.
Going to this check right here. What's the date on that?
September 13th, 2013.
Let me show you this real quick. States 331, see if you recognize this.
This is the correcting disbursement for Arthur Badger that we reconstructed.
And that goes with the prior exhibit, is that correct?
Yes.
This time it offer states 331.
No additional objection.
Submit it.
And this just again reflects what you were just talking about and the repayments of those monies, is that correct?
That's correct, where previously it had the $35,000. And so our total repayment to the client was $1,360,000, which is the 35 and the 1.325
And the 35 is the
PR fee. Yes.
I'm going to show you states 332. And 334. We'll show you 334 first and see if you recognize this document.
This is a disbursement to Natasha Thomas.
All right, Your Honor, this time I'd offer States 334 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Thank you, Your Honor. And while I'm here, States 332.
This is the correcting disbursement that we drafted to return the money to Natasha Thomas.
Your Honor, I'd offer States 332 in evidence.
No additional objection.
Submitted.
All right. Looking at this particular disbursement, again, what's the first name of the client?
Natasha,
All right. And we have various recovery amounts here, is that correct?
that's correct.
We have the actual legal fees received in this case, correct?
Yes.
And who were those actually credited to?
Well, 800 of that is to Alex Murdaugh, and then the other portion of the fee was the $15,000 fee payable to Russell Lafitte as conservator for this case.
Okay. And those fees were actually credited to who?
To Alex Murdaugh.
And on top of that, though, go down to the bottom and we have this last line. What's that right there?
Natasha Thomas, Palmetto State Bank, $325,000.
That $325,000, where did it go?
It went to Palmetto State Bank and was converted into funds for personal use again, paying loans, buying equipment, et cetera,
Personal expense for who?
for Alex Murdaugh.
Did y'all ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did.
And why did you have to do that?
Alex stole that money.
You recognize that signature right there?
Yes, that's Russell Lafitte's.
What is that check right there? Do you recognize that?
This is the check that we wrote to Palmetto State Bank,
And what's the date on that?
12/20/2011.
And hold on real quick. I'm going to go back just to make sure on States 330. This was Arthur. That's the case you just talked about a little bit ago.
That's correct.
The one with the 1.325 million.
That's correct.
And on this disbursement sheet, what was the date?
November 19th, 2012.
All right. Back to Natasha. Oops. Now, you mentioned it was often common for monies to be held back for liens. Is that right?
That's right.
And ultimately, the idea is to settle those liens, like with a hospital or something like that, or Medicaid, and then ultimately pay the client any excess that you were able to settle underneath. Is that correct?
That's right.
All right. In this case, were certain monies held back for liens?
There was money held back, yes.
Okay. And ultimately, was there an amount that was paid on those liens? And in particular, I'm showing you this line right here that says ACA recoveries.
Yes, there was.
All right. What about for me real quick? After we're looking at that particular line, how much was that amount?
$110,965.27.
And was ultimately Medicaid paid back some amount of money?
Yes.
Was it less than their actual bill?
Yes.
And so that meant that there was some money left over that should have gone to the client. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did that money actually go to the client?
No, it did not.
All right. I'm going to flip towards the end of this exhibit. And show you this check. It's actually the last page of the exhibit. Do you recognize that?
Yes, that's the remaining funds that should have been paid to Natasha after settling that lien. and it was in the amount of $25,245.08.
And can you see the date on that or see when it cleared?
Looks like it was dated maybe 6/13/2012 or either 8, pardon my eyes. And it cleared the bank on 8/29/2012.
All right, you recognize the signature on that check?
Alex Murdaugh's.
All right, and where did those funds go?
Those went, again, were converted at Palmetto State Bank into things that benefited him personally, such as loan payoffs, money to them.
Okay. Did you ultimately have to account to the client for that money?
We did,
And why'd you have to do that?
because Alex Murdaugh stole it.
And looking through these documents that are attached here, what are these documents as I slowly flip through them?
That's where the money went. So there was payments made to Mr. Charlie Lafitte. There were boat payments paid. There was payments back to a loan from a conservatorship.
Is that a different case that the firm had?
That is
And who was a conservator on that case?
Russell Lafitte,
And what's the name of that particular client?
Plyler.
And there were loans made from that?
Yes.
Loans to who?
There were loans made from that to Russell Lafitte and Alex Murdaugh.
So money from this was used to pay back some of that money?
Yes, sir.
Whose signature is that on this particular check, number 219721?
That's Russell Lafitte's.
And who is that cashier's check made out to?
Randolph Murdaugh III.
Who is that cashier's check made out to?
This is made out to R. Lafitte as conservator for Malik Williams.
Who's Malik Williams? Do you
Malik
know?
Williams was another client that Russell was a conservator for, that Russell loaned money to Alec out of that conservatorship, and this is a payment back on that conservatorship loan.
When you say conservatorship, Russell was put in charge of dealing with clients'
Investing in
money on
him.
their behalf?
Yes.
And he was loaning money to himself and to Alec?
He did out of Plyler. I'm not sure about Malik Williams, but he loaned Alec money out of Malik Williams.
And then money from some of these misappropriations you've identified was used to pay those loans back from the conservatorship?
Correct.
Hey, Michelle. Financial crimes were the motive for the murder, supposedly. He didn't want them to find out he was stealing money from his firm, so he killed them.
All right, Michelle, you states 333. You recognize this?
This is a disbursement for Russell Lafitte as conservator for Hakeem Pickney.
All right. Your Honor, this time I'd offer states 333 in evidence.
No additional objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Spike?
All right, a little bit ago, we were looking at a case of Natasha Thomas. Is this case related to that one?
Yes.
Are they?
They're both in the same accident.
All right. And I'm going to show you the disbursement sheet on this particular one. And again, we have a recovery here. Is that correct?
Yes,
And right here, we have legal fees. Is that correct?
correct.
And how much were the legal fees for this particular one?
For this one, there was $4,098,000 that would have been credited to Alec that were payable to PMPD. And we also paid Russell Lafitte a $60,000 conservator fee.
So out of this particular one, there were legit fees earned by, of how much again?
Almost $4.1 million, $4,098,000.
And credited to who?
Alec Murdaugh.
On top of that, though, we scroll down and we have this entry right here. What does that say?
Palmetto State Bank, $309,581.46.
All right. Where did that money go?
Again, that went payable to Palmetto State Bank, and it was used with the other money from Natasha Thomas to pay off loans and for conservatorships and loans that he had made personally, so for Alex's personal benefit.
And right there, do you recognize those signatures?
Yes, I do.
Whose signature is that?
Russell Lafitte,
Whose signature is that?
Alex Murdaugh.
Right here, what is this, the third page of the exhibit?
This is the check payable to Palmetto State Bank for $309,581.46 on the behalf of Hakeem Pickney's settlement.
And did you have to account for that with the client?
We did,
And why did you have to do that?
because Alex stole that money as well.
As we go through this exhibit, are these some of the various documents?
Yes.
Tell the court and the jury what these are, please.
That would be a loan payment on a boat loan that Alex held personally with the bank. Again, another loan payment for that same Murdaugh Charter Bank loan. Check payable back to Mr. Charles Lafitte for a personal loan.
And we don't have to go through every one, but that's generally, these are the expenditures you've identified as personal for Alec.
Yes.
All right. Couple more. I know we've been going for a long time. You had mentioned that that one instance in which there was the loan payment that should have gone to Randy Murdaugh that instead went to the defendant, correct?
That's right.
And ultimately that happened twice and then it was detected, but he paid it back. Is that right?
That's right.
And the matter kind of went away. Is that right?
That's right.
Were there other instances in which Alex Murdaugh used the firm credit card for expenditures that were not business related?
He did.
And in those instances, what had happened?
In the instances that he used it for personal, we would deduct it from his annual bonus at the end of the year, and he'd pay it back.
He'd pay it back and the matter would be forgotten. Is that correct?
Yes.
When those things were happening at the law firm, were you all aware of all of this?
No.
And stand by for me real quick. All right, sorry about that. Just real quick. When y'all allowed Alec to pay back the money in those sort of smaller instances, were you aware of all of this?
No, sir.
When you or your staff received these disbursement funds from Alec and his staff, did they cut them in the manner in which they were instructed?
Yes,
And why did they do that?
because they trusted him.
And in the majority of those instances that involve client money, did Alec Murdaugh also receive substantial legal fees in each one of those cases?
Yes.
And in each one of those cases in which that happened, at least on the ones we've gone through, according to your review, did he also misappropriate substantial money on top of that?
Yes.
How long have you known Alec Murdaugh?
Since I was 16, so about 40 years,
Worked with him closely for how long?
22, 23 years.
Did you really know Alec Murdaugh?
I don't think I ever really knew him. I don't think anybody knows.
Thank you. Nothing further.
So I'll stand for a moment. Okay.
Thought I was muted. Good luck, Michelle.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to do that because I can't carry that much.
Your Honor, could we renew our request for limiting instruction? We went a half a day.
Yeah, I'd love to do that too.
Hearing
but I
all these
can't
financial
pick up
misdeeds, and I don't want the jury to be lost on what the purpose is.
Any comment, Mr. Waters?
Okay. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I gave this limiting instruction yesterday, and I'll repeat it, that this evidence of these financial crimes and other crimes that you're now receiving testimony on it's regarding the contention that the defendant was involved in other criminal activity. That is not evidence or proof of the offenses charged in the indictment, those charges being for murder, 2 counts, and possession of a weapon during the commission of a crime, 2 counts. This testimony is being allowed for the limited purpose in assisting the state in proving motive. You may not consider it for purposes of character of Mr. Murdaugh, nor may you consider it as evidence that he has the propensity to commit other crimes, or that it is more likely that he committed the crimes with which he is currently charged. It's being allowed based on the state's representation that it helps explain the defendant's motives for which he is accused. And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hi.
You have, show you Exhibit 314. You just put that up. You can do it for me, Doug.
And you know she's
This
got to
is,
know him personally too. That's got to be awkward.
A summary
That's
of,
him, right? Yeah.
was a listing of clients of the firm who the law firm had to reimburse because of Alex misconduct. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Now the law firm has been working with various law enforcement agencies since September of 2021, I suspect, sharing all of this information.
Yes.
And with regard to Exhibit 314, it would appear that the law firm, just for all of these clients, have paid out over $2.8 million. Is that right?
That's right.
And in a real way, the law firm is a victim of this conduct.
Correct.
And for each one of these client transactions that the law firm had to repay, I mean, you're aware that Alec has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
I'm aware of that.
Okay. And the same with the Palmetto State Bank matters that you talked about.
Correct.
He has pending criminal charges for every single one of them.
Yes.
And we're not here today to try those charges on the financial crimes. We're here, you understand, you're testifying because he's been charged with the murder of his wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul.
I
right?
do.
And they were murdered on June 7th, 2021. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, some of these, it looks like, according to your testimony, that this misconduct has been going on since as early as 2011.
Unfortunately, when we found that out.
Right. So some 10 years before the murders of Maggie and Paul, correct?
That's correct. He managed to fool a lot of people, myself included.
Understand.
Dang it.
And I understand you have the right to be very hurt and angry about that. And And are you hurt and angry about that?
Oh, yes. I take it very personally. It haunts me that I let this happened.
You feel like it happened on your watch, and
I don't think anybody'd feel normal feeling like that. It's the big betrayal of trust.
Ms. Seconder, when I'm asking you these questions, I'm not in any way diminishing your feelings and your anger. I'm just trying to flush out how these relate to the murder of Maggie and Paul.
I understand that.
Okay, thank you. But it would appear that it's been going on for years and years and years.
Unfortunately, yes,
Right.
it appears.
And it has cost the law firm in 2021 and still, over $5 million it paid out.
That's correct.
And when we're talking about the law firm, I mean, we're really talking about lawyers in the firm, his brother Randy, correct?
That's right.
Johnny Parker, who's now the firm's named after,
Right,
Ronnie Crosby,
right,
Lee Cope,
correct,
Mark Ball,
correct.
and others that have come out of their pocket to reimburse clients.
Yes, they did.
Now the forge. Well, let me strike that. On June 7th, 2021, the day Maggie and Paul were murdered, you went to Alex's office sometime in the early afternoon or mid-afternoon and to try to get to the bottom of where's the fee that Chris Wilson's office says they wrote to you for the Ferris case.
Correct.
Right. And he looked at you and he said, what do you want now? Right.
Yes, he did when I was coming up the steps.
And you said, I wouldn't be doing my job if I wasn't up here asking you about this.
That's correct.
And I think you said he kind of had a angry look initially.
When I walked up the steps, he gave me a very disgusted look and said, what do you need now?
But then once you got in his office, his demeanor changed
He did.
and he assured you that the check was, the funds were still in Chris Wilson's trust account.
He did.
And as sort of fast forward in September the 3rd, I believe it was, 2021, Annette Griswold from your firm found a canceled check written from Chris Wilson's law firm directly to Alex Murdaugh, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that check wasn't written to Forge Consulting.
No, it was written to Richard Alexander Murdaugh, Esquire.
And of all of these papers that you have been introduced in part of your investigation, that's the only time that, at least in these documents that you brought to court, where Alec has gotten a check directly, personally from another law firm, and it didn't go to PMPED, right?
We discovered during the investigation that there had been another time that had happened, but that was not discovered by myself.
Okay. And that was with Chris Wilson's firm also?
Yes.
But all of the other stuff that you brought here and talked about since 9:30 or so this morning involved this fake Forge account, right?
Correct.
And then there's some stuff involving Palmetto State Bank going back 2010, 2011, 12, 13, early on.
Correct.
With regard to the events of June the 7th, when you went and talked to Alec and you were asking him about where's the fee money, you had previously spoken to, I guess, Lee Cope or someone in the firm?
Lee Cope.
And wasn't the concern at the time that Alec was trying to shield income from disclosure in the lawsuit that where he was a defendant, where he was being sued following the boating crash where Mallory Beach lost her life tragically?
Yes, at that point, we thought he was trying to shelter money or move money into his wife's name or reduce his income for the year by not claiming tax, by not collecting a fee.
Right, and it really, and one of the reasons you thought that is because you had talked to him about what looked to be an odd way to structure an attorney's fee with the Hershberger case.
Correct.
And he explained that he didn't care about the tax consequences. He was just trying to get money in the Maggie's name and not his name because of the boating accident.
That's correct.
And that was the concern and alarm within the firm, is that we're not going to participate in any way to shield high income from civil disclosure in a court proceeding.
That's correct.
Because that goes against the ethics and standards of the law firm and lawyers in that firm.
That's correct.
And no one at the time was thinking that Alec was stealing money from the firm, right?
I had my suspicions on whether it was really in there, but we were not pursuing it as stolen money.
Okay. And you had seen that, and I think it was May of 2021 or May 12th or something, that a disbursement sheet where attorney's fees went to Forge on the Hershberger settlement.
Correct.
Now, it's not the first time the lawyers in the firm have previously structured attorney's fees in big settlement cases, haven't they?
Once.
One time. And the way that works is the money goes from the defendant insurance company or defendant company or the source of payment. It goes not to the law firm and then to the lawyer. It goes to some financial entity, whether it's insurance company or something. And then that money is then paid out in annuity over the years to the lawyer.
That would be the correct way.
And you delay taxes by not taking the money, right?
Correct.
And that's how it was done in the past.
Correct.
The one time it was done.
Right.
Okay. And your concern here was that's not how you do it, because it looked like the money came into the firm and then it was written out to Forge. Forge structure of a payment according to Alec.
Correct. It would not have been, the way it came in, it would not have been credited to his account. It would have just looked like it was going out as an item, so it would not have been accounted for correctly.
Right.
And he also did not discuss it with anybody in the firm or have permission to do that.
And the one time that it happened previously, I don't know what the amount of the fee was, but the point of the matter is that money never came into the firm, but all the partners knew about it, you knew about it, and you were able to include it in your calculations?
Yes.
Including the 7.5% that the lawyer is responsible for paying into the, I guess, to the
kitty
distribution fund or whatever it is?
Yes.
That's sort of a leveling account that helps lawyers who haven't had a good year, brings them up, and it just sort of smooths out.
And kind of smooths out overhead, the different offices having different costs. And
okay. But when Alec had given you that explanation and you said that's not proper, you're going to get taxed, and he said that I don't care, I'm trying to get money in Maggie's name, help Michael Gunn out. I mean, that you never talked to Alec about the Hershberger fee again, did you?
Not to my recollection. Not since after the murders happened, we did not discuss any of that.
And the Chris Wilson issue was there was a settlement in the Ferris v. Mack truck case.
What do you think about that?
The law firm receives an expense check to reimburse the firm for the expenses, but where's the fee? Where's the fee? And that's what started the questions being asked.
That's right.
Okay. And you went in on June 7th to ask Alec about that. You know, you got to show me proof if it's in his trust account. Is that right?
Right. I told him we had reason to believe that he had received the money and I needed to prove that he had not.
And during that meeting, he received a call that his father was being put back in the hospital.
Or was in the hospital and was terminal, that they had decided that there was nothing else they could do for him and he'd be terminal.
And you took off your CPA hat and your CFO hat and you befriended him.
Correct.
Because you knew how close he was to his father. Is that right?
I do.
And you know, and this father was a well-known lawyer and was a legacy name in that law firm.
That didn't really mean anything to me. I'd just known him since I was 15, 16 years old. I didn't think of him in terms of that. I thought of him in terms of a friend and my friend's father.
Right. And the Alex close to his father?
Yes,
And his mother?
as far as I know.
And his family? He was close to his family?
As far as I know, I had not spent any time with him around his family in over 17 years.
But after you learned that his father was going back in the hospital or was in the hospital and was terminal, well, just fast forward. This was the 7th of June, correct?
Yeah, the Monday, the 7th.
Yeah. And on the 10th, Mr. Murdaugh died, did he not?
I believe that was the date, yes.
Okay, just a few days after this, he died.
Yes,
Of natural causes.
yes.
And so when you learned on the 7th that his father was terminal or going back in the hospital, you became his friend and you didn't continue your inquiry anymore that day, correct?
No, because I had told him what I needed and he knew what I was expecting to get back. And I was under the impression he was leaving to go care for his father. And in our firm, we're very family oriented, and anytime there's an emergency or something we need to do, we grant the person the time off, and I made the assumption he was going to go take care of that.
Right. And then you learned that night that Maggie and Paul were murdered.
Right.
What was I think you said in your testimony that your initial reaction, you were scared, you were afraid. What were you scared of?
Well, when this happened, there was a lot of rumors rolling around. Nothing this violent had ever happened. We didn't know who had gone after his family, if somebody was going to come after him, if somebody was going to come to the office and come after him. There was just a lot of dissettlement within the office. And constantly employees were scared.
But your mind didn't go to, gosh, I bet he killed his wife and son because I asked him about the Ferris fee, right?
No.
Then after that, you didn't continue investigating the Ferris fee. You let Lee Cope deal directly with Chris Wilson.
Lee Cope advised me that he would take over.
But the inquiry and the Ferris fee didn't stop because Maggie and Paul were murdered, did it?
It did, as far as talking to Alec.
Well, I mean, Alec told you what he told you, and then the inquiry was, is he telling the truth? And let's deal directly with Chris Wilson, right?
Correct.
So the inquiry didn't stop with Maggie and Paul's murder, did it?
It stopped for a period of time,
How long?
a couple of weeks.
Couple of weeks.
Maybe a month.
Maybe a month. the death of his wife and son, guiding 30 days reprieve on your investigation into the Ferris matter. Is that what happened?
Well, it did, and then we received word from Chris. At that point, we still did not receive the documentation, so it did delay receiving the documentation.
Now, let's be clear. When you're looking into the Ferris matter and you go in on June 7th, it wasn't reported to you by Maggie Murdaugh that, hey,
I was thinking the same
Alex
thing.
stealing money. You didn't have any conversation with Maggie about that, did
I
you?
never have conversations with Maggie.
Or Paul, he wasn't involved in any way with the Ferris fee, to your knowledge, was he?
I've never had a conversation with Paul.
And then you go, and Lee Cope's dealing with Chris Wilson's office, and then turns out that Chris Wilson sends an email to Alec saying the money's in my trust account, and Alec forwards it on to you and Lee Cope. Is that right?
Correct.
And once that happened, there was no rush to grab the money out of Chris Wilson's trust account, was there? In July of 2021.
We did not make the rush at that point because we had enough operating money and we were going to come back to it. Typically, the attorney dealing with that case would handle it, and Alec was not in the office very much.
Okay. So the firm had plenty of money to operate, and you just needed to get the money into the firm by the end of the year when you did the bonuses. Is that pretty much how things were being looked at in July of 2021?
I don't know that we would have waited till December, but we just were not doing it at that point in that summer. It was actually just an irregular summer, both personally and professionally, keeping up with other obligations and time frame to get it.
And so in September of 2021, you're doing your CFO job. You decide that you had this Hertzberger thing, on your desk, or, you said it was on your desk. Was it on desktop, or you just had a sheet of paper?
Well, it's kind of where my important stuff is that I need to get back to. So it's sitting right under a monitor right in front of my face.
And you talked about you had a number of commitments and it's personal issues. I think you said, I don't want to know about your personal issues, but what I do want to establish is Maggie and Paul's murder did not cause you to delay in following up on the Hertzberger matter, did it?
In some way, yes, because the shock of it and the delay and the things going around the office did, but the true delay came in me finding the time to do it.
Yeah, you had a lot of other things going on.
Yes.
And what you decided to do is to see if there were some other kind of structured fees that Alec had done in 2021 to sort of, like you did the Hertzberger case, because you needed to know what his gross collections were and how much he owed it to the firm, and that's why you looked in September 2021, right?
Correct. And I'm also still suspicious, in my own mind. I wanted to make sure that he had accounted for everything and that we had indeed collected everything.
Right. And so you ran a report at the law firm of clients with settlements. Tell us what you did.
Well, I started running a report of all the fees that he had collected and started looking through those disbursements. And then it came to me that I could probably shortcut this a little just by printing off payments to Forge. And then I started focusing on those first. And that's when I found the checks and the information that I found.
And that, let's start. Do you remember about what his fee collections were about September of 2021?
I've got so many numbers in my head, but they were over $1 million, probably between $1 million and $2 million.
2 to 3 million?
$1 million to $2 million.
Oh, $1 million to $2 million of fee income that he had collected
Correct.
when you run this report. And
Correct.
did that include or not include the 792 on the Ferris case?
It did not.
So if you had the Ferris case, it could have been over 2 million?
I guess I can't swear to what his number was. I look at numbers all day long, but that's the recollection of the range he would have been in.
And after this, after you've learned about this fake Forge account, Alec didn't, I mean, and he was forced to resign from the firm
That's
the
correct.
day or the next day, right?
The next day.
And so that money that came into the firm was used by the firm to pay off some of these victims, right?
We have done some of that, yes.
Now, the discovery of the fake Forge account, when you were when you ran the report on Forge, that shocked you, didn't it?
Yes.
That information had been in the systems of the law firm going back, I guess, to 2015 when that fake Forge account was first opened.
I don't know I don't think it was open that far back, but I had no reason to suspect anything was going on. We had no clients complaining about money missing. Trusted him. We had no reason to look.
Right.
He fooled a lot of people, like I said, myself and us included.
And that's a good point. Their clients weren't calling up complaining around June 7th that, hey, y'all need to be looking at Alec because
Muted again.
Something's amiss here. That wasn't happening around June 7th, was it?
No, and shamefully, when we did talk to the clients, they talked about how much they trusted Alec and how much he thought of them and how that they were shocked and confused by the fact that he had manipulated them.
Millions of dollars, I was just saying, look, dude, where's my money?
And so it sounds to me like on June 7th, you didn't observe some pressure cooker
What?
going off within the firm as to how Alec was handling his business.
I don't know about anybody else's pressure cooker. I knew I was putting pressure on them to get the answers for the Ferris fees.
And it was a brotherhood of lawyers that in the past, if they've caught with getting more than what they were entitled to, they had been in the systems for years. Is that correct?
Correct.
Who wants to kiss you all over
And
your
the
knee?
tragic murders of Maggie and Paul didn't do anything to
my earrings.
affect what was in your systems.
Right.
Right. And you just started looking because you had had a conversation with Alec back in May about the Hirschberger fee going to Forge, not in an appropriate structured manner. And that was in early May, and you'd never had another conversation with him about that, right?
Well, May and June, in between, it was late May and June. The conversations about both were kind of in tandem because every time we would talk about Ferris, he would bring up, I'm going to quote structure fees. But I never specifically readdressed the fact that Hirschberger, it did address the fact that he should not be doing this again. And that if he should, he needed to let somebody know. I believe Alec, meanwhile, was going around complaining to my partners about why I was on his case.
To his part.
Yes.
And now just to be clear, the Ferris fee money was, it didn't show up on any of these reports, and it was all paid into the law firm, was it not?
It was sometime after September.
So here you are on September the 3rd, and you are running a report. You see a lot of forged checks on Alex's client files, and you start printing off the checks.
That's correct.
And that's how you discovered it. I mean, it was that Alex, and not only he's signing checks to Forge, he's endorsing the checks and putting them into the bank.
Correct. And at the same day is when Annette found the check on his office that had been paid to him. for the Ferris fees.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that. So
Okay.
it just, I mean, that was pure coincidence.
Yes,
That it happened on the
the
same
timing of that's pure coincidence. Yes.
And Alec, as you understood, was confronted, that, perhaps the next day or that
On
day.
Friday morning, I believe that was Friday the 3rd.
So it was the same day that you,
I did mine on Thursday, the
Okay.
2nd.
so the second you did
Yes.
yours. Okay.
Hi, come lay down, baby. Where you going? You need to go outside? Bye. Why didn't you ask me?
Now, on the 7th in the afternoon, Alec called you and asked you what his balance was in his law firm retirement plan.
Yes, sir.
And he told you he was working on the financial disclosure for the boating accident case.
Yes,
And he had called you on other occasions to get that balance because he was filling out financial statements for one thing or another, right?
he had before, yes.
And let me, do you know, well, you know he didn't have any life insurance on Maggie or Paul. Do you know that?
I have no awareness of that.
No, that's all the questions I have.
Read that right.
Very briefly.
Where's my cough drop? You don't have to leave. I'm just looking for my cough drop.
You were asked some questions about when you had the conversation about the Ferris fees, and what was your concern then with just the Ferris fees back at that point in time on June 7th?
That he was trying to shelter money from the boat wreck or move assets out of his name or either delay collecting fees. So trying to hide income from the boat wreck.
At that point in time, did you have any idea about any of all of this?
I did not.
You were asked about prior instances in which there had been like the loan, the double loan payment and the credit cards, and Alex paid that back, right?
That's right.
And he paid that back and everything was forgotten. Is that correct?
That's right.
You were asked about whether or not all of this was in your systems.
That's correct.
And it was in your systems, wasn't it?
It was.
Since 2011, correct?
That's right.
And he'd gotten away with it all that time.
He did.
Because I'm leaving Mama's kissing. Bye.
I believe you testified that on June the 7th, 2021, when you went in to talk to Alex Murdaugh, that you had your suspicions, correct?
I did.
And you demanded what? What did you demand from
I
him?
demanded proof that the money was actually in the account. I wanted the ledgers showing the transactions.
And did you tell him what you believed? Did you tell him why you wanted that proof?
I told him I had reason to believe that he had received the fee payable to him.
You were asked a little bit about the law firm, and his father was in the law firm or had been?
He had been, yes.
Was his grandfather in the law firm?
Yes.
Was there a long history of that family name in this law firm?
Yes.
Is it the most prominent law firm in the area?
I believe so, yes.
A very prominent family name?
Yes.
All this has been in your system since 2011?
Yes.
Once the murders happened, it didn't seem right to be raising those issues with the defendant then, did it?
No, it didn't.
Don't lead the witness.
After the murders happened, Did it seem right to you to raise those issues to the defendant?
No, as I stated earlier, we were concerned about the welfare of Alec and the feelings of himself. He was not at work, and we were trying to make sure that he was emotionally okay and able to deal with things before we pressured him about anything.
And then just a few weeks later, and still just in July, are you still in shock from all of these murders?
Yes,
And did ultimately you get an email from Chris Wilson?
I did on July 19th.
And what did that email say?
Chris said that he had the money in the trust available to us.
He's got the money, so no big deal, correct?
Correct?
Did you still, though, in the back of your mind, have some suspicions going back for a while?
I had suspicions that I didn't really believe that because I'd yet to see the ledger or the proof, and it seemed like there was no reason not to send that to me if something wasn't going on.
When ultimately you turn back to these issues and that Chris Wilson check was found, did that result in the uncovering of all of this?
It did.
Did that result in him losing his job at the law firm?
It did.
Where his family name had been a fixture there for decades?
Correct.
Did that result in him losing his license to practice law?
It did.
And the defense asked you that. Did that result in him facing a ton of criminal charges based on all of that?
Yes.
All of that was on the cusp of being uncovered, was it not?
Yes.
Was that on the cusp of being uncovered?
Yes.
Question has been answered. Any further exam?
Very briefly, Ms. Seconder, the finding the Chris Wilson check was coincidental to your work on the forged account research, correct?
Yes, but as we uncovered the forge, we knew we had a problem.
Understand. And it was the forge issue that led to all of this.
It would have eventually been the issue if we'd requested Chris Wilson. Regrettably, that we did not at July, we would not have received the money because the money was not in there. We found that out later.
Well, we'll find out about that, but so
Comments.
the Chris Wilson issue is a one-off compared to all these other transactions that you brought here today, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
You may step down.
Thank you.
We'll find out about that. I guess keep calling Chris Wilson.
And we will break for lunch and resume at 2:40. 2:40. You mentioned this morning how bad the rough draft was. How bad the rough draft was that you received.
That we paid $450 for? Yes, sir.
Okay. Wanted the record to be clear that those rough drafts are not provided by the South Carolina court reporters, South Carolina judicial reporters.
I want to make it clear that if I said that, I never implied that our South Carolina court reporters would produce such a deficit product.
Yes.
It was made clear to me by court administration that it's, what's the name of the company? FDR? FTR.
Well, good,
FTR, a private
company, I don't know the name either, so.
apparently has not perfected its software because we paid $450 for something that was, as you saw, not of much use. So I want to make the record clear, not our South Carolina reporters, some northern company.
Certainly, Ms. Harris and I have been working together for probably a decade, and I've worked with Mike as well, and they're excellent court reporters. Okay, ready for the jury? Okay, you bring them in.
One of the things that I discussed with the defense, and we had mentioned to Your Honor before, is, there's some issues that surround the side of the road, and we're not, plowing that ground currently, with the understanding with the defense that if that becomes an issue as the trial goes forward, that there won't be any objection to recalling a witness for that limited purpose. And I just wanted to put that on the record.
Is the side of the road
100%
thing,
agreement, Your Honor.
when
Very
you
good.
got shot, is that what they're
Thank
talking
you.
about?
Bring the jury.
Because I don't know what other side of the road thing it could be. I don't know what they're talking about. Unless they're talking about that. Oh, I forgot about Stephen Smith. But would that have anything to do with this case? Didn't they reopen that? So in case you don't know, Stephen Smith was a guy that was made it look like,
Hey,
like
thank you.
a pedestrian got hit by a car. And he was allegedly the boyfriend of Buster. And so a lot of people think that Buster
May I call your
and
next
Paul
Please, Court, Your Honor, state call Ronnie Crosby.
it's reopened. Good, it needs to be. That was not car.
Raise your right hand, left hand on the Bible. Do you affirm the testimony about to give the court in this trial shall be the truth, so help you God?
I do.
State your name again for the record as you take the witness stand. Spell your last name, please.
Ronnie Crosby, Crosby.
Mr. Crosby, how you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
Just okay.
Tell the jury what your profession is, please.
I'm an attorney.
And where do you, what, do you work for a particular firm?
I do. I work currently for Parker Law Group.
All right. And before it was Parker Law Group, did that firm have a different name?
It did. It was Peters, Murdaugh, Parker, Ellsroth, and Dietrich. I've heard it referred to as PMPED in here earlier today. So,
Do you know the defendant, Alex Murdaugh?
I do.
You see him here in the courtroom?
Unfortunately.
I do.
Can you point him out to the jury?
He is seated at defense table between Mr. Hart-Bootley and Mr. Griffin. I believe he has a blue blazer on.
Your Honor, can the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
It does.
When it was still PMPD, did Alex Murdaugh Was he a partner in the law firm that you were part of?
He was.
And as a result of Mr. Murdaugh's actions, is that law firm kind of changed its name now to Parker? Or is that one of the reasons? Or how would you explain that?
Well, yes, as a result of the actions that you heard about earlier today, we did change not only the name of the law firm, but to a separate legal entity.
How long have you been with, and let's just go back and call it PMPED before all of this happened. How long have you been with PMPED?
I started in the summer of '94, so almost 30 years now.
Okay. And when did you first get to know the defendant?
Sometime in the late '90s. I probably met him before then when I was working as a clerk for a judge, Judge Slope, whose picture's here in the courtroom. And probably met him in court, but met him, really think I started getting to know him at the time of his grandfather, his grandfather's death.
Okay.
Which would have been in the late '90s.
And what was his grandfather's name?
Randolph Murdaugh Jr. or the second, and he went by the nickname of Buster.
Was Buster in the law firm as well?
He was there when I started. Coming into the office, yeah, he was there. I don't think he was a principal of any kind of equity partner, but he was there, yes.
Over the years, did you become a partner in the firm?
I did.
And what year do you recall becoming a partner in the firm? Roughly.
I would say somewhere around 99 to 2000.
And did the defendant become a partner in the firm as well?
Yes, he came to work sometime in the late '90s, early 2000, and then would become a partner probably somewhere around 2004, 2005.
He's been your law partner up until 2021 from that time?
That's correct.
Just real quick before we move on, under the agreement that the partners had, what is the rule as it relates to fees that a partner earns during the course of the year?
All fees belong to the law firm.
And just very quickly, explain to the jury very quickly just the compensation. Is most of the compensation for a partner received during the year or in one lump sum at the end of the year?
Well, as Ms. Seconder laid out earlier, we receive a salary, and then at the end of the year, we divide net profits, which would generally be a larger portion of your income, although not always. Sometimes, depending on how someone's year went, you may not get much of anything as a bonus at the end of the year if your work did not generate sufficient fees to overcome the amount of overhead expenses that was assigned to the individual attorney.
Generally, though, most of the compensation is in that end of the year bonus.
That's fair to say.
Was that the case to your understanding for Alec?
Well, not just Alec, but it was for all of us.
You need to go outside?
So your observation over the years, did Alec have a relatively lucrative practice?
Yes, he did. He had up and down years like all people who do plaintiff's work, but yeah, he was had a lot of good clientele.
Some years he would get bonuses of 6 and 7 figures, to your recollection?
Yes, he could.
If a lawyer were to do legal work while a partner in the firm and have those fees, if he was sharing a case with another lawyer and had the lawyer issue those fees directly to that lawyer instead of the firm, what would that be?
Mr. Waters, I'm fooling with this microphone and I may have missed a nuance in your question. Could you ask that again? I apologize. I'm trying to quit leaning, but apparently I can't stretch it out any further.
Is it common in plaintiff's cases for lawyers, let's say within the firm, or lawyers within the firm and lawyers outside of the firm to share cases?
Yes, I do that probably 70% of my practices with other law firms.
And in that instance, do you have to split the fee in the event there's a recovery by settlement or trial?
Yes, if there's a recovery upfront before, when the case begins, the work begins, there's an agreement on how a fee is going to be split with the other law firm. Sometimes there may be multiple law firms in a given case.
And are there instances then when the other law firm is responsible for dispersing the money, including dispersing the fees to PMPED?
Yes, that happens quite often.
And if a lawyer in PMPED were to have those fees made out to him or her instead of the firm, what would that be?
Well, it would be against our policy, but it would be stealing the fees from the firm if they did not come to the firm because they belong to the law firm.
Let me ask you a little bit about the defendant himself. What's your observation of the defendant's cell phone usage?
Oh, he was somebody who used his cell phone a lot. I mean, much more than I do.
Cumulative.
Always on
Why?
his cell phone.
And describe a little bit about your observations of him as a lawyer. What were his skills as a lawyer? What was he good at?
Elliot was a very good lawyer. He was good with people, very good at reading people, very good at understanding people, and very good at making people believe that he cared about them and building a rapport and trust with them. And he was very good with strategizing against insurance companies and opposing lawyers that ultimately got oftentimes results that the lawyers in the firm would be really amazed at what a good job he was able to do.
Was he good at understanding the emotional value of a case and being able to leverage that?
Good at reading people.
Yes, I mean, that goes hand in hand with what I just said. It is very much a strength that he had.
Was he a good technical lawyer? Did he have a lot of academic and technical skills as a lawyer?
Well, I'm not going to judge his intelligence because I think he's very intelligent. As far as being a real student of the law, probably wasn't, and never developed a technical expertise like some lawyers will. Some lawyers specialize in one thing, like medical malpractice, and that's all they do. But he didn't. He was more of a general practitioner.
Around the time of the recession, back 2008, 2009, 2010, did you ever have any conversations with the defendant and gain a general understanding of his financial condition at that time?
I did.
And tell the jury what that was, please.
Well, for a number of years, Barrett and one of his non-lawyer business, Alec and one of his non-lawyer business partners, a guy named Barrett Boulware, they did a lot of real estate transactions, just buying land and speculating on it. And I think leading up to that, they had purchased some property that speculating that they could sell it, maybe some developmental property. And of course, we all know what happened in 2008, 2009. That market went bad, and I think both Barrett as well as maybe some of the other partners did not have the financial ability to deal with those loans that they had financed it. And so I think Alec was having to carry a lot of that, and it put a strain on him financially.
At some point after that, to your discussions with him and to your knowledge of the cases in the firm, did he have some big cases that you thought had rectified that strain, that financial strain?
Yes, there was a string of rather large cases. Some of them I actually worked on with him that resulted in very large settlements. That would have been my understanding, would have certainly been sufficient to rectify that, as well as I believe ultimately some of that property that was causing a strain was they were able to sell it. So long answer, yeah, yes.
And what were some of those cases that you thought at least had rectified any financial issues that he had?
a case referred to as Plyler, and these are internally the way we refer to them. Pinckney, which also had a companion case, Thomas. I think the Plyler case was actually 4 cases, but we referred to it as one. And then he had a case called Badger, and those cases would have been large cases.
And that's from your understanding that the legitimate legal fees from those cases were very, very large.
Yes, the law firm earned, and subsequently, Mr. Murdaugh would have earned good income off those cases.
Are you generally familiar with what's called the boat case?
Yes.
And is that the February 2019 boat wreck in which Miss Mallory Beach was killed?
Yes, Ms. Beach actually worked for my wife.
Somebody you knew?
Yeah, and I knew her as well as the other girls and Paul.
As a result of that boat case, was it your understanding that the defendant had been civilly sued as a result of that?
Yes, there was a lawsuit brought against Alec and others.
Moving on from the boat case, did you ever have any conversation with, after the boat case, did you have any conversation with Alec about structuring his fees in a particular case?
You know, that conversation had come up around the office with not only him, but other lawyers over the years. To my knowledge, I was the only lawyer to ever do that. But he did sometime in the spring of 2021, he had a conversation with me about that.
Okay. And what was the conversation you had with him?
I think it was just generally asking me, how it was, done, whether I thought it was a good idea, what the process was, that type of thing. And I don't recall the very specifics, but I do recall telling him that given the low interest rates, that it wouldn't be very fruitful if you had high interest rates and you can buy into a lot on an annuity. It would make sense, but there were pretty much zero interest rates during that time.
When you made that point, did he have any response to that?
Other than he was thinking about doing that.
Now, you mentioned that you're actually the only one in the firm that you recall doing structuring some fees. Is that correct?
Yes, and I think that's a fact, not just that I recall.
And though you actually set up a real structure, correct?
Well, yeah, I did.
All right. You didn't just divert the fees into another account and spend them, correct?
No, and to clarify, and I think Ms. Seckinger touched on it, was the traditional way of doing it to avoid taxes until you're older is you never take what's called constructive possession of the money. So whoever, if it's an insurance company or whoever's paying the money, would pay to the annuity company, and they would buy an annuity, and you'd have a contract, and then whatever the terms is when you would start receiving that money, and then you start paying taxes on it. You can take a structure without. There's since then become other ones, but they don't have the tax advantages. They don't really make much sense. Where you can take the money and then you're basically just buying an annuity.
Before I move on, do you know a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield? Or do you know of a person by the name of Gloria Satterfield?
No, I knew Gloria. I knew her for a lot of years.
And did she have any employment relationship with the defendant, to your knowledge?
Yes, she did. And when my children were first born, she helped my wife out a little bit with some laundry and stuff.
What, to your understanding, happened to her, if anything?
My understanding was that she was tripped by some of Alec and Maggie's dogs and hit her head and approximately 3 weeks later, she died. I don't think she ever came out of the hospital.
Did you ever talk to the defendant about that event?
I recall having a brief conversation. It really wasn't a conversation. It was more him saying that the dogs knocked it down and that the kids were going to sue him for Gloria's death.
All right. The kids, which kids are you talking about?
Gloria's 2 boys, I believe she has.
When you say the kids were going to sue him, did he say it in the fashion of that was going to be an aggressive suit, or did he say it in the way that he was going to help out?
Oh, I understood exactly that it was going to be a friendly insurance claim, so to speak, so that, hey, this happened in hopes that the insurance company would probably pay them some amount of money. I took it to help them out.
Did you ever have any other conversations with him about that case other than that one?
Never had another conversation. No, I've never had another conversation with him about it.
Are you familiar with the case known as the Ferris case or the Mack Trucks case?
Yes, I'm very familiar with it.
Did you have any involvement in that case?
Yes, early on, I had some involvement. I was asked to get involved because it dealt with product failure, which is going back to your reference, has sort of been my specialty over the years. It was where a drive shaft had fallen out of a Mack truck and caused a motorist to have an accident. And when we looked into it, and it turns out there was a recall on it, and so pretty much made it where it wasn't going to be much of a fight about Mack's responsibility. And so I knew it then, and then when I didn't do anything else in it until it was coming up to trial, and I spent a lot of time talking with Alec about evidentiary issues, witnesses, how they were trying the case, and the posture of it, that type of thing. So yeah, I was familiar with it.
Okay. Did you ultimately get involved where you were one of the lawyers representing the Ferrises?
No, I did not help him try it.
Did he have an outside lawyer associated with that, or were there lawyers from other firms associated with that?
Well, as I referenced earlier, sometimes there's more than just 2 law firms. There was a lawyer, a friend of ours in Columbia, that got named Mr. Ridgway, got Mr. Chris Wilson involved, and then in turn, Chris Wilson asked Alec to get involved, which Alec and Chris had worked together a good bit over the years. So there's 3 law firms.
At some point in May of 2021, did you ever have a conversation with Jeannie Seconder about the, well, let me back up. So ultimately, did Alec and these other lawyers try the Ferris case?
They did.
And did they get a recovery in that case?
They did.
And do you know how much Alex Murdaugh's share of the recovery was supposed to be?
I mean, the verdict was several $1 million. I believe that would have been in February of 2021. I believe the share that was supposed to go to PMPED was $792,000 as our portion of the fees.
And you corrected me, that was the amount that was supposed to go to the firm, correct?
Well, that's correct.
$792,000. Did you ever, in May of 2021, did you ever have any conversation with Jeannie Seconder about those fees?
I did.
And tell me what that conversation was, please.
It was sometime in close relation to Alec asking me about structuring attorney's fees. I walked in Lee Cope's office. Lee and Jeannie were having a conversation about that issue and her efforts to get all the paperwork on the Ferris matter. And she was frustrated. She thought she was getting the runaround both from Chris Wilson and Alec. And then she mentioned something to me about that he had suggested to her that he was trying to hide fees from the voting case.
All right. And what was your reaction to that when you heard that?
Do you want me to say what I said?
Say that, you can say the sanitized version, or you can say the real version, either way.
I said, oh, fuck, no, we're not.
And why was that your reaction?
Well, because to do that under any circumstance was illegal, unethical, and he would be putting us at risk, and we absolutely were not going to participate in anything that was illegal, unethical, or subjected us to liability or created issues with the South Carolina Bar.
Was it the discussion of the firm leadership that needed to be gotten to the bottom of to make sure that didn't happen?
Well, it was Lee, I, and Jeannie, and we put it in her hands because if she told us that she was being told it was in trust at Chris Wilson's office, and I had no reason to doubt that. I thought he was just trying to take it out in some other way so it didn't go through our system or something, which would also have been tax fraud on our part, not to have that accounted for, because we would have got a 1099 at some point in time. And just it was myriad reasons why that wasn't going to ever happen. But I thought if they're saying it was there, Jeannie, just take care of it, get the money. And I didn't think any more about it, to be honest with you. I didn't think it was any stealing going on or anything. I thought that, okay, he's got pressure on him from this Bowden case, and maybe thinks if he did an annuity out of Chris's trust account that it wouldn't be accounted for, but it ultimately had to be accounted for. And I knew that. I involved a lot of our overseeing, a lot of the accounting and understand it, and there's just no damn way we were going to do that.
At that point in time, you just said you didn't think there was any stealing going on at that point. Not yet, at least. Right.
No, that never came up during that period. We're talking late May of 2021.
Let me ask you this. You've
I hate that expression.
known the defendant since the 90s?
Why do lawyers say that?
I have.
Did you get to know his family?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to know
You got
Maggie?
no choice.
I knew Maggie.
Did you know her fairly well?
I felt like I did, yes. A very nice person.
Did you know Paul?
Yes.
Tell me a little bit of how you knew Paul.
I knew Paul since he was born. Both he and Buster had always referred to me as Uncle Ronnie. We lived just across the way from each other, so I got to know him. I don't know if he used to, when he got into hunting, he hunted a lot on my property, he and Buster. I have a farm right here in Colleton County where I grew up. And so I got to know him, that way. And then Paul was, didn't think this would be that hard. Paul was really good with kids, and he took a liking to my son, who was younger, but he spent a lot of time with him. He'd take him hunting, fishing. They did a lot of hog hunting together. Paul had some hog dogs, and just was around him a lot. He had a great personality. Just really, a kid I really loved,
Paul would come over to your property a good bit?
He just said that, Creighton.
Then,
Let's
and then
speak it
sometimes
up.
as my son got older, he would go over to Moselle and hunt with Parker. I hunt with Paul.
Do you remember June 7th, 2021?
I do.
Did you see Alec earlier that day?
Can you ask that again? I'm sorry.
Did you see the defendant at any point during that day that you recall?
I don't recall whether I saw him at the office. I was had been in a trial in Columbia that settled. It was a couple of week trial and it settled on Friday afternoon. And I came to the office to dig out some stuff, but it's fishing season, and I promised my son as soon as I got out of trial we'd go offshore fishing. So I would have left work early that day to go get the boat prepared to go fishing. So I don't remember seeing Alec that morning or at the office. I could have, but it would have been, I saw him later that night, yes, sometime around 11 p.m.
Before we get there, were you at home at that time?
Yeah, I was at home. We just got finished getting the boat ready. As a matter of fact, by way of example, we had invited Paul to go fishing with us the next day, and he had to work and couldn't go. My son had called him about it. It was, I think we had just eaten supper and, sitting there looking at weather and looking at all the things you do before you go offshore.
What happened? Did you get a phone call? Did you get a text?
My wife got a phone call, I believe, from Randy's wife wanting my partner, Mark Ball's wife, Lisa's phone number. She's a registered nurse. And it was sort of a quick phone call. She gave it to her. I don't know if Christy just couldn't get it at the time. And at some point after that, I called Randy and asked him, what was going on. And I don't remember his exact words, but it was something about Maggie and Paul being shot.
When you heard that, what was your reaction?
I guess the best to describe as shock, alarm. I immediately told my wife I had to go, and I got in my vehicle and started headed to Moselle.
Did you get there? About what time do you think you got there?
I did get there and arrived at, I'm going to say somewhere on one side or the other of 11 o'clock.
Did you go to the residence or did you go to the kennels?
Well, when I got there, I could see the lights. I didn't know where to go, but when I got there, I could see the lights at the kennels. And I was familiar with Moselle, having been there many times. And so I went to the lights. You could see there was law enforcement lights, maybe could have been a Carlton Fire and Rescue, but it was obvious that's where you needed to go. So I came in the main gate and turned right on what used to be a runway and went straight to the kennels.
Get out of your car?
I did.
Did you talk to anyone at that point?
I'm confident that my partner, Mark Ball, was already there. Alec was there. And I know I spoke with both of them.
Were Maggie and Paul still there?
Yeah, Maggie and Paul were there.
Did you talk to the defendant at any point that night?
I did.
How long did you stay at Moselle after that first time you arrived? After Maggie and Paul's work?
We stayed outside, and at some point, I'm going to say I stayed until about 3:30. It just seems we were standing around back in the house, and it just like we didn't know what to do or what to say, and I knew that Alec was going to have a long few days, several days coming up, and I was like, guys, we're not doing any good here. We need to all go get some sleep and so we can deal with tomorrow. And I think I was the first one to leave, and I almost feel like everybody else pretty much left in the period of time after that. But I know I was the first to leave, and I think it's around 3:30.
Did you return to Moselle the next day?
I did.
Did you have conversations with the defendant the next day?
Yes.
Over the course of those, the night of and the next day, you have conversations with the defendant, did he either tell you or were you present when he related to you his activities the night of June 7th, 2021?
Yes, I gained an understanding of the events of that night over multiple conversations and sometimes perhaps just questions, because, I mean, without being a lawyer, you would want to figure that out, and being a lawyer and just having something so horrific, we wanted to contribute anything we could to help figure out who did this, who did it.
And what did Alec tell you about his activities that night?
He told me, and when I say me, there may have been multiple people in these conversations. I mean, we were all back at the house at Moselle providing support for, our friend who just lost his family. And that he worked, and I'm somewhere 5:30 to 6 had left work, that he went to Moselle, that Paul had come home from work, and that they rode around. And then at some point, they went back to the house and had dinner. And Maggie was there, is my understanding. And then after dinner, that Maggie and Paul went outside and to the dog kennels, and that he sat on the couch and fell asleep. And that would have been around 8 o'clock that he sat on the couch and ultimately fell asleep.
All right. He said between 8 and 9 o'clock he was asleep on the couch, or he was at the house?
He said I took it that he laid down on the couch, maybe watching TV, and fell asleep. And then around 9 o'clock, he woke up. And then somewhere around 9 o'clock, he went to back to Varnville, to Alameda, to check on his mother.
And what did he say after that? He did after that?
Well, he said he laid on the bed with her. He didn't give a time, but that he laid there. I took it he was just sort of laying there to comfort her because I understood her condition. And then he said that he came back to Moselle and that he went to the house, and that when he got to the house, he discovered that Maggie and Paul were not there, and that he then got back in his car, or his Suburban, which was an office-issued vehicle, and he drove down to the kennels. And it's more than just kennels there. I think y'all have seen maybe sheds there. And he discovered Maggie and Paul's bodies.
Did he say whether or not he had gone down to the kennels with Maggie and Paul before he left to go to Alameda after 9 p.m.?
That came up in one of the conversations, and he specifically said that he did not.
He did not.
He did not.
I'm going to play for you what's been admitted into evidence as States 297. I want you to listen to it and tell me if you recognize any voices on this video, please.
Get up. Quick, Cash. Quick. It's okay. Come here. Come here.
Hey, Bubba.
It's a chicken. Come here, Bob. Come here, Bob. Come here, Bob. Yeah. Quit.
Did you recognize any voices on that video?
The three voices on that video are the voices of Paul Murdaugh, Maggie Murdaugh, and Alex Murdaugh.
And how sure are you? How sure are you?
I'm 100% sure that's whose voices are on that, the audio there.
Is this law firm pretty close knit?
Yeah, we're very close in that group of lawyers. I think we have a very family-like environment with our staff, as well as the lawyers are all very close. A lot of us do and still do, a lot of activities together. Our families grew up together. Been a great experience working with these guys.
Did these murders of Maggie and Paul, did it send a shockwave through the law firm, greater family?
Well, yes, it did. Just beyond the horror and disbelief, we didn't have an understanding. I mean, the staff had a general sense of insecurity and fear. We had to take a lot of security measures because we did not have an understanding of what the possibilities out there could be. And then this horrific loss of, I think Paul had, the kids, Maggie would come up to the law firm regularly, maybe need to use computer or just to see Alec or whatever. So, and it was as much of a shock as you could imagine.
In the wake of this tragedy, did the law firm family rally to the defendant's aid?
We did. We were there every day for the rest of the week. And as y'all already know, Mr. Randolph passed away in the wake of this. So it was a really bad week where the Murdaugh family in particular, but all of us needed to be together to support each other.
With all of this tragedy and the support and the outpouring and everything going on, did you have any discussion about what to do about the Ferris fees, or was there a discussion that this can't be the time to bring this up?
The only discussion that I recall was Alec told you they were in trust. There's no way we're going to talk about money in this. And we had no reason to not believe that. I wasn't aware of some of Jeannie's conversations. I was aware that Alec told her they were in trust. I trusted him, and I said, let's just leave it be. I don't know. Just not something that you would talk about as money in the wake of such tragedy that had gone on the week of June 7th, including the loss of Mr. Randolph.
At some point in July of 2021, did it come to your understanding that at least the firm had heard from Chris Wilson's firm that supposedly those missing fees were in his trust account?
That was reported to me. I did not look at the email, but it was reported, and that was even further confirmation that we didn't have an issue because we had worked on many cases with Mr. Wilson's law firm. And if he's said it, another lawyer who's a friend and colleague said, I've got the money, then, you know, it wasn't something to be concerned about.
Before I get to ask you this, you said that you had developed a relationship with Paul, is that right?
Yes,
Did you eulogize Paul at his funeral?
I did.
And you and your son like to hunt and fish and do outdoor things with Paul?
We did.
Already asked him that, Creighton.
And that's how you got to know him well?
Well, you got to understand that even like when we go to legal conventions, a lot of time we take our kids with us. And I was just around Paul a lot. It wasn't just hunting and fishing, but he pretty much had free reign of my property. But he would always tell me, Paul was a very polite young man, and he wouldn't just go even though he could. He would always let me know. And you know, he killed a lot of his first deer on our property, and you know, just got to see him grow up.
Did Paul have a shotgun he favored, to your knowledge?
I would see Paul with a like a 12 gauge Benelli Super Black Eagle. Yeah, I've seen him with that a number of times.
Did Paul occasionally like to hunt hogs?
There was a period of time where he was obsessed with it. He had dogs and those 300 blackout with thermal scopes, and you know, he would do it. And I love for him to come to my property and do it because anybody has ever seen what hogs do to property, they're a nuisance. And so I was happy for him to come and shoot them.
And he used what gun for that?
Well, you know, in the early years, he used a 300 a lot, and then they got where they were catching them and killing them with knives and stuff like that. So they you know, the hog hunters do it in different ways. But the 300 blackout, I think, was usually accompanying them.
Why do it that way?
In the aftermath of the murders, did you have any conversation, or were you privy to any conversation in which Alec talked about the family 300 blackouts?
Well, the day after, I saw the casings that night and thought that they were 223s. And when I found out the next day from somebody with Carlton County, one of the guys I knew who was there, that there were actually 300 blackouts, you know, we started inquiring of where Paul's and Buster's 300 blackouts were located. And I remember asking Alec about it, and he said that one of them was in the room and that he didn't know where the other one was.
Did he mention a third one at that time?
At some point he did. That there was
Go ahead.
He said that one of them had gotten stolen or misplaced, which if it was misplaced, that would not seem odd to me because Paul was pretty good about, he would sometimes leave his guns at my place. And then he had bought a replacement at some point in time. I don't recall the dates on any of that.
I don't know any.
Did he tell you what happened to the replacement?
Leave their gun somewhere.
No, I assumed that the replacement was, that they still had the replacement. I never heard anything about anything with the replacement, just that they had a total of 3. And I remembered that Mr. Bedingfield had built those rifles.
You testified that after moving into July and August, you'd gotten an email, or at least been informed that there had been some representation that Chris Wilson had those fees, correct?
That's correct.
moving into September of 2021, did you have any trial or anything going on that you were actively involved in at the time?
At the end of August, early September, I was getting ready for a products liability trial over in Dorchester County that was going to last several weeks.
Did you receive any communications from your firm about any issues regarding the defendant?
We were doing pretrial motions, things that you do before trial starts. There's a lot of work that gets done by the court. And so we were taking care of a lot of things that would keep the jury from waiting around during the trial beforehand. And September 2nd, we were over arguing motions and taking care of pretrial matters. And so when I got out of court, I saw that I missed communications from one of my partners, Mark Ball. And I called him and he said, "We have a problem." And I was like, "What?" And he said, "You have to come now." And I said, "I'm just walking out of court. I need to go home and eat supper, and it's not on my way." And he didn't ever tell me what it was, but he said, "You have to come now." And I could tell the urgency. And so he told me where to meet him, and that would have been in Cummings, South Carolina, at my partner Danny Henderson's place, and which was not on my way home, but he was so insistent that I went there and met. When I got there, Danny and Mark were there waiting on me.
And ultimately, what was your discussion?
I was giving a folder that had paperwork in it, and that paperwork consisted of checks, both front and back, and I was asked to review them.
And were those the what's been called the fake forged checks?
I believe the fake forged checks, there was not all of them that Ms. Seckinger went over, but I believe that there was, I could probably call the names of most of them that were there. I know it was Anderson, Bush, Moore. There was about 5 or 6 of them.
That's despicable.
And I believe they had a copy of the Ferris check there too.
Ferris check?
Yes, and I'd sat for a minute and reviewed it. I think Danny said, "You're going to need a drink." And so.
Did you have a drink?
What does it matter,
more than
Creighton?
one.
What happened after that?
Well, they didn't tell me what was in it. They let me review it on my own. And I immediately said, this is bad. And my words then were that we have to terminate Alec. He cannot no longer practice with us. And that was within, I don't know how many minutes, but it was not a long period of time, because the way Jeannie had it laid out, it was clear what had happened and that this money had been stolen.
Did any of the partners go to confront Alec with this information that had been uncovered?
Yes, there was a meeting the following morning at Lee's house. I did not attend. I did not need to attend. I was still getting ready for trial. I had already decided where this was going, and they met, and then we, Danny and Randy, Alec's brother, went and met with Alec.
And what was your understanding of what the defendant said as a result of that?
That he admitted and said that he knew he was going to get caught at some point in time, and admitted to them that he did it.
ultimately, did the firm engage in a very extensive investigation to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation that the defendant had done with related to client fee, or excuse me, firm fees or client money?
We did. We initially turned over what we had to state law enforcement, and then just decided to, we immediately decided to hire an outside auditor, a forensic auditor, to come in and look at our books to see if there was anything else. But parallel with that, we were doing our own internal investigation into his files.
And was Jeannie Seckinger, as your CFO, was she heavily involved in that review?
She was a point person doing that with whatever support staff she needed under my supervision and Mark and Lee's supervision.
And have you seen spreadsheets that she's made and other documentation that's been put together and gathered by others in the firm?
Not that I know
as that
of. We don't do
investigation
that,
went forward?
Florida.
I'm very familiar with all of
Maybe
it.
some people do.
And are the results of those accurate as you've been able to review firm records and gather information?
The documents that were entered into evidence earlier today through Ms. Seckinger are accurate.
At any point in time, whether June of 2021 or going back years, if you, as a partner in PMPD, had found out that the defendant was allegedly diverting money to an account in the name of a business, an account that he actually controlled, and then converting that to personal use client money, what would you have done?
If I had become aware of it, he would have been asked to resign, or I would have forced a vote, and he would have been terminated under our contract.
What else, if anything, would you have done?
I would have done the same thing we did, would have turned it over to law enforcement and would have reported to the South Carolina bar because of it affected our business and our trust account.
If at any point over the years you had found out that the defendant had been diverting fees that were properly due the firm and spending those for personal use and never accounting for them and not being truthful with firm members, what, if anything, would you have done?
He would have been asked to resign, or a vote would have been called and he would have been terminated.
All right. What else would you have done, if anything?
Because that conduct would have been illegal, it would have been reported to us, law enforcement, as well as the South Carolina bar.
If at any point in time you had uncovered or had discovered information that the defendant was having checks issued from the firm trust account in the name of Palmetto State Bank, and then having someone at the bank convert those into checks that he could use for personal use, what, if anything, would you have done?
Didn't you just say that? Same thing, right?
Would have asked for his immediate resignation and or forced a vote, and he would have been terminated. His activities would have been reported to law enforcement, as well as any activities of anyone at the bank who was complicit in this, what I would call a money laundering scheme.
And in each one of those instances, would the firm have also engaged in a detailed review to determine the extent of any alleged misappropriation?
Well, absolutely. And I could only wish that one of those clients early on had brought that something to our attention, so we could have dealt with it years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Bryson. Nothing further this time.
I think he got away with that for years.
Just living his life, spending other people's money.
Stand for a moment.
That is incredible. Are we just stretching our legs? What are we doing, Judge?
And you very close to Paul, and Paul was a super guy, wasn't he?
Yes to both of those questions.
You said that Paul carried around a 300 blackout and a 12 gauge shotgun, a Benelli Super Eagle, I believe you said.
That's my memory. And then, obviously they had numerous guns, but I had seen Paul with those on multiple occasions.
If I showed you a Benelli Super Eagle that's in the courtroom, would you be able to recognize it's Paul's or not? Or?
I don't know at this juncture. I believe it was camouflage.
Camouflage Super Eagle.
All camouflage Super Eagles.
Trying to not point at anybody, but does this look like Paul's gun?
I'll say it looked like it. Will I say it was? I can't say that.
Understand. And Your Honor, I'm holding up, for the record, State's Exhibit number 4. And I put my papers down. Also, you testified that when you got to Moselle the night of the 7th, that you were you went through the main entrance, and that's the entrance with the, I guess, the brick facade or whatever, the brick gates opening up. That's the main entrance you went in?
Yes, there's a brick facade and then I think they're metal iron gates, but they were open.
And then if you go up and you would have gone straight to the house if you'd gone straight, but you turned right, and you said, and there's a little roadway there, an old runway, and you were able to get back up to where the kennels were from that direction, correct?
That's correct. It's not far when you turn right, a couple hundred yards maybe.
And then, but you said you were able to see shell casings, what you thought would be 223. Where were they?
The one, I don't think I saw every one that was there. I remember seeing one, seems like in the driveway. Closer to the road from Paul and Maggie's bodies.
So were you able to get inside the crime scene tape?
I don't know if there was crime scene tape up at that point in time.
Okay. So you were able, as you recall, just to walk up, or were Maggie and Paul's bodies covered at the time you got there?
Yes.
But you were able to get into the crime scene close enough where you could tell what you thought was the caliber of the shell case.
Right, and I didn't walk from where I was parked there. I walked completely around the hangar and went over to talk to people I knew that were there, the fire and rescue people, just to get what their assessment was. And I could see from where they were positioned, I wasn't like I didn't get over it, but I could see from a distance, and I'm very familiar with firearms, and I saw what I thought was a 223 casing.
Okay. And you later learned, I guess, the next day on the 8th that it wasn't a 223, but a 300 blackout. Is that right?
Yes, and I can't for the life of me tell you there was that point in time, there was some law enforcement out in the hangar and around, and I just asked a question, and they corrected me.
Right. Okay. And that and you started to assist any way you could with trying to find out who could have done this. Isn't that right?
Well, Jim, I didn't that night. I was trying to get, and we were starting to, I don't know, it was shot, man, but in the days following, we had a lot of conversation amongst my partners and I about who could have done this, and obviously we were theorizing on stuff, and with very little information, obviously, but we were trying to find out things, whether Paul had been in an argument with anyone, or if anybody had. I don't know. It's just what you would naturally do, is ask questions.
One of the things, you went down to Jimmy Butler's. You remember that?
I did.
Now, what's Jimmy Butler?
Jimmy Butler's a business in Barnville that does mechanic work. He sells trailers. He sells portable buildings. Used to sell cars, but I had learned that Paul had taken his truck there the Friday before the murders.
Right. And so the Friday before the murders, Paul's truck, and what was his normal truck? Was it F?
It was an F-150.
A white F-150.
White F-150.
And you had understood that his white F-150 was put in the shop at Jimmy Butler.
Yes, and I specifically was going to see if Paul's guns were in his truck.
Right. And did you check the truck?
I did. I looked inside of it, and I also got. I had learned that Mr. Rowe was working for Alec at the time, and had taken him over.
Take their guns
to
out
pick
of their
him up
cars
when he took his truck to drop off for
truck.
repairs. And I
Taking them to
asked
be
Mr.
fixed.
Butler to pull surveillance tape so I could see if Paul got his guns out of his truck while he was getting out of one vehicle into another.
Yeah.
And because
They're not in his truck.
it was Paul's habit to carry the guns in his truck, right?
Right, and I believe actually when I looked in there was still a pistol and some shotgun shells, that type of stuff in there, but I didn't see any long guns. I didn't get inside of his truck and rummage around. I just looked.
And so you didn't observe any 300 blackout or any shotgun in Paul's truck at Jimmy Butler. Is that right?
I did not.
I keep
And
thinking.
then I think you
Jimmy
also
Buffett.
looked at videotape to see if Paul took guns out of his truck when he got back in. I guess Mr. Rowe picked him up. Is that right?
That's correct. And another one of another pickup that Alec had on the farm.
And you didn't see Paul removing any guns from his truck when he got it in the truck with Mr. Rowe?
That was not evident on the video.
Okay.
And I could see him getting out of one vehicle into the other.
And you were down there on the morning of the 8th, and after SLED had released the crime scene. When I say there, I'm talking about down at the kennel. Were you not?
Yes, I was asked to go there by Randy's brother, Alec.
Okay. And I don't want to be too grotesque at all, but just, were there still blood and
Oh,
biological
God.
material there at the scene?
Why? Why?
Yes.
Okay. And did you notice that there were some still birdshot pellets in the feed room that had not been collected by the sled agent?
Yes. They were what appeared to me to be,
Boy, he is being careful about what he says, isn't he?
we could pretty much tell what they were, yeah, from looking up. And I believe they would have been a TSS type load.
Okay. And did you gather those up, to your knowledge?
Did I?
You or anybody, with you?
Jim, Mr. Griffin, I apologize.
Call me.
We know each other, so I
Please,
apologize.
call me Jim.
That area in that room, well, we could see them. It was so bad. We thought we were going to, at some point, clean it up, but it overwhelmed both my partner, Mark, and I. Well, we could see that, and we could see everything, all the other aftermath. We were getting biological material. It just couldn't be there. It was bad, and it was overwhelming us. So, no, I did not try to collect evidence.
And the scene inside that feed room, I take it as something that still is etched in your mind's eye memory.
Yes.
When you were down there, when you got there the first time, I believe you went up to Mark Ball, and he was there. He got there before you.
Maybe a few minutes. We had already talked about, that.
Did it look to you and Mark like the crime scene was being preserved and carefully keeping people off of areas that maybe they shouldn't be trampling on?
Well, it was my understanding that the crime scene had been released, so that.
Well, I'm talking about 11 o'clock. I'm sorry, I jumped back. 11 o'clock when you got there, around 11 on the night of the 7th. When you pulled up, as I understand, you walked around the shed, the workshop, and went to the back, and maybe Mr. Ball was back there. I could have that wrong, but is that what happened?
Well, we were there. I saw people working through the crime scene, and you're kind of asking me for an opinion that I don't feel qualified to give, because I assumed that whatever was going on was being done with whatever procedures.
Correct.
But there were people in that, in the crime scene doing various things.
Okay. And I'm not asking you to give an opinion. I would just ask you if anyone expressed an opinion in your presence about they shouldn't be doing this or shouldn't be doing that.
I don't specifically recall.
Okay. Well, did at some point in time, you and Mark and whoever else, were y'all directed to go to the main residence
We were, and for the life of me, I can't tell you who told us to go. I can tell you it was at the time that whoever is the photographer for the crime scene, they were getting ready to start, taking photographs, and it was stated that we're going to photograph the scene. Y'all go to the house. We don't, you don't need to be in these photographs.
Okay. And so who all went to the house? Best you can remember.
I know I did. I know Mark did. Austin Crosby, who's one of my partners, did. Danny Henderson did. Randy Murdaugh did. John Marvin did. Elliot at some point did. And he may have been, I believe he was accompanied by some officers when he came. I think maybe Chris Wilson may have. The others I'm positive of, but sure, there could have been a couple other people. And
had it looked to you like anybody from law enforcement had searched the residence, inspected the residence before you guys went in?
I don't know that I would know what it would look like if it had been searched. It was my perception that it had not been searched yet.
And then you mentioned at some point in time, Alec came up and maybe law enforcement were with him?
Mr. Griffin, my memory is that Alec came in, and at or about the same time, 2 agents came, and I remember them collecting his clothes is what stands out to me. One stood in the doorway or the foyer to the house. We were kind of in the living room and maybe the kitchen area. And then another agent, and I'm assuming it was SLED, but it was kind of blurry, and it happened pretty quickly. Went maybe to the door of a bedroom while Elliot was changing clothes, and then he brought his clothes out and gave them to the agent who stood in the edge of the living room or foyer or whatever you want to call it.
And did the agent just open up a bag and Elliot dumped his clothes in the bag? Is that how you remember it? A paper bag?
I do not know what the composition of the bag was. It was a bag, and it seemed to me the agent was holding the bag out like open.
Right.
And that Alec kind of had his clothes in his fingers and just dropped them in is what my memory was. And what that was, I only recall there being one bag and he dropped them in, and it was like a pretty quick transaction.
His clothes were not put on a hanger for sure. Is that right?
No, Alec had them in his hands when he came out of the bedroom. He was in there long enough to take those off, and I think he put back on another pair of shorts or something and a shirt.
I know I'm sorry I'm jumping around a little bit.
It's okay. I've been right where you are, and that happens.
I think you mentioned in one of your interviews with SLED that Alec had some annoying quirks, and one of them, he would just take phone calls in the middle of deposition.
He would.
Would he get phone calls from his family, Buster, Maggie, and Paul, and drop everything and take the calls?
I've witnessed that.
Was that frequent?
Yes, he would do it in depositions. He would do it in the middle of a conversation, and not with them, but definitely with them. And even in partner meetings and stuff, he would take a call and walk out of the room.
Sure, sure. You had mentioned in your testimony that when you were asked by this second juror about the Ferris fee issue, that really your concern was not that Alec was diverting fees, but he was trying to shelter fees from being disclosed in the civil case. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, let's make sure definitionally we're talking about the same thing. My concern was not that he was stealing because I trusted him. I had no reason to believe that he was stealing. It was the latter, that what she conveyed to me was he was wanting to hide some fees or hide money somehow. I don't remember it being said that it was like I heard earlier in Maggie's name. It was just that he was going to take the fees from Chris Wilson's account so there wouldn't be any record, is the way I understood it, in our trust account.
Right. And you said, F no, we're not doing that.
Those were my words.
Right. The what was Alex stretch that the after the murders of Maggie and Paul, did you the immediate aftermath and going forward a few months, did Alec come to the office much?
It was sporadic, but you know, I knew that he was having a lot of trouble sleeping, and you know, he just lost his family and his father, and him and his father were very close. We were aware that or had understanding that he was taking like medicine to try to help him sleep, and maybe for anxiety, and just you know, the normal things that you would expect there. So even when he came, I would walk in his office and he'd be falling asleep in his chair. He'd be sitting in there, you know, which was evident to me that he wasn't sleeping well. And so I know Ms. Seconder mentioned pills earlier that he was taking. That's what we knew he was taking, because he couldn't sleep at night. He'd be up at all hours of the night.
And did you notice changes in his physical appearance, losing weight?
Yes, he was losing weight. I don't think he was eating very well by all reports.
And I guess let's sort of go back. The night of June 7th, the morning of June 8th was, I mean, what was his demeanor?
Well, his demeanor is that he was upset. I could tell that. And he, you know,
you see him cry?
Yeah, we cried together. I mean, he kept telling me, especially to me, he kept telling me how much Paul loved me, and you know, every time he would say that, we would it would be emotional. I mean, and he told me that several times over the next few days. It was just almost be how he would start a conversation with me would be to talk about Paul.
And then did he spend a lot of time with Buster down at Maggie's parents in Somerville, do you know?
I knew they were. Can you give me the time frame?
So starting in June.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I know he and Maggie's parents had a good relationship, And I recall, because in some of this, I remember seeing some texts between he and I that he was down there. I don't remember, well, they're dated, I'm sure you have them. And he told me he was down with Maggie's parents. It was one of the days in that time immediately following the murders.
Right. And then at one point in time around, I don't know if it's 4th of July, did he come to your place by boat, or do you remember that? And
It would, can't say that it was on the 4th of July, but I remember his brother Randy and his wife, I had invited them to my house, for the 4th, and, for to spend, and they had, something that those of us in the law firm do a lot, that spend time on the weekends together, and they were there, and I'd asked Alec to come over, and he and Buster came by boat from Edison.
Right. And Alec was carrying a gun with him on the boat, was he not?
Yes, he had a gun in a what I want to call a shopping bag, like a cloth type, shopping bag, not one of those plastic ones.
Had you ever seen Alec carrying a gun around before for protection before the murders?
No.
Some point in time, Alec and Buster and the family put out a reward, did they not, for capture of tips for whoever would lead to the arrest of whoever killed Maggie and Paul. Do you remember that?
I do remember that, and who all was involved in the funding of it, I don't know, but there was a reward, I believe I know a reward was put out.
And the firm agreed to administer it if there was anyone step forward.
We did.
1 second, Your Honor. That's all I have, Your Honor.
Redirect.
Firm have to ever pay anybody for that reward?
No.
You're asked a lot of questions about your interactions and relationship with Alex Murdaugh. You've known Alex Murdaugh how long?
Well, I guess a total of 25 years or so.
Did you really know Alex Murdaugh?
What's the question?
Did he really know Alex Murdaugh?
Purely a character question.
Did he know Alex Murdaugh? Did he really know Alex Murdaugh?
Yes.
I sustain the objection.
Thank you. Nothing further.
Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
You step down.
Okay, we're going to stop there for today. I have a headache and I'm going to go lay down. We're almost done with that day, but we can do it in the morning. Okay, guys, thanks for hanging out. I will see you in the morning at 9 o'clock for more of the Alex Murdaugh trial. Bye, guys. Have a nice evening.